Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Isla. Why this exact spot? I lift my gray cat Dimitri off the college assignments I left on the kitchen table. You know, there's a lot of house available. Dimitri yawns, stretches, and ignores me. I wish I had your life, I say to his back. I need to be packed and ready to go soon if I'm going to have time for everything today. I gather the college-ruled papers covered in my scrawled handwritten notes, along with, unfortunately, cat hair. A wiggle over the trash can gets them mostly clean and inspires Dimitri to crack open an eye. Yeah, this is you, mister, I say. He blinks, uninterested. There are 2 bags sitting next to each other on the counter. Black for my college classes in the afternoon, red for my morning job at Cafe Clementine. I'm about to stash the papers in the black bag when a little produce sticker from a banana on the corner of the top one catches my eye. How in the world did that get there? I ask Dimitri. I must have been snacking while I was working. I toss the sticker in the trash and put the papers in my bag. Well, I guess it was 2 a.m. I zone out momentarily, listening to Dimitri purr and reach out to stroke his velvety face. The wonderful haze of the morning washes back over me. I am so tired. Between my college courses and my full-time job at the coffee shop, I am stretched thin. I just keep telling myself that it will all be worth it someday. I don't mind hard work. I don't mind paying my dues. It'd just be nice if I could get a little sleep once in a while. Busy as I am, I'm still at least staying at the top of my class as a business major. I'm sure, even if I was snacking on a banana while writing my latest report, that it'll at least be more thorough than my classmate Simon's plan. Simon wants to run a business that allows him to sleep through class, and his income stream assumes there will be a rich old relative he's yet to meet who dies and leaves him funds. If only, I say to myself, not sure if I'm referring to the sleep or the rich relative. A shrill whistle jars me back to life, and I switch off the kettle. I pour hot water into my thermos, watching the English breakfast tea bag swirl, then pour a second version into my mug. I set a timer on my phone for 4 minutes and check my Google Calendar, slumping back against the counter. Most days I try to be at the coffee shop by 7. Today, there in bold red letters staring at me from my reminder screen, is a meeting with our new temporary boss. That means I need to be there a little earlier than usual, both to scope out the newcomer and to make sure I make a good first impression. Liam, the regular owner, is leaving on an extended vacation soon, and he's asked his brother to keep an eye on things while Liam and Olivia are gone. Technically, his brother is a co-owner of Cafe Clementine, but he's not in Sandy Springs, so I've never met him. I think I heard that he's coming all the way from California to pitch in around the shop while Liam is out. I start skimming the text chain I share with some of my coworkers, looking for any info they've posted about our new boss. I do manage to find the conversation where Jennifer mentions hearing that he recently finished college in California, but I still haven't recalled his name. My timer vibrates, interrupting my search, and makes a tinkling sound like breaking glass. I turn it off, straighten up with a creak. I really should do more yoga, and remove the tea bags. The thermos goes in the red bag, and the mug I take toward the refrigerator. Only the first cup of the day has milk. After that, it's straight or, depending on how the day goes, I give up and go with coffee. I pour whole fat milk into the mug, creating a beautiful light brown liquid. Don't judge me and my whole fat. I say to Dimitri, who is watching me, and sit back down. I take a sip and sigh. It's rich, deep, and delicious. These are the few moments in the day when I don't have to do anything except enjoy the warm comfort. And yet my brain leaps ahead, trying to get a handle on things. First, the coffee shop and the meeting with Liam's replacement. Then I'll work my regular shift, and then take the bus to my campus. I have 3 classes this afternoon, which is a handful, even by my standards. Despite the afternoon workload I am facing, my mind wanders back to the meeting with Liam's brother. I understand why we need him. Liam is planning on taking Olivia basically around the world. This isn't a matter of just making the schedule work out for a week while he's gone. We need one person to take responsibility for the cafe, or it might not even be open by the time Liam gets back. And as much as I like to think I know all there is to know about the cafe, my schedule is too full for a task like that. I don't have the time in my schedule to fill in every time someone calls off sick, or we need to make last-minute supply runs. Whoever this person is, I tell myself, they're doing a good thing. They're not trying to ruin your life. They're just helping out Liam so he can enjoy his vacation. So why do I feel so annoyed? Dimitri walks over to the table and sits directly in front of me, staring into my eyes. You're right, I say, nodding at him. It's because I don't like change. I know how to do my job. I don't need interference. Dimitri purrs. It's not like I own Cafe Clementine. I take a sip of the tea. Dimitri blinks and growls deeper in his chest. I shake my head. Okay, you're right. I feel possessive of it, but it's not mine. Just because I've been working there for what feels like forever, just because I know all my coworkers, that doesn't mean someone new is going to be a bad thing. Dimitri leans his head forward and knocks my mug with his forehead. Oh, right, breakfast. I'm scraping canned food into his bowl when another vibrating alarm and tinkling comes from my phone. Time is sadly up for my tea break, and I have 5 minutes to make sure I'm presentable with no trace of Dimitri clinging to my trousers. A pointless struggle, but I still try. As I finish dressing, I wonder what one wears to distinctly not impress and yet impress a temporary boss you've never met and only need to deal with for a short while. I hold a blazer up to my outfit. He is, after all, steering the ship for now. My stomach clenches again and I fight back my annoyance. No blazer. I leave the bedroom, smiling at the extra minute I have to take a detour to the bathroom to brush my teeth. Here we go, I say to Dimitri a minute later, the blazer back on over my peach button-up. Wish me luck with this California big shot extraordinaire. I take one last gulp of blissful tea and put the mug in the sink as my final alarm goes off, telling me to leave. Having a leader will be better than us running around like chickens with our heads cut off, I say to Dimitri's backside as I grab my bags. And really, how bad can he be?
Chapter 2. Connor. This is so weird. My body tenses, waiting for the familiar feeling as I pull up to the stoplight. It's the stoplight that triggers the nausea, the stoplight where I get the first glimpse of the school just over the hill. The nausea doesn't come. I sit in baffled silence. My BMW's eco-drive has shut the engine down, so not even the motor disturbs my thoughts. Every morning for 4 years that view would make me sick, and I'd feel... what was it? Not fear. Probably just plain old dread. Didn't help that my brother Liam, who drove us with the stereo blasting, couldn't wait to get there. Lighten up, he would say as soon as I started getting quiet. This is fun. I couldn't have disagreed more. Not then, not now. Back then, the sickness went away as soon as I walked into my first class. I instantly got too deep into figuring out quadratic equations, which I still don't understand, or what the spears symbolized in Lord of the Flies. Yet here I am years later, and I still remember and wait for the nausea. It doesn't come, and I feel a small twinge of pride. Is it possible? Have I gotten over high school? The light turns green, my car starts, and I drive closer. I thought my years away from Sandy Springs hadn't changed me, that I was essentially the same person coming back with just a little more experience, a little more weight. But this makes me wonder. As the school gets closer, I'm even more baffled. It looks the same, and yet not at all. There are the ball fields and the main buildings, but they look smaller than I remember. They don't loom like a haunted mansion in a cartoon waiting to destroy any teenage boy who might be so unlucky as to stumble through their doors. It looks kind of, well, bland. As I continue to drive through the town, I see more familiar sights, along with some things that are brand new to me. None of them inspire a great sense of nostalgia, but they don't make me feel sick at the thought of being back here either. So yeah, I think, smiling to myself, I guess I have changed. This may not be as horrible as I'd imagined. It isn't that I hated growing up in Sandy Springs. It was just always so darn small. I had no regrets when I got the chance to move out to California for an animation program. I escaped the small-town trap. I wasn't exactly looking to come back, but I'm a good brother, so here I am. Despite that fact, I certainly wouldn't have complained if I could have taken another day or two to get adjusted before I actually had to come to work. I'm not ready for this. I was up until 2 a.m. going over accounts with Liam, and I barely made it out the door on time. It's incredible I had time to shower. My hand goes to the back of my ears, just in case I missed any shampoo, but I'm clear. What I need with all this new work is a system. I'd read somewhere, maybe on one of those professional chat streams I was on, that people sometimes set timers to help them deal with work efficiently. 20 minutes are designated for each task. I wonder if that'll work, or if it will just make the people around you crazy with your alarms constantly pinging. Ideally, I think as I go through the last intersection, I'll be in and out of this place. Let the staff run it. If they aren't total idiots, they should know better than me what they're doing, right? And yet I know it's going to be an annoying amount of work. I glance down at the blazer on the seat next to me. What does one wear to impress, but not try to impress the staff of a coffee shop that you only need to work with for a short time? Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpse the sign for the cafe. Crap! I've been driving on autopilot, and I'm about to pass my destination completely. I turn quickly, trying to jockey into the first space I see on the side street where Cafe Clementine is located. She comes out of nowhere, an orderly-looking young black woman who is shrugging on her blazer, and I slam on the brakes. The thump on the hood of the car makes my heart leap to my throat, and for a good few seconds we both freeze, staring at each other through the windshield. Her eyes are wide, and even over the hood of my car I can see they're a beautiful light brown flecked with green. Her lashes are thick and curling. I hope the thumping sound was her hands coming down on the hood of my car. She's still standing, and from the growing anger on her face, I guess she's probably okay. "Hey," she says, but her tone is odd, less angry and more like a greeting. "Thank God," I say, raising my hands and wiping my face. "And thank God you aren't a kid." I drop my hands too quickly. They fall full of nervous energy onto my steering wheel. The horn gives a quick bleat and the woman starts. Her face turns furious. "No!" I say, then realize she can't hear me through the rolled-up windows. "No, wait! I'm sorry!" She straightens, gives me a look that rips me from my throat to my toes, and strides off down the street. I feel terrible. Drive quickly into a space on the side of the road thinking I'll catch her, but by the time I've jumped out, she's already disappeared. She probably ran to get away from me. "Great," I mutter, running a hand over my face. "There's one customer who won't be buying our coffee."
Chapter 3. Isla. I pull out my phone as I walk from the bus stop toward the cafe, entertaining myself on the short trek by checking my emails. I have too much on my plate to waste even 5 minutes just walking. I'm a multitasker at the highest level. The morning is quiet except for the few of us who need or like to be in early. A solitary car creeps through the intersection nearest the cafe. A beautiful BMW, But aside from that, the street is blissfully quiet. That will change in about 20 minutes when the rest of the staff starts arriving. I put my phone in my back pocket and step off the sidewalk to cross toward the entrance to Cafe Clementine. A loud screech and a flash of metal startle me, and I leap back, gasping. Oh, God! A shiny car grill is inches from my thighs. I wobble forward, overcompensating for my backward flinch, and my hands slam on the hood of the car to steady me. I go completely blank, my body frozen in panic. I stare through the windshield into a white man's face. He looks back, equally frozen. His features begin to take shape in my shocked brain. Strawberry blonde hair, a beautifully shaped jawbone, and even from behind the windshield and all the way down the stupid hood of his stupid car, I can see his eyes are an amazing blue. Hey! The word comes flying out of my mouth, and I can't tell if I'm furious or fascinated. It's as if my word starts time again, and I'm suddenly aware of the heat coming from the hood of his car. His hands go up and wipe his face. And then he honks at me. Heat floods my body, and I raise my hands intending to slam them down again. Or better yet, reach through that crystal clear window and drag him out. Who does he think he is? Driving like this on a side street with a speed limit of 20 miles per hour? Honking at me. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a couple of kids down the street waiting for the school bus, and I bite down the curse I want to launch at him. This jerk is lucky, I think. He is going to live to drive another day, though he absolutely should be taken off the street. I turn and walk, fury making my legs practically fly. Behind me, I can sense his car swerve to life and screech into the closest spot. Was he seriously going to get out and start something? I hear the car stop as I'm reaching for the front doors. There's no way I'll give him the pleasure of an interaction. I hear him yell something as the door to the cafe shuts behind me. What a jerk! My heels click angrily on the tile floor as I hurry past the front counter and down a hallway toward the staff room. I unlock the door and open it wide, storming in and shoving my bag in a cubby, instantly wincing and checking to make sure my laptop is okay. Then I head toward the counter to start prepping things. I pull out coffee beans, slam the refrigerator door open, and shut it again when I see the dairy and almond milk are full. I grab napkins and start shoving them into the dispenser, imagining I'm shoving them into the cracks of his car's grill. "What's up this morning?" comes a low, amused voice, specific to someone using grown-up language in a place they know they don't usually get to. But there's no one around right now to accuse us of being unprofessional. "Riley!" I'm surprised. Riley is one of my favorite co-workers, but I didn't think she was scheduled to work today. And she's never this early. She leans against the microwave, grinning, her eyebrows raised as she pulls on her staff name tag. "What are you doing here?" I ask. I wanted to see the new guy. Something about the way she says it makes me pause, but she keeps talking. But that's coming in second to all this. She waves a hand in a circle around me. "For reals now, are you okay?" I take a deep breath. I should calm down. I practice mindfulness all the time, and I need to take my own advice. I work hard to restrain myself. Jerk almost killed me. I was crossing the street to come in, and he just about ran me over. I mean, this close. I hold up my palms so they are almost touching. What kind of idiot comes around a corner like that without even looking? And then he honked at me, like it was my fault he almost killed me. Wow, what would he have done if he actually killed me? Blamed me for denting his car? And you should have seen this car, by the way. No one, and I mean no one from here has a car like that, or even drives that badly. No one is that entitled. Entitled? Totally. You just have to look at him to tell he's a rich, entitled... Riley cuts me off. "You mean like that guy?" She points. I swivel around and my heart stops. Walking up behind me are two people, my boss, Liam, and BWWM. He's looking at me with a tentative, uneasy look. Oh no, I think. It can't be. Isla, Liam says as all the blood drains from my face. Meet my brother, Connor. I look up into his beautiful blue eyes and think I might actually throw up.
Chapter 4. Connor. Luckily, Liam doesn't seem to even notice the look she's giving me. Of all the luck, of course, she would work here. I'm going to have to let her know I'm not normally such a bad driver when we have a moment. But for now, Liam is already dragging me around the building, giving me a 5-minute whirlwind tour. Then we end up in a small hallway leading to what I assume must be a few offices, or maybe a break room. Liam swoops me into his arms excitedly now that we are alone, and I don't have time to ask where the doorways go. I release a low grunt as the forceful hug from my older brother knocks the wind out of me. In actuality, it is more like a football tackle, but I return his embrace nevertheless. I know this around-the-world trip with Liam and his wife, Olivia, has been in the works for quite some time now. They've been married for 3 years now, and the business of the cafe has reached new heights due to his hard work and dedication. While I may be here just going through the motions of fulfilling my promise to him, Liam is about to embark on a journey that he has been raving about non-stop throughout the years. It has become obvious to me at this moment how grateful he is that I am here to hold down his responsibilities at the cafe while he checks a major item off of his bucket list. Are you sure you're not being drafted into the NFL instead? Jeez. I tease him as we slowly move out of the hug. Liam smiles brightly as he holds my gaze while gripping my right hand with his. I'm sorry about that, bro. I'm just excited to see you here, I guess. The expression on his face resembles when a parent proudly looks at their child. Even though I've been away in California focusing on my career in animation, I have deeply missed our interactions together. We've always had an intensely strong bond due to having to look out for each other at a young age. Our father was absent from our lives, and our mother died when I was only 1 year old. We were raised by our grandmother Clarice, but she was busy running Café Clementine. Though we both loved her dearly, we relied on being able to depend on each other. I see that. I return his smile while clenching his hand tighter like when we used to arm wrestle as kids. It's a good thing your staff isn't here or I'd embarrass you in front of them. You know that I've always been stronger. Liam chuckles heartily. Are you kidding, Con? You know I used to always let you win to boost your self-esteem. Oh, okay, I reply sarcastically, while flexing my right bicep before releasing his hand. Have you settled in yet? Liam comfortably places his hands in the pockets of his blue jeans. You've been gone for a while, so are you sure you're going to be okay while we're gone? I move toward the front of the shop and scan the cafe diligently, as if it's a new world I'm seeing for the first time. There's more staff here now than there was when I first arrived, and everyone seems to be moving like they know what they're doing. That's a good sign, I suppose. I'm getting there. I guess I didn't expect it to be this much of an adjustment. It will probably take some time for me to get used to being back here like this. Liam nods as he empathizes with me. I'll probably feel what you're feeling when I return from my trip. I won't be surprised if you call me from Thailand saying that you've decided not to come back, I joke with him while deeply hoping that it won't be the outcome. I wouldn't do that to you, he reassures me with a more serious expression. Besides, Olivia and I have too many of our roots laid here already. That's true. It's crazy how not much has changed here and yet things are different. I comb my strawberry blonde hair back out of my face with my right hand. It's hard to explain exactly. Hey bro, it's only day 2. Just take it a day at a time, who knows? Maybe this time around Sandy Springs might show you some positives since you're doing me a solid, right? I believe in karma, and you should too, Liam speaks encouragingly. I'm personally not convinced of that yet. First of all, I already started off on the wrong foot with the girl I nearly mowed down, so it doesn't seem like Sandy Springs got the memo that they owe me a few blessings. Besides, I had no plans of returning to this place ever, especially now that my career is taking off in LA. There's very little I can imagine this town being able to offer me, good karma or not. I changed the subject since there's no point in avoiding the inevitable. So are we going to do this introduction or not? Liam uses the palm of his hand to give me a playful pat on my upper back that throws me off guard. You're in a hurry to get rid of me, huh? I respond with a low chuckle, still trying to catch my breath from the 1-2 punch that he has effectively delivered. No worries. Are you ready to meet your staff? Liam asks. Let's do it, I respond in a tone that is less than enthusiastic. I hope that girl hasn't already spread the word about our little mishap earlier. Let's do it then. He shouts into the back kitchen, but the volume of his voice is loud enough that you can probably hear him anywhere in the store. Hey guys, can you come to the front for the morning meeting? The staff lines up in front of us on cue, dressed in their matching long brown aprons. Their eyes linger on me curiously, causing me to break their gazes while I attempt to appear nonchalant. When I look up again, I lock eyes with the young woman at the far left. I know that I've made the worst impression with her in the parking lot, and I'm hoping that I am capable of redemption. My face forms a grimace, and I silently mouth the words to her. I'm sorry. She turns her face away abruptly, her long ponytail of several hues of brown following her to enhance the effect. It's clear that she isn't letting me off the hook that easily. You all look great today. Liam gleefully claps his hands together as he strolls from the left end of the line to the right, then gestures at me grandly with both hands. Ladies and gents, meet your new boss.
Chapter 5. Isla. The large room becomes awkwardly silent with my co-workers, just exchanging glances with each other. Nobody knows if they are supposed to speak or offer applause after the introduction. All I know is that I'm not accepting that weak apology of his. I've interacted with his type before, and I can already tell that the only reason he wants to make amends for nearly making me roadkill in the parking lot is so that I don't make his life a living hell. He stands there next to Liam, trying to read the room but obviously failing as he keeps looking down at his shoes. His shirt is fitted to his slender yet toned frame, showing off his defined forearms as he crosses his arms across his chest. Even though he is well put together, anyone can tell just by looking at him that he's out of place. Liam breaks the long pause of silence by moving closer to him and raising his arm to drape it over his shoulders. The resemblance is uncanny, right? I'm often told that I look younger, even though I'm older by 3 years. Anyway, I trust that you guys will treat Connor with the same respect that you treat me while he's here. So let's go down the line and you can say your names to start. My 4 other co-workers introduce themselves. I'm last, and it's as if this was set up beforehand for cinematic value. I really don't want to speak 2 words to this man, but I don't want to ruin my good work image by creating unnecessary conflict. My voice speeds off at its usual rapid pace, not wasting any more time than I need to. I'm Isla. Connor nods respectfully as he shifts his gaze among the staff members. It's nice to meet you all. I hope that we can work well together. It takes everything in me not to release an ironic scoff. This man just got here, and he's looking for handouts already. He is probably completely clueless about the industry and will just make all of our jobs 10 times harder. I'm not looking forward to this management shift at all. Liam starts to explain the process with an excitement level that annoys me even further. Connor is basically going to be here for the foreseeable future. We don't have an exact time frame for this swap, but we're estimating between 3 to 6 months. As you all know, the wife and I have been yearning to see the world together, and thanks to this wonderful man here, we are finally getting the opportunity. I try to focus on Liam's speech, but his voice goes in and out as I observe the smug expression that Connor has on his face. The man is probably oblivious to the aura that he gives off. He seems like the type of guy who just gets what he wants with zero effort. And these are the kind of people that I despise the most. My hands clench together as I focus all my energy on keeping my frustration in check. I take a deep inhale, then exhale sharply as I assess my thoughts about this arrangement. This is temporary. I just need to get through these uncomfortable months with Mr. Resting Jerk Face, and then my life will carry on as usual. Isla? Isla? Liam studies me as if he has been seeking my reaction for quite some time. Huh? I instantly snap out of my trance and re-enter the present moment. Do you accept this? Liam asks. His tone makes me think it's at least the second time he said the same thing. I am surprised by suddenly being singled out for my opinion, but then again, I have been playing the role of the de facto co-manager of this cafe. It would be far too embarrassing to ask him to repeat himself again, so I hedge my bets and assume that he is merely asking how I feel about his brother being his replacement. Yeah, sure. I shrug my shoulders as I smoothly lower my hands into the pockets of my long apron. Great, then it's settled. Liam exchanges glances between me and Connor. While Jenna is out on maternity leave, Isla will be the front of the house manager. Everyone claps while I stand frozen with my mouth agape. They probably assume that I'm in shock due to the recognition, but the last thing that I need right now is any added responsibility. My life is already chaotic just between work and going to university. Riley leans in and whispers as she places her hand on my left shoulder. You deserve it. Liam continues to explain as he gestures at Connor. This means that you're going to work closely with Connor. Report to him directly with any of your concerns. I finally hold Connor's gaze, which I have been avoiding this entire time. He only smiles charmingly because he has no idea what he's getting into. This job is not for the faint of heart, and he comes across as a guy who would have a meltdown if a drop of coffee stained his expensive clothes. Riley observes me before revealing a grimace for only me to see. Since she is the only one who knows about my interaction with Connor earlier, she feels my pain at this moment. I still feel overwhelmed by the new role that I've unknowingly agreed to, but I know that complaining about it in my head isn't going to solve anything. Liam then pats Connor at the center of his chest as he adds the final details. And Connor, Isla is going to help you learn the ins and outs of the cafe. She has been the backbone of this place, so you're in good hands. I force a smile, despite wanting to release a scream of aggravation. The alarm on my watch sounds on cue as if it shares my sentiments. When I glance down at it to turn off the alarm, I become aware of the current time. It's about to be another beautiful day at Cafe Clementine.
Chapter 6. Connor. After Liam leaves, I find myself standing there awkwardly, wondering what I should be doing. The cafe is already buzzing with activity, and I seem to be the only one not doing anything. This is only one job, but why does everything seem so hectic around here? The rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee begins to waft through the air as my new employees shuffle around the cafe, seeing to their opening duties. The sounds of food being prepared complement the smells of coffee and bread baking as the din grows. At least the place smells good. This day has already gotten off to a bad start, and it doesn't seem to be getting better anytime soon. I look around again and notice Isla, the girl I almost ran over in my haste earlier this morning, and figure I should go and speak with her. She seems to know the most about how the cafe functions, and Liam said she would be training me. Isla is going over her morning check with the other on-floor workers, ensuring everything is being prepared properly for the day. She's holding a clipboard, checking things off as she asks questions and hands out orders. She has a natural air of authority to her that I can't help but be impressed by. I wait for most of the workers to leave before approaching her. As I approach, I hear her finishing a conversation with Riley. Just make sure there's enough in the back for the morning rush. We'll climb that mountain when we come to it, she says with an air of finality. I wait behind her as she finishes her conversation, and when Riley walks off towards the back of the cafe, Isla is left standing alone, scribbling on a clipboard. I don't want to come on too strong, so I settle for a soft tap on the shoulder. Isla turns around. Yes, she says, sounding none too pleased. What do you need, sir? She says again. The sir catches me off guard, as does the ice in Isla's voice. Is she really going to hold a grudge over the incident this morning? It was just an accident and I didn't even hurt her. Besides, I said I was sorry. Maybe I should buy her a donut or something. Jeez. Then again, when you work at a coffee shop, that probably isn't much of a peace offering. In any case, I decided to just play it cool. I have to learn how this place works, and I know I should try to smooth things over with her as quickly as possible. So, what exactly does the boss do around here? I say, feeling increasingly more awkward every moment. She turns her molten brown eyes on me, and I can't help but notice the incredible flecks of gold and green therein. Her eyes have a natural warmth to them, but it's obscured by a veil of icy frost just now. Honestly, I had expected to just show up and draw while they ran the place. Café Clementine had run all this time without me, after all. Wasn't I paying them to do this stuff anyway? But the look in Ayla's eyes quickly dispels that notion. Didn't Liam tell you about the job? She says, her tone of voice beginning to annoy me in return. I guess they were in a bit of a hurry to start their vacation, I say, trying to play it off as a joke. Unfortunately, Ayla does not seem to be amused. She clearly takes her job seriously, and I realize joking about it was probably the wrong move. The look in her kaleidoscopic eyes becomes exasperated, and she sighs heavily, making me feel like even more of a nuisance. Come with me, she says, as if speaking to a child. I'll show you how this place works, but I don't have time to hold your hand all day. You'll have to figure some things out on your own. I'm annoyed by her condescending tone. I am her boss, after all, but I follow her toward the back anyway. I have to learn what I'm doing here somehow, and her annoyance is somewhat understandable, considering I nearly ran her over this morning. It's not until she begins to effortlessly rattle off exactly how every little aspect of Café Clementine works that I realize just how on top of things she is. We begin with a tour. Ayla shows me the front of the cafe first. The dining room is a cozy space with tables and booths lining the floor and a small number of couches and armchairs for lounging customers. Afterwards, she takes me to the checkout area. Here are the registers, she says. You shouldn't need to use these much, but you might have to run them occasionally if everyone else is busy. She shows me how to log in and ring up checks. As we go, I do my best to remember everything she's saying, but I find myself far oversaturated with information. She also shows me the cookies and other sweets we keep near the checkout line and explains how the coffee machines that line the wall behind the register work. From there, we head to the back of the cafe, where the kitchen and storage rooms are. I continue trying to wrap my head around everything she's saying, but find myself increasingly lost as the tour continues. As we are standing in the storage rooms and Ayla is pointing out the various places we keep napkins, utensils, and other non-perishable goods, I find myself thinking about the color of her eyes again. Those flecks of gold and green have a haunting sort of beauty to them. So that's basically how this place works, she says, snapping me out of my reverie. She's looking at me with those eyes again, and I can tell she knows I haven't retained even half of what she's told me. Sounds good, I say, trying to play it off. It might take me some time, but I think I get the gist of it. She looks at me skeptically. I haven't even started to explain your duties yet, she says, annoyance thick in her voice. This really is going to be a long day, isn't it?
Chapter 7. Ayla. I can already tell this is going to be a long day. After giving this insufferable know-it-all his tour, I realize he hasn't paid attention to any of it. He thinks it's going to be easy to just strut in here and start running the cafe immediately. I look after the cafe's cleanliness, the team's morale and expertise, and the overall day-to-day activities that need a little TLC, I say, trying to keep some of the annoyance out of my voice. Connor nods in acknowledgement, but when I peer into his eyes, I see only blankness. He doesn't understand a word I'm saying. You, on the other hand, make sure that we have all our supplies from our dealers, manage complaints, and make sure that we have a profit from the sales today, I say curtly. Connor scratches his head. Sounds easy enough, he says. Easy? He thinks this is easy? He did nothing to earn his spot here, unlike the rest of us. And he thinks it will be easy? Sir, it's not, I respond, doing my best to keep my voice level. I know that. He snaps, infuriating me even further with his entitled tone. Connor's scowl deepens as he says that, making him look positively cranky. I know I shouldn't piss off the new boss, but this guy doesn't know how lucky he has it. The rest of us worked so hard to get where we are, and he just walks in here expecting everything to be given to him. I'm nearing my breaking point now, digging in my heels, trying to shut myself up, but I just can't do it. Just saying, knowing what you should do is only half the battle. Earning the position is another thing entirely. I snap, immediately regretting it. Now I've really pissed him off, I can tell. Well then, that must mean I can improve things around here, he responds before storming off toward his brother's office. I am fuming as Connor stalks off. I can't believe I'm stuck with this entitled jerk for another 3 months. What's more, he's my boss, and I've already ensured, on his first day here no less, that he doesn't like me. I walk off to make sure all the tables are clean and there's no trash on the floor that we may have missed earlier. But I'm still fuming at my interaction with Connor. Some people just don't understand hard work or what it means to really earn something, and I'm sure now that Connor is one of them. I spend the rest of my shift in a bad mood because of this new boss. I find myself scrubbing the counters with a ferocious strength before realizing I need to calm down. I still have class today and more work to do here before that. I try to let the familiar scent of coffee and freshly baked foods calm me down and help me stop dreading the next 3 months with this guy. My watch alarm goes off, and I realize it's already time to do my mid-morning check-in with the staff. I scramble off to check on my cashiers first, before heading to the kitchen to make sure everything is running smoothly back there. I hope dearly that I won't run into the boss again as I approach the back of the cafe. Luckily, I can see that the door to his office is still closed, and he must be locked in there. He's probably just sitting there staring at the clock, waiting for everyone else to do his work for him. I decide not to help him any more than I have to if he's going to behave like a spoiled brat. I reach the kitchen and peer around. Everything seems to be going smoothly. How's everyone doing back here? I ask. There's a small stir as the staff murmurs in near unison that things are going well. I look over at the door to the office again before walking back to the front of the cafe, wondering if it would be better for things to go badly so I never have to work with this guy again. I don't really want that though. I've put a lot of hard work into this cafe, and I won't let this new boss ruin that for me. Besides, it would reflect just as poorly on me as it would on him if the cafe were to do poorly while Liam is away. After checking in on my coworkers, I return to the front of the cafe to make sure all the coffee machines are working properly and that everything is fully stocked. I notice we are low on napkins and refill those, then get a few more fresh cookies from the kitchen to put in the glass display case next to the cash registers. When my shift is about to end, I pack up my things and get ready to go to class. I find myself thinking about the last thing Connor said to me about improving things around here. Despite my attempts to let it go, I can't help but get angry again. He's been here for half a day and already thinks he can do our jobs better than we can. My watch alarm goes off again, causing me to startle. I have to leave for class or I'm going to be late. I grab my things and dash out of the door, waving my farewells to the rest of my coworkers and trying not to linger on the misery I'm now expecting to endure for the next 3 months.
Chapter 8. Connor. I storm past Isla, my blood simmering with anger, incredulous at the audacity of a woman like her to challenge my authority. How dare she, a mere counter-girl, insinuate that I don't know how difficult it is to run my cafe? And it is my cafe. Liam and I are co-owners. I'm the one in control here. I'm not some random guy Liam found on the street. I've all the power and right to be here, which is something someone like her could only dream of. Earning the position is another thing. I practically own this position. In the back of the cafe, I spot the door that leads to what I assume is my brother's office. I remember catching a glimpse of it when Liam walked me down the hallway earlier, but now it feels like a blinking neon sign. Somewhere I don't have to hear her whiny little voice. Without hesitation, I walk in and shut the door behind me. The room is bathed in a subdued glow, the scent of coffee mingling with the scent of ink and paper. I take a moment to absorb the atmosphere, the remnants of my brother's presence lingering in the air. Pictures of himself and Olivia, his wife, as well as photos of the two of us and our grandmother, are scattered along the shelves between file cases and storage. My eyes fall onto the nameplate sitting at the edge of the desk, where my brother's name is written in bolded, shining gold. Liam Miller. Walking forward, I grab a sticky note from the desk and scrawl my first name onto it, placing it over his. This space is mine now, an opportunity to assert myself as the manager of this cafe. I sink into the plush leather chair behind the desk, reveling in the feeling of power it exudes. That's right, I think to myself smugly. This is where I sit, this is where I run the cafe, and this is where I tell my employees what to do because I'm in charge. They're just cogs in the machine. Me? I'm the engine. They turn when I tell them to, not the other way around. Frustration tinged with determination courses through my veins as I mutter to myself. There must be something I can do for this place. I flip open my sleek MacBook, its polished surface reflecting the determination in my eyes. I navigate through the virtual landscape, effortlessly swiping and scrolling, immersing myself in the latest trends of emerging and new age cafes. My mission is crystal clear: to discover affordable modernization options that will skyrocket this place to such unprecedented heights that Liam, Isla, and everyone else will see that I'm more than qualified to run this place. A smug smile dances on my lips as I contemplate the future. For now, I'll dedicate my energy and resources to this, leaving graphic design behind. At least until I show everyone just how much I've earned this stupid position. Not that I want to give up my career for long, but this feels like a fun challenge in the meantime. Minutes turn into hours as I plunge deeper into my quest. I dissect each concept with meticulous precision, evaluating its potential impact on the cafe's ambience, aesthetics, and the coveted customer experience. Rustic? Absolutely not. Hometown style? So overused. Eccentric? Way too many plants. Minimalist? Bare and boring. Page after digital page, image after pixelated image, I continue my relentless search for that one game-changing idea that will breathe fresh life into the cafe. It has to be perfect, and I won't give up until I achieve it. Suddenly, a knock jolts me back to reality, making me jump in my seat. I glance up, my eyes meeting those of a stranger standing in the doorway. Hi, Mr. Miller? My name's Riley, she introduces herself. I work for your brother, for you? I urge her to get to the point. What do you want? She crosses her arms and shifts impatiently, responding to my annoyance with some of her own. Are you crashing here or locking up? It's closing time, she points out, her tone laced with a touch of impatience. The realization dawns on me that the entire day has been spent sitting in this chair. Damn, time has slipped through my fingers once again. I let out a chuckle, knowing that I always get this way when I'm motivated. It's no surprise that I've missed lunch because of it, though my stomach does ache in protest. I turn my attention back to the girl. Did you finish everything up and count the cash drawer? Yeah. Are you sure? I counter. Where's the deposit sheet? In the lockbox behind the counter, she responds, her tone suggesting that it's something I should know. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard. Who keeps the deposit box behind the counter and not in the office? The answer? My airhead brother. Bring it back here, I instruct her. I want it to be in the office from now on. You want me to bring the whole box back here? She repeats doubtfully. I nod, The money will be safer back here, and I'll be able to make sure the deposit sheet aligns with the amounts you put in. The girl walks off, muttering under her breath, and I ponder why exactly my brother decided to hire such rude waitresses. I close my laptop and start packing up to leave when Riley reappears in the doorway, lugging a huge metal box, and I realize why she looked at me like I'm crazy. Where the hell am I going to put that thing? I rush over and take it with a grunt, telling her that I'll be down in a second to lock the doors. When she's gone, I set the box down on the desk with a thud and reach into my pocket for the keys to the cafe. Then I check my other pocket. When they aren't there either, I check my jacket pockets, the desk, and the desk drawers. The realization settles in, accompanied by a rapid pulse of frustration. The keys, the damn keys, have vanished into thin air. If I were back home, I'd just whip out my phone and lock up with the push of a button. But of course, in Podunk Sandy Springs, nothing can ever be easy. All right, I announce as I walk back to the front. Seems like my keys have taken a spontaneous vacation. You'll have to use yours. Riley furrows her brows. I don't have any. You don't have any? I repeat dumbly. Clearly annoyed, she crosses her arms again. Liam and Isla are the only ones with keys to the store. Peachy, just peachy.
Chapter 9. Isla. The professor's voice dismissing us resonates through the classroom, signaling the end of yet another tumultuous Tuesday. I let out a deep sigh as I gather my books, attempting to regain my composure after a day spent adjusting to our new boss's infuriating attitude and his nonchalance about caring for the cafe. Great points about customer satisfaction, Isla. One of my classmates comments with a smile as they walk by. See you Thursday. Thanks. See you then. I smile happily to myself. I can't help it if I'll always have something to say in these classes when there's always some way to improve the way you run and manage a business. Half the time, I think that everyone, including the professors, gets tired of the sound of my voice. It's nice to be appreciated for once. As I arrange my books and notes in my bag, a sudden interruption jolts me from my reverie. My phone vibrates, illuminating the screen with an unfamiliar number. I narrow my eyes suspiciously, knowing that in a town like Sandy Springs, everyone I want to talk to has a saved contact in my phone. No, thanks. I ignore it and shove the phone into my pocket. Then I scoop my stuff up and make my way toward the bus stop. The last thing I want is to miss the bus and end up walking home. It may be nice out today, but I've got too many things to do to be wasting my time like that. Time management is a major aspect of running a business. The persistent jingle rings again as I make my way toward the bus stop. And again when I board the bus. Each shrill tone seems to mock my attempts to ignore it. They obviously aren't going to give up so easily. Defeated, I reluctantly retrieve my phone and answer the call, my voice tinged with annoyance. Who the hell is this, and why are you calling me? I demand, my irritation palpable even through the phone. There's a momentary pause on the other end, and then a familiar voice breaks through the static. Of course, of all the people it could be, it's Connor. That's no way to talk to your manager, you know. He grumbles through the phone. I curse mentally. What do you need, Connor? I'm kinda busy. Yeah, busy trying to get off the phone with this. He's the last person I want to be making conversation with after the way he acted this morning. Isla, you need to get down to the cafe, like, now. Why? Did he break something? I wouldn't be surprised. He's already proven that he has no clue how to run the cafe. I mean, he didn't even know what his own responsibilities were. He responds to my exasperation with obvious impatience. You need to lock up for the night. No, I don't. I scoff at him. My shift is over. I'm off the clock, and that's your responsibility, not mine. I specifically work mornings when I have afternoon classes so that things like this don't happen. I know how to manage a schedule, especially my own. Connor Miller probably doesn't even know what a schedule is. You still need to go, he insists impatiently. I left my keys at home. I can't lock up without them. You lost your keys? Didn't Mr. Miller just give them to you before he left? He grits out that he didn't lose them. He just left them at home. Does it matter? He snaps at me. I'm telling you to come down here, and you need to do what I say. I'm the damn owner. I roll my eyes, my frustration reaching new heights. This is just ridiculous. It's his first day as the boss, and he's already lost the keys to the damn building. I can't help but question Liam's judgment in leaving someone like Connor in charge of the cafe, when he clearly doesn't have a clue what the hell he's doing. Fine, I grumble, my patience wearing thin. Without waiting for his reply, I hang up, the call abruptly ending. I sink into the seat and cross my arms, gritting my teeth in annoyance as I watch my stop go by. The cafe is a few more stops away, sucking away the time I was hoping to use to work on my homework. This is so stupid, I grumble to myself as I pout. A woman in the seat across from mine gives me a judgmental side eye, leaving me to pout even more. Great. Now people are looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. My boss is just incompetent. Liam is the crazy one for leaving his brother in charge. There were so many other options, better options. And that's who he decided to go with? Thoughts swirl in my mind, a whirlwind of frustration and disbelief. How did Liam think it was a good idea to hand over the reins to someone so ill-prepared? It's not my job to babysit him. I don't get paid for that. You'd think that Liam would choose someone more competent, someone who could handle the responsibility of running things in his absence. Connor clearly can't. Ugh, and the way he spoke to me, saying that he's the boss and I need to do what he says. Ha, I don't think so. I know more about Cafe Clementine than he knows about every cafe put together. And why would I listen to someone who isn't even responsible enough to keep track of his keys? When the bus finally reaches the stop near the cafe, I begrudgingly rise from my seat. It's dark outside, the streetlights casting long shadows that seem to mirror my mood. I trudge reluctantly towards the cafe, my steps heavy with the weight of my exasperation. This better not become a regular thing.
Chapter 10. Connor. I lean against the wall, my eyes wandering restlessly around the lamplit street. Riley stands nearby, not quite next to me, but also not too far away, fidgeting with her phone as we wait for Isla to bring the keys. We exchange the occasional glance, but our silence speaks volumes. You can head home, I instruct, breaking the silence. I'll wait here for Ayla. She raises an eyebrow, her doubt thinly veiled behind her exasperated smile. She probably thinks I'm a bumbling fool who couldn't even find his way out of a paper bag without Isla's guidance. Why wouldn't she? Isla made it clear that she feels the same way. Are you sure? She asks, her voice dripping with skepticism. I don't mind waiting for her instead. She and I have closed the store together plenty of times. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. Does everyone have to insist on reminding me that, yes, I'm the new guy? Being new doesn't mean that I'm an idiot. I only misplaced my keys. I'm sure I'll find them when I get home. I've just about had enough of their condescending attitudes. I'm pretty sure I can handle it, I say, my voice tinged with a hint of defensiveness. Go home for the night. Suit yourself, she says, slipping her phone into her pocket. With a final dismissive glance in my direction, she scoops her bag up and starts down the street. Night. I watch her go, a mixture of frustration and determination bubbling within me. So there I am, standing all alone by the front door, waiting for that elusive manager of mine. I'm not particularly mad at her, or at least I keep telling myself that. But as I catch sight of her striding towards the cafe, I can feel my blood simmering just beneath the surface. Ayla looks pissed, and I have no clue why. Her round face is etched with frustration, her forehead furrowed as she stomps her way over to me. The breeze whips her hair up around her head, adding to the anger that radiates from her in waves, and her eyes burn into my forehead. Well, They would if they could. I can't help but wonder what has set her off this time. Is it something I did? Or is it some other demon from her chaotic world that's come knocking at her door? Whatever it is, I can't deny the surge of anger that courses through me in response to her ire. After all, I'm not some clueless employee she can simply scold and chastise. I'm the co-owner of this cafe. Liam and I are brothers, and his grandmother is mine too. He left me in charge while he travels, and I'm doing him a favor by watching over everything while he's away. And yet, here stands Isla, seemingly oblivious to the fact that I have a right to be here, a right to be in charge. I'm not just some lackey she can boss around. This cafe is mine, not hers. Tension crackles in the air as she approaches. She glares at me, her gaze sharp and searching as if trying to decipher the thoughts that dance across my face. I meet her gaze head-on, refusing to back down, my own frustration simmering just beneath the surface. Without so much as a hello, she cuts straight to the chase. Isla's voice is laced with annoyance. "And why couldn't you get your keys instead of bothering me?" I'm taken aback by her curt greeting. She really has a lot of audacity, doesn't she? "I don't technically know where my keys are at the moment, and you're the only one who has another set," I explain. Or, at least, I try to. She gives me a look. "So you did lose them. Wonderful." She ignores my outstretched hand, the gesture for the keys, and takes matters into her own hands. Locking up the cafe herself, she leaves me standing there. As if I am some insignificant crumb on the floor of the shop, it makes my blood boil even hotter. As if her dismissal wasn't enough, she adds insult to injury with her next question. "Did you at least close everything down properly?" My temper flares, a surge of indignation rising within me. How dare she question my abilities? How dare she insinuate that I'm incompetent? The words escape my lips before I can think better of them. "Don't act like I'm incapable," I snap back, the frustration that I feel seeping into my voice. "I know what I'm doing, Isla." "Then why am I here?" Her voice cuts through the tension with annoyance, thick enough to be felt in the air around her. I let out an exasperated sigh, rolling my eyes in response. "Leaving my key somewhere isn't a crime," I retort in annoyance. But she's quick to counter, her words sharp and biting. "It might as well be when someone gets a hold of them and breaks into the cafe," she shoots back. Irritation boils within me, threatening to overflow. "Do you always have to have the last word?" I demand, my patience wearing thin. Hell, it's like she never shuts up. Is she just an encyclopedia of information that shoots out just to undermine me and tell me what a trashy job I'm doing? She shoves her keys into her bag and stares at me like she can't believe what she just heard. I stare right back, waiting for a response, waiting for her to prove me right. "If you think this is about getting the last word, then you're even more clueless than I thought," she mutters. With those final words, she turns and stalks off, leaving me standing there without so much as a goodbye. What the hell is her problem? I know people don't particularly like me, but her? She's been acting like she hates me since the moment I got here. As I head home, all I know is that she's left a bitter taste lingering on my tongue.
Chapter 11. Isla. I can't seem to find a moment of calm when Connor is around. He's a jerk with a complex, thinking he knows it all. Why the hell is he even here, meddling in something he knows nothing about? He's just some privileged know-it-all who stumbled into a world he clearly doesn't understand. The frustration bubbles within me as I watch him day after day, his self-assured demeanor grating on my nerves. He feigns interest in the inner workings of running a business, pretending to understand the challenges and intricacies. But I see through his facade. He doesn't have a clue. Every day, he's there, lurking in the background, scrutinizing my every move. I can practically hear his thoughts, his judgmental voice whispering in my ear, telling me what I'm doing wrong. Like a broken record. He reminds me that the garbage should be out by now, and then I tell him I've already taken it out once today, and the bag is only half full. as if I don't know my own responsibilities. But here's the thing, Mr. High and Mighty. I've done my due diligence, keeping track of the schedule and ensuring that everything runs smoothly. I don't need his misguided interference, trying to assert his authority over matters he knows nothing about. Connor's presence is like a pesky fly, buzzing incessantly, refusing to be ignored. But I know this cafe better than anyone. Pouring my heart and soul into its every nook and cranny. Is it just his wealth that gives him the audacity to believe he can do better? Figure out how to fit the deposit box in the office somewhere. It can't just sit on the desk. Double-check the week's profit with the deposit slip. We can't afford to be off. You need to order a new set of plates. These ones are stained. What's wrong with the schedule? Who is covering the morning shift if you aren't? More than anything, I would love to swat him out of the air. I've had enough of him and his irksome ways. It's clear as day that Connor doesn't particularly like me either. Whenever we find ourselves in the same room, it's like a fuse is lit and the bickering starts, even when I haven't done anything wrong. And to be fair, that's usually the case. It's become an exhausting routine, one I wish we could put an end to. But today, things take a turn for the worse. He bursts into the cafe from the office as Riley and I wrap things up to close for the night, his face contorted with anger. His voice booms through the air as he yells at me for not having the new shipment of coffee ready in the backroom pantry for tomorrow's shift. Isla, why haven't you prepared the coffee for tomorrow's shift yet? He barks. Stop whatever you're doing and get that done. Now. The audacity. He folds his arms over his chest. You know this is going to set us back tomorrow if you don't get it done on time. What if we run out of coffee? What is a cafe without coffee, Isla? It's a diner, that's what. We'd be Diner Clementine. That's just pitiful. Mr. Miller, I begin stiffly. You know perfectly well that it's your responsibility to order the coffee, I retort. Don't come at me for something that falls squarely on your shoulders. He acts like Liam didn't tell him anything before leaving him in charge. Knowing Liam, that would be next to impossible. I mean, he's more organized than I am. And that's saying something. Maybe if Connor could use his brain to think instead of as a hammer, he would remember to take care of his trash. The tension hangs heavy in the air, an invisible battlefield between us. His face turns an alarming shade of red as his anger reaches its boiling point. I can see the fury in his eyes, but I won't back down. Besides, if it was my responsibility, then it would be done already. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? He growls, ticking his jaw. I don't bother responding to him, counting the day's cash for the deposit instead. Personally, I felt the meaning was rather obvious. With a final scowl, he huffs and storms off towards the office, his footsteps echoing through the cafe. The silence that follows is both deafening and satisfying. He can't honestly expect me to babysit him through everything, and he can't just blame his mistakes on me either. Maybe I would be more willing to help him out if he wasn't such a pompous jerk. Even better, maybe he wouldn't mess up so much if he was actually qualified to run a business. I let out an exasperated huff and returned to counting the cash register, attempting to push aside the frustration. The tension between us is palpable, and it's starting to seep into every corner of this cafe. It's moments like these that make me question if we can ever find common ground. Riley emerges from cleaning the tables, an odd expression on her face as she observes our back and forth. She's become a consistent witness to our many endless arguments. Much like every other time, her presence is a welcome distraction from the brewing storm between Connor and me. But her words cut through the air, addressing the elephant in the room. You know, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that there's some tension between you two, Riley remarks, her voice filled with a mix of curiosity and amusement. I pause for a moment, contemplating how to respond. Honesty seems to be the only way forward. Yes, because we can't stand each other, I reply, my voice still tinged with frustration. He's a controlling, condescending jerk. Riley lets out a knowing chuckle, walking over to stand beside me. Her eyes meet mine, and she points out the obvious. Okay, yes, that's true, she concedes. But it's not that kind of tension.
Chapter 12. Connor, modernization is key. That's what I always say. In this ever-evolving world, it's crucial to adapt and embrace the advancements that surround us. And nowhere is this more evident than in my industry. Just take a look at the art world. Gone are the days when artists would painstakingly draw and paint everything on paper or canvas. Now, we have a wealth of nifty gadgets at our disposal, like drawing tablets that revolutionize the creative process. With these sleek devices, we have the entire artistic arsenal at our fingertips. Every brushstroke, every tool we could possibly need, all condensed into a single device. It's a game changer, allowing artists to explore new horizons and push the boundaries of their craft. I remember the first time I held a drawing tablet in my hands, its smooth surface pulsating with untapped potential. It was like stepping into a whole new world, where traditional art was seamlessly fused with cutting-edge technology. The possibilities were endless, limited only by my imagination. The digital realm offers a realm of artistic exploration that was once unimaginable. From digital painting to graphic design, the boundaries blur, and artists are no longer confined to a single medium. We can effortlessly transition from one style to another, from traditional to digital, and back again. I don't see why that can't be applied here, in the real world, right in Clementine Cafe. That's what I tell my manager, inviting Isla to sit down at the counter with me during a slow afternoon. Think about it, Isla, I begin, my voice earnest. A security system is like a guardian angel for our cafe. It's a watchful eye that ensures our safety and protects our hard work. I pull out my phone and show her the ads and specifications of a couple of security systems I've researched. These cutting-edge technologies offer a wide range of features, from advanced surveillance cameras to motion sensors and alarm systems. These systems are designed to give us peace of mind, I explain, gesturing to the images on my phone. Imagine having real-time video feeds accessible from anywhere, so we can keep an eye on things even when we're not physically present. Isla studies the images and specifications with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. She's not one to easily embrace change, holding on to tradition like a lifeline. But I need her to see the value in this upgrade, not just for the cafe's security, but for our own convenience as well. By having a personalized access code or a key fob, we won't have to rely on physical keys anymore. It can make a significant difference in our day-to-day operations. I add, hoping she'll buy into it. And I bet it'll make the other employees a lot happier. She turns to me, eyebrow cocked. Is that the only reason why you want to modernize the place? Because you always don't have your keys? She's careful to not say the word lose, but the sarcastic expression on her face makes it clear that's the word she means. A smile tugs at the corners of my lips as I meet her gaze. I can't deny that my tendency to misplace keys has played a part in my desire for a new security system. But there's more to it than meets the eye. That's not the only reason, I shoot back. Imagine the convenience we can offer with a modernized cafe. Mobile ordering, online reservations, and contactless payments. These are all features that customers have come to expect in today's fast-paced world. A keyless security system is just the first step. Isla scoffs, her expression conveying both annoyance and amusement. The better solution would be to just stop losing your keys all the time, she retorts, her voice dripping with sarcasm. And it'll save the cafe a good chunk of money. I feel a pang of defensiveness, but I rein it in, maintaining my composure. I said that wasn't the only reason. I bite back, my tone sharper than intended. I take a quick breath, reminding myself that if I lash out, she'll be less likely to go along with it. I want her on board with the idea. If Isla supports it, the rest of the employees will, too. If she wants to be difficult about it, like she has been about everything, it's going to be a lot more challenging. Plus, A modern security system isn't that pricey. It's a great investment. I watch as Isla rolls her eyes at my words, a clear sign of her exasperation. It's a reaction I've had to deal with whenever she thinks I'm being ridiculous. But today I'm not willing to let her dismiss me so easily. I follow her down the counter, determined to make her listen to what I have to say. It's a great idea, and I know she knows it deep down. She must just be thwarting it because she doesn't like me. She hasn't since I walked through those doors. As she refills the salt and pepper shakers, I take a deep breath, ready to confront her bias toward me head on. Well, what do you think? I press her impatiently. Isla pauses momentarily, her gaze meeting mine before she finally responds. I think it's ridiculous, she retorts, her tone laced with an air of certainty. I can feel my eyebrows raise in surprise, taken aback by her quick dismissal. But I gather my thoughts, ready to defend the idea before she can retreat from the conversation a second time. Ridiculous? It's genius! I counter with a bit of disbelief showing through. I mean, how can she not see it the way that I do? Her eyes narrow, and her lips curve into a skeptical smile. No, it's an excuse for you to not have to keep track of your things, she retorts, her words sharp and direct. Just stop losing your keys. The weight of her words hangs in the air between us, a reminder of the frustration that has built up over time. It's more than obvious to me that we're at an impasse. But if she thinks I'm going to give up on this, that I'll let her win this easily, she's really got another thing coming.
Chapter 13. Isla. For the past couple of days, Connor has been relentless with his blabbering about some new security system he stumbled upon. It's become his favorite topic of conversation, one he loves to bring up in the presence of the staff. And of course, he never fails to mention that we can't have it because a certain manager won't allow it. But let me set the record straight. It's not about me being against it. It's about practicality and careful decision-making. Besides, he's the boss, as he never fails to remind me. So he doesn't really need my permission to waste the cafe's budget. The first time he broached the subject with the staff, we were gathered around the counter having our weekly staff meeting. Riley was munching on her sandwich, while Connor leaned back in his chair, ready to launch into another one of his infamous spiels. Guys, you won't believe the security system I found online," he exclaimed, a glint of mischief in his eyes. It's top-notch, state-of-the-art technology, but unfortunately, a certain manager doesn't think we need it. I couldn't help but roll my eyes, inwardly amused by his attempt to rile me up. "Connor, let's not twist the truth here," I retorted. "It's not about not needing it. It's about evaluating our options carefully and considering the practicality for our cafe." He smirked, clearly enjoying the banter. "Oh, Isla, always the voice of reason," he quipped, pretending to be impressed. "But seriously, imagine the peace of mind it would bring. Enhanced surveillance, instant alerts, and a sleek interface. It's the future, my friends." As the days went by, these conversations became a recurring theme and always happened whenever I seemed to be in his vicinity. Whether it was during a staff meeting or a quick chat by the coffee machine, Connor always found a way to slip in a remark about the elusive security system that I supposedly won't allow. "Morning, Isla," he greeted me one day as we prepared for the day's tasks. "Did you dream of a burglar breaking into the cafe again? I swear this security system would have saved you from those nightmares. If you're so concerned about burglars, maybe you should start by keeping better track of your keys." He pretended to clutch his chest dramatically. "Ah, the keys. Always the keys," he said with feigned despair. "But Isla, wouldn't it be easier if we just had a foolproof security system? Then even if I lose my keys, we'll be safe." Connor's persistent antics have become increasingly infuriating. It seems like every opportunity he gets, he makes sure to voice his disdain for my hesitation toward the new security system, despite the undeniable fact that he still can't seem to put in the right orders or schedule shipments for the right days. Then there's the fact that he always does it within earshot, He's intentionally trying to provoke a reaction from me. But this time, I've reached my breaking point. As I'm in the midst of checking inventory, I overhear Connor engaged in yet another conversation about the security system with Riley. His voice is filled with enthusiasm and conviction, attempting to persuade her of its supposed benefits. "And you know what, Riley?" he exclaims, his voice carrying across the room. "Once we have this system in place, you won't have to wait for Isla at the end of your shift anymore. It's all about efficiency, making things smoother for everyone." My patience wanes, and my frustration reaches its peak. I march over to where they're standing, my eyes fixed on Connor. "Enough about the security system already," I snap, causing them both to jump in surprise and whip their heads toward me. Riley's eyes remain wide, but Connor's return to normal, and he adopts an arrogant smirk. The same stupid smile he always wears. The charm, the personality, the attraction of Cafe Clementine would be lost, all because you want to make your life easier, I exclaim angrily. Riley, sensing the tension, takes a step back, her eyes darting between the two of us. Then she turns to make herself busy elsewhere. "Just stop losing your keys, Connor," I continue, my voice tinged with anger. "It's not that difficult. And maybe, just maybe, if you focused on getting the right shipments and orders, you'd understand the true priorities of running this cafe." "I understand how to run the cafe just fine, Isla," he counters, lying through his teeth. "You're just obsessive over every little detail." "I'm not. There is a right and wrong way to run a business, and it isn't my fault if you can't tell the difference." "I want to make all our lives easier because you only need an app for everything," Connor states, a hint of smugness in his voice. I can't help but scoff at his remark. "So anybody could just come in here? Is that what you mean by easier? It'll be easier for us to get robbed. Great." His response comes swiftly, filled with defensiveness. "Well, at least I won't need you to stop by every night, way after your shift to close up. Don't tell me you wouldn't like that." Of course, the convenience he mentions tempts me. The idea of avoiding those late-night visits to lock up the cafe certainly appeals to my tired bones, but I'm not willing to cave at this point. He could offer me $1 million, and I'd say no thanks. A surge of determination fills me as I meet his gaze, my voice firm yet controlled. Yes, I would appreciate the convenience, but I won't sacrifice the quality and heritage of this cafe just for a few minutes of personal comfort. This place represents more than just modernity and convenience. He rolls his eyes, opening his mouth for another rebuttal, but I cut him off with a sharp wave of my hand. "Your grandmother had a vision for this cafe, Connor," I remind him, one that Liam recognized and has done his best to carry out. "Do you really think that it's okay for you to come in here and tear all that down?" "Oh, because this place is on the historical registry?" he barks back, suddenly livid. "Whatever, Isla. When Liam remodeled everything a few years ago, that was fine. But now it's suddenly a priceless treasure I can't do a thing to change?" He storms off, for once not feeding into the argument.
Chapter 14. Connor, victory is finally mine. Against all odds, Isla has finally caved and agreed to let me implement the new security system that I've been dogging her about. Even now, after the fact, the sense of satisfaction and triumph is still undeniably there, knowing that I got the last word. "Why are you so obsessed with this thing?" she demanded during another one of our spats. "Why are you so obsessed with stopping me from doing everything that I want to do?" I shot back. "I'm not, Connor. Not everything is about you." She crossed her arms and rolled her eyes for the umpteenth time. "You know what? Fine. Get the damn thing and shut up about it. It's not like you actually need my permission anyway. As for what exactly made Isla change her mind, I can't say. And frankly, I don't really care. All that matters is that the new security system is going to happen, and it'll show Isla exactly how wrong she's been about it. I don't waste a second placing the order for the deluxe security package. It has everything we're going to want, and then some. This state-of-the-art system has electric-powered door locks, keypads, and even a backup power supply, ensuring the security of the cafe without a doubt. What do you have to say about that, Miss Manager? I think to myself smugly. This is a great step toward the modernization that I know my grandma's cafe needs. It's a nice-looking building, but it's time to come into the modern age, even in the sleepy town of Sandy Springs. Everyone will see that soon enough. To my surprise, the security company is remarkably swift in responding to my order. They schedule the installation for the very next day, promising a team of professionals to help set up the new system. The die has been cast, and there's no turning back now. As the technicians arrive at the cafe, I greet them with a sense of urgency, eager to get the system in place. We are a business after all, and every second spent installing this is a second that we might be losing customers who don't want to relax here while technicians are banging away. Well, that and Atla is pissed and unpredictable. I don't want her to go back on her word at the last second. All right, let's get this system up and running as quickly as possible. I instruct the technicians with a grin so big that it might split my face. I can't help it. It's finally happening. Isla, still simmering with frustration, walks over to get my signature on some paperwork. Engrossed in the possibilities of my shiny new toy, my attention doesn't shift entirely to her. She sighs impatiently as I begrudgingly take a moment to take the pen and sign the papers. While Isla's annoyance threatens to rain on my very exciting parade, I can't help but admire the technicians diligently working to install the new security system. They navigate the entire process with ease and confidence. It reminds me of my own experience in the digital world, where I know everything there is to know. Of course, then it starts to sprinkle. Connor, hold on a moment. Before you get too carried away with this new security system, we need to consider some important factors. She jabbers beside me, arms crossed over her chest. I decide to tune her out, not wanting her negativity to ruin my good mood. It's great that we're upgrading our security, but we can't overlook the need for contingency plans. What happens if we experience a power outage, or if there's a thunderstorm that disrupts the system? Are you sure there are safeguards in place? I mean, we never had to worry about this with a traditional lock system, but it's still something that needs to be considered, right? Connor? Lost in the novelty of the new security systems app on my phone, Isla's voice becomes a distant murmur in the background. My mind races with the endless possibilities of continuous improvements to be made, and just how I can bring my vision for the cafe to life. There are so many ways to update the technology here and bring everything into the present. In an attempt to regain my attention, Isla swiftly slaps my arm, snapping me back to reality. Hey, are you even listening? She demands, the frustration evident in her voice. Ow! I complain, gritting my teeth in frustration. What's the matter? She takes a deep breath, almost a huff, and fixes me with her very unamused gaze. Then she launches into a repeat of what she tried to tell me the first time, crossing her arms at the finish line and looking at me expectantly. I wave a hand dismissively. She really is too paranoid about these things. Relax, Isla, I drone, attempting to appease her worry. We have generators in place to handle any power outages. We're prepared. Are you sure generators will be enough? She counters doubtfully. What about natural disasters? A tornado or something? I groan, tossing my head back. Now you're just being nitpicky again. Her lips pucker in response, pouting. I am not. Yes, you are, I insist. We'll be covered, all right. Quit freaking out and just enjoy the upgrade, will you? She huffs, grumbles, and shuffles away with a scowl. And me? I sit there and revel in the accomplishment. It's a huge win for the cafe, and, of course, a win for me. As the technicians work to finish the installation, I can feel myself with a renewed sense of purpose. This is exactly what I was hoping to do when I decided to take a break from my career and focus on the cafe instead. Liam has already left his imprint on what our grandmother started. It's about time I left my own. If only I knew that it would come back to bite me in the face. and give something to Isla for her to boast about until the end of the damn world.
Chapter 15. Isla. I can't believe how fast it's gone. We were all exhausted. Even the professors, I think. I spent most of the week just hibernating and catching up on my sleep and relaxation. And now my spring break is already over. I'm sure I'm not the only person who wants to do it all over again. But instead of one last evening of bliss in front of Netflix, I agree to meet Connor at the cafe on a Sunday night. Part of me, a part I'm not happy with, actually wants to see him. And I'm furious with myself even as the word yes comes out of my mouth into my phone. He's been the epitome of obnoxious and condescending at times. Like when he lectured us about the quality of the foam, as if we didn't know, and as if we can do any better with the equipment we have. He could have dropped some money into a better machine instead of that stupid alarm. I let him know he was free to get us a state-of-the-art machine anytime he wanted. He looked at me with those blue eyes, and I felt myself heat up all the way down to my toes. More recently, he went off about the cubby system, where the staff leaves our bags and personal items. Is it possible to have it in a worse spot? He fumed, kicking at the corner of the cubby. What? I said. Are you like 5? Why would you kick it? He was breathing deeply out of anger. I watched his collarbone move up and down and wondered what it would be like to put my mouth to the slight indentation where it met his neck. When I looked back up into his face, he had a puzzled look. He turned away, breaking the mood, and answered more softly. I'm just worried your laptop is going to take a fall one day. It did about a week later. Fortunately, it survived. I've never told him about that, of course. The memory of those looks heats me to my toes as I use my key and pull open the door of the dimly lit cafe. I walk toward the kitchen and can see the backlight already on. He appears silhouetted in the doorframe, and I feel my stomach squeeze. I can't help admiring how his shoulders look and feeling how alone we are. Isla, he calls, an enthusiastic, boyish quality to his voice. The security system is up and running. I wanted you to be familiar with it before you got here tomorrow morning. He's already fiddling with something on his phone, having glanced briefly at me as I approached. I would be here myself, but I have an important... He looks up at me. What? Nothing. No, really, what's up? He looks genuinely concerned, and I feel myself shrink a little. Since when have I been shy? Just, how are you? I haven't seen you in a while. He looks blankly at me, then shakes his head. Oh, right. I'm sorry. He gestures with his phone. And how was your spring break, Isla? If you're gonna be patronizing, then I don't need it. What did I say? He looks confused, and I realize he might be so self-involved that he doesn't understand basic etiquette. Never mind, all good, I say, waving it away. At least he killed the mood. What do you got? This is going to be the best thing for you. He guides me into the back staff room and closes the door. It's suddenly very close inside, and we stand inches apart. It works no matter where you are. Even if, say, Riley is closing up, she can call me and tell me she's out of the building, and I can lock up for her, even at home, or unlock it first thing in the morning. See, we have our own app so you can unlock it too. I look at the screen he's holding out to me. There's a green circle that says, Unlocked. He pushes it, and after a second of the screen circling red on itself, the circle now is red and says, Locked. He pulls me out of the break room, down the hall, and toward the front door. Sure enough, it is now locked, just like the app promised. He looks at me with such glee that I smile despite myself. And something he said suddenly occurs to me. For me? I say. This is the best thing for me? What about for the rest of the staff? You? Well, me too, he admits. but this makes it easy for you to have access whenever you need, or whenever you need anyone else in here, even outside of normal work hours. You don't have to come here and meet people every time they need to get into the building. I know it's been inconvenient for you. You're the one getting called when Riley left her purse in here after closing, or when Matt picked up those new dishes I ordered and he had to drop them off. I can't figure this guy out. Is he really doing something out of thoughtfulness? Wow, I say, not sure what to think. I know you have a lot to do, he says. He lowers his phone and looks at me seriously. I see all the hours you put in to keep this place running, front of house manager. He teases gently, a twinkle in his eye. He leans closer, his blonde hair falling a little into his blue eyes. I really think this will. Everything suddenly goes black. I say, groping for my phone. This app doesn't control the lights, does it? I pull out my phone and press blindly where I think the flashlight button is. It glares on and Connor flinches back, the beam directly in his eyes. Crap! He stumbles and I hear him bang into something. Stupid table, he says. Isla, turn it off. Sorry. I do and am momentarily blinded. Then the soft glow of his phone appears, and his face is illuminated an unearthly blue. Let me unlock this. He jabs at the screen, twice, 3 times. He waits, his face unreadable. Then he looks at me, his eyes wide with worry. Do we have cell service inside here? My stomach sinks. I open my phone and look. Nothing. Not even a fraction of a bar. I turn and stumble to the door, my throat constricting. Locked. I push past him to the back door that leads to the dumpsters and yank at the handle. Nothing. I turn to him, furious. His phone goes black, and we stand in complete darkness. This, I say to the blindness in front of my eyes, this is all your fault.
Chapter 16. Connor. You should have checked the precautions I told you about. Isla's voice cuts through the darkness. You told me the generators would take care of it. And look at us now. I raise an eyebrow, irritation bubbling within me. This is not my fault, I counter in annoyance. How was I to know that something like this would happen? Her arms flail about as she gestures wildly. I told you that this could happen, she yells, her words echoing in the confined space. And that's why we plan for what we can do when it happens. I take a deep breath, attempting to steady my racing heartbeat as Orla continues her rant with the fact that not only did I not listen to her about the possibility of power outages, but we also didn't come up with a process of what to do if something like this were to happen. I'm about 2 seconds away from grabbing my hair at the roots and pulling it from my head. This is a state-of-the-art system, I retort, my voice steady as I defend myself against her onslaught. It shouldn't be closed like this, even with a full-blown thunderstorm. The fault lies with the infrastructure, not with me. You're the one who wanted to get one of these stupid things. I don't know what to tell you. My voice echoes off the walls. The system is supposed to be equipped to handle things like this, not shut down and lock people inside the building. And yet, it did. Isla's words reverberate through the air, stinging my ears as I storm back to the rear of the cafe, exhausted by the constant barrage of yelling. There's no denying it now. We're stuck here with each other, whether we like it or not. I should have been more diligent about this possibility, I suppose. If the warning hadn't come from Isla in the most annoying possible way, I probably would have considered it. In a way, I'd argue it's her fault for making everything sound like she's nagging. It's too damn easy to tune her out. In the office, I retrieve a few essentials such as candles and the only battery-operated flashlight I can find. With a deep breath, I dial the number of the security company on the landline phone, hoping to find a quick solution. The call goes unanswered, forcing me to leave a message. Hey, it's Connor Miller from Cafe Clementine. We're experiencing a power outage, and our security system is down, locking myself and my manager in the building with no way out. My phone has no cell signal, so the app doesn't seem to be working. We need assistance as soon as possible. Please get back to us at your earliest convenience. What are we going to do since I can't get a hold of the security company? Sit in the cafe and have another screaming match until someone hears and calls the police? Frankly, I'm tired of the fighting. I'm tired of the back-and-forth disagreements with Isla, and to be completely honest with myself, her side of things is often a fascinating exercise in looking through someone else's eyes. She's not an idiot, even though she does drive me up a wall sometimes. And often, like this time, she's actually rather perceptive. For once, I need to swallow my pride. You should apologize. Whoa, hold your horses. There's no need to go that far. I mean, it's not that deep. Calling a truce should work well enough. Well, and maybe some food. Food always puts people in a good mood, and this is a cafe, is it not? Decided I'd take my supplies into the pantry and further fill my arms with the ingredients to make some sandwiches, then to the fridge for an assortment of condiments. By the time I venture out front to the counter, the bottles and packages in my arms are ready to spill out onto the floor. My steps are heavy with the weight of the lingering tension. Isla's eyes bore into my back. Determined to diffuse the atmosphere, I grab a match to light a couple of candles, casting a soft, flickering light across the room. Still, her eyes follow my movements. But they don't feel as hostile as she watches me lay out my gathered ingredients to take stock of what we have. Some bread, a few vegetables, a selection of condiments, and deli turkey. It may not be a gourmet feast, but it's hopefully enough to soften her up. Making use of the odds and ends, I construct a variety of sandwiches. I'm too anxious for a truce to bother asking what she likes between bread slices. There's still enough tension in the air for her to tell me to screw off and feed my faulty security system instead. Balancing the tray filled with food in my hands, I approach the corner where Isla found space to pout, probably hoping to stay as far away from me as possible until help arrives. She seems genuinely surprised. It's evident in the way her wide eyes stare up at me when I stop beside her. I can't help but feel a glimmer of satisfaction in shaking up her expectations. But that's not what you're here for, a little voice reminds me. Wordlessly, I set the tray down on her table. It's a small gesture, a clear peace offering that neither of us has made a step toward throughout our stormy relationship. As she stares at the food before her, I can sense a flicker of curiosity in her gaze. I break the silence, my voice tentative yet hopeful. "Ceasefire?" I ask, my eyes meeting hers. It's a simple question. Or maybe it would be for two different people that haven't been biting at each other's ankles like rabid chihuahuas. Isla's features soften, her guard momentarily lowered. She pauses, contemplating my words and the outstretched olive branch before her. The air around us is heavy with the anticipation of her response. After what feels like an eternity, her lips curl into a small, reluctant smile. "Ceasefire," she agrees.
Chapter 17. Isla. Well, this is definitely a surprise. I felt a bit bad after our argument, but in the moment I could have said so many more things. My face felt hot. I was just left alone in the empty, dark cafe. The back of his head disappeared behind the door as he walked away, and I slowly unclenched my fists as I started to pace back and forth. It wasn't long before he came back with some food from the kitchen, which I did my best to ignore. But then he came over here with a tray of sandwiches and candles, and I realized the food wasn't just for himself. That was the biggest surprise of them all. After we agree to our truce, we both relax a bit. We take a seat at a shared table. The air is still a little thick, but it's nowhere near as tense as it was. Maybe we'll manage to make the best of this somehow. I pick up a corner of a ham sandwich, biting into it as he talks. I sat across from him, glad at least that I wore a semi-comfortable outfit since we're stuck here in the dark. "I called customer support. I had to leave a voicemail," he explains in between bites of his own turkey and Swiss sandwich. My hope drops at hearing that, and any thought of being able to go home in the next hour fades. That seems ridiculous. Shouldn't their customer support be 24/7? I grumble, and he shrugs lightly. At least when he left earlier, he left to handle the situation. A part of me is a little impressed, but another part of me says not to give him too much credit since it's his fault. You'd think so. He takes a drink of his water, and I pick up the next corner of my sandwich, leaving a silent moment between us. Connor doesn't sit with it long, breaking it with another surprise. This time, it is an apology, of all things. I'm really sorry. I know I should have been more responsible. I wanted to make things easier here. He looks at me, the open flame creating dancing shadows on his face. I give a soft nod, still in the middle of chewing. What do I even say to something like that? I know you're sorry, but you're still stupid. Even after I told him about the possibility of this exact situation happening, he still chose to ignore me and install the damn things. I'm starting to think I'm still a bit mad. Closing my eyes for a second, I take a break from my thoughts and push them away. I keep quiet, and he takes the apparent signal to continue talking. You know, I didn't even want to be here. My eyebrow quirks, and he catches my puzzled gaze quickly. Shaking his head, he corrects himself. In Sandy Springs, I mean. I didn't want to be back. I like my life in LA. I keep busy. I get to do what I want to do. I take a sip of water to clear my throat. He's clearly in the middle of another thought, and I interrupt to ask him a question. And what do you want to do? I realize I have no idea what he did here before this. Not that I care that much anyways. But if we're going to be stuck here, I might as well fill the time, right? I wanted to be a graphic designer. I mean, I still want to. The industry is so much more alive in LA. I could surround myself with people in the industry and make friends and connections. Here it feels like I've stunted that completely and given up on it. I'm not getting any further ahead professionally while I spend the next 3 months playing coffee house, you know? He sighs. No offense. I mean, there's nothing wrong with working at a cafe or managing one. It's just not exactly in line with what I pictured for my life. Still, I came back for Liam. I just wanted to pick this up so he could take his trip. For some reason, I thought I could do it with minimal issues. A bitter, scoffing smile spreads across his face in the candlelight. Well, we haven't caught the place on fire yet, I offer with sarcastic enthusiasm. I suppose just getting locked in might count as minimal issues, depending on who you ask. It's a matter of scale, you see. Our eyes lock, and I can't help but smile. He lets out a guffaw at my unexpected comment, and I start to think being stuck with him for an hour or two might not be the end of the world after all.
Chapter 18. Connor. Once we both start laughing, I realize how much better I feel. It's like admitting out loud I don't really want to be here solves some of the guilt I've been feeling about that very issue. Still, Isla's staring at me like she expects me to keep talking. What else is there to say? I decide to change the subject instead. So I've told you my story. What's yours? I can see the hesitation on her face. After what feels like too long, Isla breaks the silence. Her eyes stay glued to the half-eaten sandwich in her hands. Seriously, why is it such a hard question? I'm just asking her a little about her life. I'm sure all her other co-workers already know the details. Does she really dislike me so much that she can't share a basic conversation? It's not interesting, really. It's a boring story, she starts. I open my mouth to suggest it can't be that boring, but she continues. I stay quiet. I got into this work because my mom was a waitress. When I was younger, I would help her out at work when I wasn't in school. I tried to help my dad, too. There was a lot I couldn't do, of course, being a kid. But I always tried. She raises her eyes to look at me for a moment. I flash her a sympathetic smile, and I watch as her gaze drops back to the food. She turns the sandwich over in her hands, staying quiet. That's not boring. It sounds like you really care about your parents, I offer, and she nods. I do. They mean the world to me. I watched them try to raise me with 2 jobs each, but it wasn't enough. My mom used to bring me to work because they couldn't afford a babysitter. I try to hide the blatant feeling of pity, but it must be at least slightly showing itself on my face. I watch the stress gather on her face, especially in her eyebrows. Even in the low light of the candles, the lines drawn on her face look permanent. Liam and I didn't have much growing up either, but I don't remember it being that bad. Gran raised us the best she could, and this cafe helped her out a lot with that. I've been working since I was 14. That was the youngest they would let me get a job. She breaks me out of my thoughts, speaking like she's thinking out loud. I want to hear more, to listen to her story. Wait, do you work 2 jobs? Did I get you in trouble that first week? The thought strikes me hard, and I feel a hard bout of guilt for a long second, recalling how annoyed she was to have to come back late at night to lock up when I didn't have my keys. I suddenly realize that maybe she had a good reason. Her slight laugh breaks it up, and she shakes her head. Looking at me, she tilts her head to the side. God, no, I don't have another job. I don't even have time for another job. She puts the uneaten food back down on the tray, and I chuckle slightly, unease washing away. Why not? I ask, shifting in my spot. I go to Bloomdale after work, she answers me honestly. The community college? I look at her confused, and she nods. Really? I thought you were already a graduate. She seems so professional and poised. For some reason, I just assumed she had gone to school for hospitality or something already. She shakes her head this time before smiling. Not yet, but hopefully soon. She takes a long drink of her water, and I can't help but share my thoughts out loud. Wow. I can't imagine trying to juggle a full-time job on top of getting my degree. She shrugs like it's no big deal and moves to hug her knees. You gotta do what you gotta do. She says it so simply, like her every day isn't completely full. Well, Isla O'Malley, you're a better man than I. She full-on laughs at that, and the sound lifts my spirits. I realize I really like the sound of her laugh. I point to the tray. Are you done? I'm gonna take this back to the kitchen. She nods and waves me off. It's nice to have dishes cleared for me for once, she teases, and I chuckle as I pick up the tray. Standing, I tut at her. Don't get used to it. I make sure she knows I'm joking, and when she giggles, I feel accomplished. Spinning towards the back, I take 1 candle with me and set it by the sink. Then I take a look at the remains of our dinner. I throw everything left over out and rinse the tray off. Stacking it back on its shelf, I wash the plates and put them away too. Might as well since we're going to be open tomorrow, I hope. Who knows when the security company will call me back. I check my phone, but there is still nothing. When I walk back into the main room, Isla is laying on the floor, candles behind her head a good distance away. I look down at her, and she lightly pats the floor beside her. Might as well get comfortable. I have a feeling we're going to be sleeping here. I chuckle and lay down next to her, pretending to groan as my back comes in contact with the floor. She seems to have a sweater under her head, and I put my arms behind mine. What a clear sky, I joke, and she gives me that same sweet-sounding laugh again.
Chapter 19. Isla. The lights are starting to push their way into my vision, and I put an arm over my face. The muffled voice of someone familiar pulls me fully into consciousness. I move my hand slightly to see Connor and a random man staring down at me, and I realize I fell asleep. Squinting, I look between the both of them before the same logo as the one on our door makes itself known on the man's shirt. The 2 of them seem to flinch back when I scramble up, as if they didn't expect me to get up so fast. Sorry for waking you, but they fixed the door. Connor rubs my back slightly. A mortified feeling washes over me, and I look away quickly. Did I fall asleep on him? Oh, God. Did I snore? I hope I didn't drool. The stranger's voice cuts off my doom thoughts. I'll leave you 2 alone for a minute. Come talk to me by the door, and I'll show you what we fixed. When you're ready. We both watch him leave, and after, Connor turns to face me. "Did you sleep all right?" he asks, and for once I notice there's no hint of mockery in his voice. I nod, still a little embarrassed, and rub my face. "Did you?" I ask, and he chuckles. As well as one can for being on a tile floor. I give a half laugh, mostly in agreement. My whole body is sore, and for good reason. That floor is absolutely unforgiving. I reach a hand up and start rubbing my shoulders, and it seems like Connor is doing the same. I put both hands on the floor before he extends one of his own to me. "Oh?" I take it, and he pulls me up with surprising ease. I nod as a thank you, and we both walk over to the front door. On the way over, he's stretching out his arms, and when he lifts both hands over his head, I can't help but notice how toned he is. For an artistic type, he seems to keep in shape. The man must have seen us head over, because he stops talking to his co-workers and turns to meet us a few feet away. Now he's got a clipboard and his hat on. Was he wearing his hat before? God, I need a coffee. I almost want to turn around and make one behind the bar, but I keep myself respectable and stay with the two men. "So, we fixed the power surge problem. The doors and security are working fine now? We've already tested them." Connor nods and crosses his arms. "Is there something we can do to stop this from happening again?" The man smiles and looks down at his clipboard. "I was just about to mention, we can add a power-saving feature that will protect against power surges and outages. It adds a bank that the system can draw from, and an internal switch to stop it from using too much power," he explains, and Connor nods along with him. "That sounds perfect." I listen a bit longer as the technician starts explaining how Connor can make sure the app works to unlock the door, even if his cell phone loses signal. But their conversation drones out in my mind. I start trying to brush off my pants. I know we swept the floor, but it's still just a bit dusty. I wonder if these clothes are going to be good enough for work today. I straighten out my shirt and do everything I can to at least try and look presentable. Just as I'm redoing the bottom few buttons, my watch starts to beep. I turn it off as quickly as possible. I hope that didn't bother anyone. When I look up, Connor is looking at me, and the man is back talking to his other workers. "You should really get some sleep. Real sleep," he casually says, and I wave my hand, brushing the thought off. I'm okay, really. I assume he's just trying to be nice, but his slight frown contradicts that. I'm serious. Take the day off. You need to get some sleep before your classes. He looks down at me, sympathy brimming all over his features. I give him a half smile, and he returns the look. To further his point, he keeps talking. I am the boss. I should learn how to run this place without you for at least one day, don't you think? Well, I can't argue with that. Pursing my lips, I know he can tell he's getting through to me. I really could use the sleep. I have a lot to catch up on, especially after missing last night's studying. Fine, I acquiesce. His smile breaks into a full one, crinkling around his eyes. He's like a puppy. I check my watch and look back up at him. Call me if you need anything. I'll keep my phone off vibrate. I don't want this place up in flames when I come back. I chide, and he holds his hands up. How hopeless do you think I am? Everything will be fine. You've taught me well thus far. I tisk, but start walking out anyways. I would have if you ever listened. His laugh follows me all the way out of the cafe, and I keep thinking about it as I walk home.
Chapter 20. Connor. As the morning light filters through the cafe windows, casting a warm glow on the remnants of our overnight ordeal, I find myself wrapping up a conversation with the technicians. After the night I just spent with the woman I've been bickering with for over a month now, I can't help but find myself in a bit of a daze. They explain why the faulty system locked us inside and assure me that they will fix the issue promptly. A sense of relief washes over me as they assure me that the expenses will be covered by the company, with no need to pay a dime. Allah will certainly be happy to hear that. With the technicalities settled, I turn my attention to the day ahead, realizing the absence of my manager is going to be a hassle. It was hard enough to convince her to skip her usual morning shift to rest before her afternoon classes, but now I have to navigate things without her. At first, I found Ayla's tendency to assert herself and offer advice to be bossy rather than helpful. I thought that it was her way of being condescending toward me, of asserting her superiority and greater experience. Her reminders of how to do things and when to do them always felt like nagging, but now that she isn't here, I can't help feeling a bit lost without them. Maybe spending the night trapped together changed my perspective. I gather the staff for our customary roundup, a chance to brief them on the day's plan and address any concerns. An assortment of gasps and murmurs ripple through the room when I let them know that Ayla is taking the day off and that I'll be covering her shift to save everyone from any last-minute schedule changes. Riley, always quick to seize an opportunity to speak up, raises her hand, and I nod in acknowledgement. "Yeah, I saw Ayla earlier when I came in," Riley interjects, her brows furrowing with concern. "Is she sick or something?" "No, she's perfectly fine," I assure them. "She and I spent the night here in the cafe because we couldn't get out." A chorus of fascinated and suggestive oohs resounds around the room, each team member absorbing the information like a juicy tidbit of gossip. It makes me feel like I'm back in high school. There was a minor hiccup last night with a new security system that malfunctioned during the power surge, inadvertently locking us inside the cafe, I finish explaining, dashing whatever scenarios they came up with in the meantime. You'll probably see the technicians around throughout the remainder of the morning. Just go about your work as normal. A wave of ahs washes over the staff, a collective sound of understanding that the thoughts they had, apparently from having their heads in the gutters, aren't founded on any shred of truth. If anything, they seem a bit disappointed, which is something I don't quite understand. Ayla is certainly a beautiful woman, charming when she wants to be, but she's been driving me up a tree since I first walked in. We've been at each other's throats for weeks. We all know that Ayla has done more for Cafe Clementine than is anyone's fair share, so it's only right that she take this morning off to rest before her classes in the afternoon. I clap my hands together and rub them back and forth. Now, let's get to work. The murmurs continue even after everyone has been dismissed to run through a delayed version of the opening procedures. I catch a few words here and there when they don't realize that I'm around. When I put two and two together, I'm more than shocked at their speculations that Ayla and I had sex. Once I realize that, my anxiety spikes every time they glance my way. What exactly do they think of me? That I would take advantage of Ayla in that kind of situation when she has nowhere to go? Not only am I her boss, but I like to think that I'm a decent human being. Sure, I've been battling back and forth with her for control over the cafe and whatnot, but I'd never use my position as the cafe's owner to. The thought fills me with disgust. People like that are pathetic, and the fact that my own employees think I fit into that category rubs me the wrong way. Is this really the impression that I've given them? And Ayla? Does she also see me as that kind of guy? The thoughts start to fade into the background, filing themselves in my drawer of concerns that I store toward the back of my mind as I force myself to focus on the tasks in front of me. I haven't worked a register since my first job out of high school, and it feels like it's gotten more complicated. "No, like this," Riley instructs, pointing first to the order ticket and then to the monitor screen. "You have to put it in like that." I do, but at a crawling pace. "And then click this," she continues. "Okay. And this. All right. And then this." I mutter under my breath. Jesus, how many buttons are there? The lady on the other side of the counter, waiting for me to figure this out, giggles at me. She's still smiling at me after I get through the absurd process of pressing each button one after another. I hand her the receipt. I turn to Riley with a scowl on my face. "We should really consider looking into digitalizing the ordering process," I grumble. "Maybe the receipts, too." She gives me a strange look, wiping the counter down from where some kid knocked their shake over. "What on earth are you talking about?" You know? I grab the order ticket pad and wave it through the air, replacing these with tablets that send the orders directly to the system. It would be more convenient. We could even connect it to our inventory counts to keep everything up to date. I continue speculating, genuinely considering the upgrade now. It would save us money in the end, and it's more eco-friendly. There are countless possibilities, really. Riley pats my shoulder, actually pulling me from my thoughts this time. I can't wait to see how Isla reacts to this proposal, she says with a chuckle.
Chapter 21. Isla. My feet drag behind me as I turn the last corner to the cafe. Even after the rest I got yesterday morning when Connor sent me home, I still feel completely drained. Like I might go into a month-long hibernation. Even the bus ride felt longer than normal. Like it was egging me to close my eyes and fall asleep. Just a quick nap. My feet trip over themselves, and I stumble, steadying myself before I face plant on the sidewalk. I look around to see if anyone noticed and realize that I'm already standing in front of the cafe. I was about to walk right by it. Good going, Isla, I scold myself in a mutter as I swing the door open and walk in. My eyes flick up to the clock on the wall as I clock in, slipping my time card for the week into the machine. Exactly 3 o'clock. Right on time, despite the way the seconds seem to stretch. Riley sits behind the counter, enduring the post-lunch pre-dinner slump by scrolling on her phone. I survey the room, not searching for my boss in any way, and spot a few straggling customers. An old woman sits at a window booth with a book in hand, sipping on a teacup, and a man around my age has his laptop out, earbuds in, with a half-eaten turkey club. Riley suddenly gasps and jumps up, racing to my side with a grin on her face. "Why, Isla? So nice of you to show up for your shift," she says, in a suspiciously sweet tone. "Especially since you left yesterday morning without a word." I eye her. "Why are you being so weird?" She then whisper shouts at me. "Rumors are spreading around about what happened with you and the new boss. You know, Mr. Miller." I roll my eyes at her and walk toward the counter, but I can't deny the way my stomach flutters. "Thanks, Riley. I'd forgotten who he was." Riley grabs my arm and grins at me. "Sarcasm won't stop me from forcing all the juicy bits out of you." I look at her, completely perplexed by her excitement and her words. "What exactly did Connor tell you guys?" So help me, God. If he's so immature and petty that he'll spread lies about what I'm thinking this is about, I'll kill him. "Oh, nothing," she teases with a grin on her face that tells me the exact opposite. "Just that you guys were locked in for the entire night during the power surge." Despite the relief that floods me knowing that Connor didn't betray my recently earned trust, I feel an embarrassed heat creeping up my neck. I turn away from Riley stiffly and start clearing dishes from the counter. "And?" I demand in a grumble. "What's that got to do with anything?" "There was a power surge. We were locked in here for the night. That's that." She nudges me again, leaning over the counter and trying to get into my line of vision, with a smile resembling that of the Cheshire Cat's. "I know you know what that means, Isla," she says, and follows me toward the kitchen. I mean, it's basic chemistry, right? I pretend not to hear her over the clattering of pans and the relaying of orders, plopping the dishes into a soapy bucket for the dishwasher to take care of. Naturally, that has zero effect on her, and she continues jabbering at me. "You and he, alone in the dark, huddling together for warmth." She lifts her eyebrows at me as if prompting me to cave and spill the beans, except there are no beans. Everyone is making the beans up. I pull a face, doing my best to look disgusted at the idea of cuddling with Connor, when in reality, I don't think it would be. Too bad. I mean, he smells nice, and he's pretty fit. His arms look strong, like they could pull me into his chest and cradle me as if I weighed nothing more than a feather. "What chemistry are you talking about?" she responds, leaning in so only I can hear. Sure. Deny it as much as you want." She taps the tip of my nose and gives me a wink. Won't change a thing, you know. Spinning, she finally clocks out and takes her leave. I let out a sigh of relief and tuck the hair from my eyes. Apparently, it doesn't matter much that Connor didn't start the rumors. They're already there. Don't they have something better to do than to speculate and gossip about other people? What on earth was Riley saying about chemistry, as if there's something between Connor and me? We may have made amends the other night, but nothing else has really changed. I find it incredibly hard to believe that Connor Miller would be even slightly interested in getting locked in by a power surge with me, if you catch my drift. And me? Interested in him? That's just, well, it's not too difficult to imagine, actually. He is handsome, in a cocky sort of way. And despite his attitude, he has a good sense of style, and always comes in looking nice. He smells good, too, and his laugh is kind of cute. Plus, he's got kind eyes when they're not narrowed into glaring slits. I suppose he has an attractively deep voice when he's not using it to be a condescending brat or say stupid things like, "Let's get a keyless security system." And then there's, gah, what am I talking about? Back to work with you, Isla. I order myself quietly. Riley clearly doesn't know what she's talking about.
Chapter 22. Connor. Scrolling through my phone, I see a message from Spencer, a guy I hadn't heard from in a while. He was one of the people from my past that I primarily associate with what I still refer to as the Macy situation. He was not involved. It's just that we haven't spoken much since all that went down. Why would anyone from high school want to see me after the nasty blowout between me, Macy, and the other guy? A message from Spencer could spell trouble. At the very least, he might warn me that Macy might be swimming around me like a shark sensing blood. Reading over his message, Spencer heard that I was back in town minding the cafe, and he was hoping to stop by for a visit. Still skeptical, but not wanting to loop the guy in with an inferior crowd he has no business being associated with, I tell him to head over this afternoon once the lunch rush is over. My mind races with possibilities regarding the news Spencer might be bringing with him. So that I don't drive myself worrying about hypotheticals, I focus on work. By the time he arrives, I've been so focused on daily tasks that I'm almost surprised to see him. "Well, if it isn't the con man," he says, walking through the front door. He holds out his arms for a big hug that I lean into. "Back from the city of angels to rule over the town he once called home, huh?" Spencer says, following our friendly embrace. "Temporarily," I say. Spencer always had a way of phrasing things that made you feel more important than you were. It's charming and funny most of the time. In this instance, however, when I'd rather be anywhere else, it makes me a little uncomfortable. We sit at the counter and have coffee together, getting caught up. I have to admit that laughing with him again reminds me of how much fun we used to have. It makes me wonder why we stayed out of touch all this time. "Well, you couldn't have come back at a more convenient time," Spencer says, setting down his coffee. I raise my eyebrows. "Why is that?" I ask. He squints at me. "Are you being serious?" I nod. I haven't the foggiest idea what he could be referring to. "You're going to the reunion, right?" Spencer asks, and it almost knocks the wind right out of me. A reunion? Already? Once again, I'm being hit with just how much time I've spent away from Sandy Springs. It felt like no time at all while I was out in LA. Now, I learned that enough years have passed that it's time for all of us to get back together and demonstrate what we've done with our lives. I shake my head, trying to make sense of it. "You're sure?" I ask. "There's a reunion coming up for our class?" "Am I sure?" Spencer repeats, waving the question away. "I've got the receipts, sir." He removes his phone and pulls up an email. Sure enough, our graduating class is expected to reunite in the place they spent the last 4 years of their lives before being flung out into the real world. "I'm surprised you didn't get one," Spencer said, putting his phone back in his pocket. "In fact, I thought that was part of why you returned." The invite was either sorted as spam or sent to an older email address. I don't really use the one the school would have on file any longer, especially now that all my work is freelance. It wouldn't exactly be professional to have clients message Gur 8 anim 8 air at Sandy Springs do. As I pour us another cup and assure Spencer that the refill is also on the house, I get to thinking it might be fun to see everyone again. Are the jocks fat slobs now? How many nerds turned out to be supermodels? Or any of the teachers still kicking around? We get to laughing again, sharing theories about where we thought certain people were these days. Man, I eventually say, I guess Liam and Olivia's trip really did happen at the right time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. Nonsense, Spencer declared. I would have flown out to the West Coast and dragged you back myself. It wouldn't be a proper reunion without the con man. I smile, remembering how fond of that nickname I was. Then I realize something and all the humor flushes from my face. Will she be there? I ask. Sadly, shamefully, tragically, yes, Spencer answers with a theatrical flair. And guess who she's bringing? Spencer lets the question hang there. My stomach falls down to my ankles. Of course she would be there. Why would I think otherwise? Like Macy could pass up an opportunity to gloat. She probably started planning the exact outfits for both her and the other guy to wear just to make it appear as though they've been busy living perfect lives while I've been trying to build a satisfying career for myself. You gonna do a magic trick, or what? Spencer's question knocks me out of my head. What? I ask. The spoon, he says, pointing at my right hand. You've been twirling and spinning that thing like mad. He's right. I grab the spoon I used to blend my sugar and cream in the coffee, and I've been moving it like a stylus or pencil. I set it down. Do I have to go? I ask. Of course, Spencer says. Did you forget the thing I said about it not being a reunion without you? Besides, you can't let her win. Roll up in there and show her how awesome you are. I let his encouragement sink in. Yeah, I say. I haven't done so bad for myself. I don't have anything to be ashamed of. That's the spirit. Spencer claps me on the shoulder. One more thing, though. He lowers his voice. She's been saying some things about you. I won't repeat it here. Just thought you should know. The floor beneath my feet feels less sturdy upon hearing this. So, Spencer says with a wink, are you ready to face the dragon? Chapter 23. Connor. While going through old paid checks, Riley comes up to me. Connor wants to see you, she says. In his office. I can't help but groan. What does he want now? Riley shrugs. He didn't tell me, I didn't ask. She walks away as I start to keep both piles of checks separate. There's nothing worse than being interrupted in the middle of something as far as I'm concerned. It can sometimes be a nightmare figuring out exactly where you left off. Maybe I should be used to it with Connor in charge. That isn't exactly fair to him, and I know it. He's a guy who has this whole other life on the other side of the country. He put all that on hold so he could come here and help out his brother and sister-in-law. And that way I guess he was interrupted in the middle of something also. Still, if he wasn't so arrogant and bullheaded, maybe I could let things slide a little bit more. He's by no means a bad guy or even insufferable. It is just a tad infuriating when he is literally surrounded by people who know what they're doing and he can't get out of the way. Content that I will be able to find my place again, I stretch and make my way to his office, wondering what it is he wants to talk to me about. If it is yet another contraption he thinks will make the cafe more advanced when it's fine as is. I don't know if I will be able to control myself. I knock on the door out of habit more than anything. He was expecting me after all. Why would I need to announce that I'm outside? Come in, he calls from the other side. I open the door. Riley said you wanted to see me, I say, stepping into the room. Hey, he says, looking at his laptop. Come on in, have a seat. While closing the door, I notice there is a coffee sitting on his desk that is obviously meant for me. Okay, I think. This is weird. During the second it takes me to travel from the door to sitting down in the chair, my mind turns over dozens of possibilities for what might be going on here. None of them are good. I mean, I get a random summons in the middle of the day and he's already got coffee waiting for me. The only way this could get any weirder is if he offered me a coffee out on the floor and asked me to meet him in the office. That would suggest a kind of anxiety on his part that would indicate he has something bad to tell me, but doesn't want me to think that he's a bad guy. Then again, maybe he was too ashamed to face me before and had to ask Riley to do it. That may be why he's looking at his laptop rather than me. Is he afraid to look at me? I wonder. "Thanks for coming to my office," he says, and then corrects himself. "Liam's office. You know what I mean?" I do know what he means. I also happen to know that there is still a ton of work I need to get to, and none of it will get done if I spend the rest of the day here watching him read emails. So I decide to come right out and say it. "What am I doing here?" Connor closes the laptop. He sits back in his chair and interlocks his fingers across his midsection. I do not like the look on his face. "Don't do this," I think. "Do not fire me just because you can't handle someone with a strong mind and dedication to getting things done properly." There is a clock hanging above the door. It's one of those white, round ones set in a gray metal edge with a glass face. It is literally ticking the seconds away as I wait for him to just get this over with already. "Why are you here?" he says almost to himself. Before I can respond, he rises from his seat, walks out from behind the desk, and begins pacing. "You're here because I asked you here," he says without looking at me. "I asked you here to talk to you about something very important." He pauses. Something that's tough for me to say. I keep it together on the outside, but inside I'm losing my mind. By now I don't even care about being fired. I just want him to stop stalling and do it so I can get started on a job search. He stops pacing. He turns halfway to me on his heels and points in my direction without actually looking at me. "You know that I am from Sandy Springs and I went to the local high school, right?" "Yes," I say, having no idea where this could possibly be going. Pretty much everyone living in Sandy Springs grew up here. There weren't many outsiders purchasing homes in the area because the roots put down by Sandy Springs natives ran deep and weren't dug up easily. "Did you know there was a reunion coming up?" "No," I answer, shaking my head. "Well, I guess it is around that time of year when reunions typically take place, so it's not surprising." Connor huffs out a single laugh before sitting back down again. His eyes see the coffee. "That's for you," he said. "I'm fine, thanks." I shift in my seat. "What is this about exactly?" I emphasize the final words in the hopes that he will catch how strange this is and get to the point. "Don't have a date," he says. "I can't go to my high school reunion without a date, right?" He clears his throat and leans forward. "So, Isla, will you be my fiancée?" Chapter 24. Connor. "I'm sorry," I say, realizing how shocking the question must be for her. I rub my hands with my eyes, thinking of ways to explain my situation that make sense. Quickly, I decide just to come right out and say it. "This is very weird," I say, trying to give her a friendly smile. She continues to look confused and possibly offended. "I'm your boss right now, and I'm asking you to do something far outside of your job description." I clear my throat. "The thing is," I begin and stop. It's so much harder to talk about this than I'd anticipated. Not only am I going about this the wrong way, but she's still my employee. Ethically, I start to wonder if this whole thing is a stupid idea. I begin again. "The thing is, high school wasn't the best time in my life. I had a lot of fun for sure, but things sort of got sour at the end." I lean forward, steepling my fingers under my chin. My girlfriend Macy wasn't as committed to our relationship as I was, it turned out. The memory of the moment I found out what she had been up to behind my back flashes in my head. I'm better off without her, for sure, but I want to make sure she knows that too. In fact, I press on. In fact, she and this other guy named Jackson were fooling around behind my back. I grind my molars, trying to get the taste of that man's name out of my mouth. More memories come of the two of them holding hands in the hallway. There was the time I saw them making out under the same tree she and I used to sit under on warm afternoons. I have to mentally banish these memories to the back of my subconscious in order to keep going. Weirdly, the two of them are still together, and I have no one, I finish. I try to ignore whatever bitterness might want to sneak in at saying that out loud. Instead, I try to get a read on what Isla's thinking. She sits back in her chair, looking shocked. Her eyebrows crawl closer to each other as I watch her decide on what to say. Just when I think she will remain silent, she speaks. Right, so this is a lot to throw at me. You know that, right? She asks, blinking frantically. Desperate to put her at ease, I throw my hands up. Oh yeah, I say. It's totally crazy, and I am very sorry about that. If I had better options, believe me, I'd go for them. She scowls at me. Better options? I bury my face in my hands. I don't mean better options as in I would ask someone else over you. It's not like you're my last resort, far from it, in fact. I just mean I would rather not ask anyone at all. That seems to appease her ever so slightly. She adjusts her position in the chair, appearing more casual. Relieved that I haven't scared her off, I fold my arms on the desk and give her time to think. She pops out her thumb. 1. Why me? She asks before raising her index finger. 2. Why do you need a fiancé at all? Why can't you just go to the reunion alone? I had a feeling she would ask that, and I can't hide my smirk. Look, what happened back then was bad enough that I fled to the other side of the country. Actually, I had always planned to leave, but I'd be lying if I said Macy's infidelity didn't help me move away even faster. Now you and I know that's not true. I moved because I had a life to live. But that's how it looked to everyone around me. If I go to that reunion with no one, I'll look pathetic. Like I haven't gotten over her, I admit. She's already been spreading some kind of things about me. I don't know the specifics, but I know her, and I think it's safe to assume whatever she's saying isn't nice. Isla's expression softens, but she still doesn't look convinced. The reason I'm asking you is because I know you won't take anything from anybody, I tell her, meaning every word. You've made that clear in the short time I've been here. If either of them decides to start something, I trust that you'll be able to handle it. I'll help, of course. I'm not trying to throw you to the wolves, but I need a confident woman who isn't easily rattled. Again, I wait for her response. Although I can tell she's really thinking it through, the slow shaking of her head signals to me that the answer is going to be a polite no. I'm going to need to sweeten the pot here if she's going to agree to help me. Here's an idea, I say, rising from the chair. I come around to her side of the desk and lean my back against the wall. She looks up at me. What if in exchange for your agreeing to attend my high school reunion and pose as my fiancé, I pay off your student loans? Those eyes of hers go inhumanly wide. You'll do what? You're a hard worker, and I relate to your determination, I tell her. You know this place better than anyone, and I can tell how much everyone appreciates you. But my grandmother's cafe isn't going to pay those debts. Not for a while. She looks away from me, suddenly interested in the corner of the desk. A cloud of fear rolls through me as she hesitates to respond. I thought for sure that she'd agree to this deal without blinking. She begins. But everything else that follows is just stammered words that make no sense. She must be so surprised by the chance to wipe out all of her debt at once that she can't process what I'm saying. Please, Isla, I say, dropping down to one knee. She turns to face me and her eyes manage to get even wider. I hold out my hands. Since I don't have a ring in a box, I clasp my fingers together in the universally acknowledged gesture for begging and ask her one more time. Will you be my fake fiancé?
Chapter 25. Isla. I stare at Connor, on his knees in front of me with his hands clasped together, as he pleads with me to be his fake fiancé. Is he insane? He has to be in order to pull something like this. Except he isn't, and I know it. He's back here facing all of his classmates, and he wants to save face before the woman who mistreated him gets the last laugh. Having been raised in an environment where you put others before yourself and always lend a helping hand without question, I find myself speaking without permission. I don't agree, no, but I don't shut him down either. Thanks to my parents, it's in my nature to help someone who is trying to get back on their own legs. And right now, Connor, who always gave off an air of invincibility, really does seem to need my help. I need to know more, I tell him. You can't just throw something like this at me without explaining what it will be in finer detail. And for God's sake, please get off the floor. You're making me uncomfortable. I'm a woman of detail. I like things to be organized and written out as clearly as possible. There's no place to hide anything when you write in detail. He scrambles to his feet, pausing to stare at me for a split second before going back to his desk, pulling out a sheet of paper and scribbling on it with a pen to get the ink flowing. My eyes drop to Liam's nameplate, which has been partially covered to replace his first name with his brother's. I do my very best not to roll my eyes. Let's start with permissions, he begins eagerly, scrawling the word out on the first line and then making bullet points. I won't touch you without your consent or anything like that. I nod in agreement, happy that he's the one who established that. It gives me more faith in his respectability, despite this entire absurd situation he's put me in. And, I add assertively, his head snaps up, and he looks at me expectantly. You won't bother me when it's not my shift anymore? Unless it's for a date. He makes air quotes when he says the word date, making an amendment to my initial request. A date? That's ridiculous. We aren't really dating. I stare at him incredulously. He, surprisingly, remains calm. We need to be convincing, Isla. And it will give us time to hash out our backstory, too. The only thing worse than a lie is being caught in one. I cock my head to the side. I don't think that's quite true. But he's already adding the date to the paper, putting quotes around it there as well. As if either of us is unclear on the fact that it won't be a real date. How crazy does that sound? Connor and I going on a date, fake or not, seems impossible. Just last week, I couldn't look at him without wanting to wrap my hands around his throat. What else? He wonders aloud, tapping the pen against his chin. Well, if I'm going to entertain the idea, I might as well make him work for it. I take a seat in the chair across from him, settling in. Let's discuss your behavior. My behavior? That's right, I confirm. I expect you to be nothing short of a gentleman, since that's what I would expect out of my true fiancé, and, as you said, this needs to be convincing. He starts writing again as I continue on. You should be opening doors for me and whatnot. You know, full princess treatment. You should offer me your arm, never your hand. The idea of holding hands with him, as handsome as he is, just seems wrong. He's my boss, not my boyfriend. Fake or not, you won't treat me as an object or a prize while I'm pretending to be your fiancé. I expect respect. Of course, you'll have my respect in turn. He looks up at me once he's finished writing everything down, an eyebrow quirked in what must be amusement. Is that all, princess? I lift my chin, refusing to take the nickname as an insult in any way, knowing full well that I'm going to make him work for this. Yes, I think that covers it. Great. He grins a devilish grin. My turn. His turn. He's already getting what he wants out of this, a date to his high school reunion. What more could he possibly need? If I'm a gentleman, then you're a lady, he insists. You can't be hitting me with those witty, sarcastic comebacks anymore, not when we have an audience. Toward other people? Sure, go for it. Toward your husband-to-be? No. My feathers ruffle at the insinuation that I'm not already a lady, but in all honesty, I can see that he's right. That's not the way lovebirds talk to each other, right? We're never actually getting married, I grumble, folding my arms across my chest. He chuckles, shaking his head, but doesn't say anything more about it. While we're at it, let's lay down a time frame for when you're going to pay off my student loans. My heart jumps up and down at the thought of not having anything to worry about after completing my degree. The longer we wait, the more interest it racks up. I had to take out some loans, you know. He shrugs. I get it. I can start paying them now if you'd like. A weekly payment should suffice, so if we just write down the total cost of your attendance through graduation. I take the paper he passes my way and begrudgingly put the number down from memory, as if I can forget the fact that I'll be in that much debt. I slide the paper back to him, shifting anxiously, but Connor barely glances at it before punching it into his calculator and divvying it up, like he said. How can that much money simply not faze him? Am I really worth the full ride to college? Does this mean you'll do it? Connor asks, after squaring away the payment plan, staring at me with hope brimming in his eyes. As long as you honor the agreement. We shake hands on it, neither of us knowing quite the impact our agreement will have on our lives.
Chapter 26. Connor. Good morning, mon amour, I say to Isla as she approaches the cafe the next morning. She stops and tilts her head like a confused critter, and I flash her the biggest grin I can muster. Recognition slaps her across the face, and she returns the smile. Good morning, she replies. Opening the door, I let her walk past and follow her in. I had my doubts about her willingness to commit, so I try to lead by example, showing her just how serious I am about the whole thing. Waiting for her at the cafe is only step one. We don't indulge ourselves much during the early part of the day. After all, we are at work and have responsibilities. As the day progresses, I find little ways of showing affection without breaking any of the rules in our agreement. At no point do I touch her or act in any way that might make her uncomfortable. I do, however, open doors for her when I can. Make sure to sincerely thank her when she does something particularly helpful, and spend lunch with her. As we joke and openly flirt, I notice the staff sniffing the air around us, curious as to what might be going on. We play coy, changing conversations whenever one of them lingers around for too long, wiping a table that doesn't need it, or mopping beneath a seat that hasn't seen a spill in weeks. There are a few moments when we revert to our old bickering selves. For instance, when I mention that I'm considering ordering tablets for every table so customers can sit down, place their orders digitally, and pay without ever having to worry about burdensome things like paper checks and floppy menus. Isla puts in a good effort at concealing her disapproval, but I can tell she hates the idea. What? I ask. Nothing. She continues organizing supplies. You don't like it, I say, expecting her to come clean right there. I didn't say that, is all she says. Not with your words, I point out. Why are you so opposed to any innovations being made here? Why does everything have to be done the old-fashioned way? That gets her talking. She practically slams a cabinet door and rolls her eyes so hard they look as though they may slide down her cheek. Innovation is fine, she says, folding her arms. We just don't need to install a system when the current one works perfectly fine. All the major dining establishments are doing this, I retort. It's time we entered the 21st century. Do we need a repeat of what happened with the security system? She says. I can sense a dishwasher peeking around the corner. I don't check, but I'm pretty sure a waitress is eavesdropping somewhere as well. The last thing we need right now is to have an argument in front of them. You're right, I say, resting my hands on my hips. I'm trying to fix something that isn't broken. She squints, looking as though she's trying to gauge what my angle is here. Where would I be without you? I add for good measure before walking away to leave Isla and the nosy workers in a state of delightful shock. Over the next few days, Isla gets into the fun of it. She looks at me, battering her eyelashes like a love-stricken youth before breaking out in laughter. She points out several ways in which I've improved in my role, and I know that isn't easy for her to do. It is surprising how easy it is to play this part. Pretty soon I start doing things for her without even thinking about it. While I usually remind myself to offer to have lunch with her, or walk with her after work. I just start doing those things at some point. While Isla looks through one of her many to-do lists one morning, I set a coffee down on the counter. "Coffee," I say, not framing it as a question. "Sure," she responds without looking up. "Cream and sugar, please." Then the aroma catches her attention and she looks from the list to the coffee to me. "What?" I ask, sipping my own drink. "There's cream and sugar in it, I swear." "Yeah, it's just—" Her voice trails off. I've never seen anyone look equal parts confused and touched at the same time until her expression changes. "Thank you," she says, sounding genuinely grateful. Then it hits me. I didn't need to ask if she wanted coffee or what she wanted in it. Based purely on our interactions as a fake engaged couple, I was able to intuit the very drink she needed. Later that afternoon, I notice Riley watching me as I bring sandwiches from the kitchen to the corner table Isla and I have been frequenting. When Ayla says thank you, it doesn't sound performative. Instead, it sounds comfortable and natural. "How do you think it's going?" I ask before taking a bite. Chewing, Isla looks around the diner and back at me. "We got this in the bag." I laugh and watch her eat before occupying my thoughts with other things. About an hour later, while Isla is in the zone, I see Riley take her by the arm and disappear in the back. Curious, I decide it's time for me to do some snooping on my own. Acting like I'm checking inventory in the pantry, I maneuver myself in such a way that I can see Riley and Isla at the edge of my periphery. Their voices are just murmurs, but I can tell by the tone that they're excited about something. While frowning at a can of peeled tomatoes, somebody shrieks. Looking over, I see Riley and Isla jumping up and down like two teenagers discussing a crush. Isla nods in response to something, and Riley traps her in a strong hug. I put the can of tomatoes back, stick my hands in my pocket, and mosey away. "You were right, Isla," I think to myself. "We got this in the bag."
Chapter 27. Isla. Today is never going to end. At least, that's what it feels like. I shove a frothing cup full of milk under the spout and hold down the lever. The obnoxiously loud sound of the frother echoes around the cafe, and I wonder whether they make silent frothers. We should definitely get one. Somehow, I don't deliver the woman's coffee fast enough, and she gives me a sour expression as she picks up the to-go cup and leaves the store. I close my eyes and contemplate it all for a moment before I sense someone behind me. "Isla, are you okay?" The deep, rich voice of Connor asks. His hands are on my shoulders, and I bring one up to hold his. "Yeah." I can't help the defeated sigh that comes out after, and he chuckles slightly. "Definitely sounds like it." "Can I help?" he asks, and I want to say yes. I don't even know how he could help me right now. "If you can figure out a way, then be my guest." He shifts behind me and his hands leave my shoulders. Just as I'm about to turn around, I feel his arms snake around my waist. "Oh." I smile softly and look up at him. He stares down at me, sweet eyes looking like I'm the only person in the whole world. Wow. He parts his lips, and my eyes flick down to them on instinct. Does this help? I nod, and he leans in. I drop my head, happiness etched all over my features. He kisses my forehead, and as I open my eyes again, I see a few people quickly look away, giggles writ all over them. At least it's working. Connor backs away after what feels like a few moments, and I struggle to stop the frown. What is happening to me? I swallow thickly, and he pats my back as he leaves to take care of something else. I look over to Connor from the other side of the bar, and we share a knowing grin. He saw it working, too. Later, on my 15-minute break, he walks over to me with a bounce in his step. Someone is excited, I note with a smirk, and he nods. What is there not to be excited about? I get to work with my beautiful lady, and today has been stellar. He's not saying that to convince anyone. You're the only two in the break room. I gesture to the seat beside me, and he takes it as I try to quell the flutter in my chest. You have class tomorrow, right? I nod. Pretty much every day, yeah, I tease, and he playfully rolls his eyes. Tutting, he moves on. Do you want to come over for dinner tomorrow? I'm a bit surprised when he asks, but as he explains, I start to understand. We'll need to plan out the day after. He puts emphasis on the term, and I remember quickly that the reunion is coming up. Nodding, I take another bite of my granola bar. Sure, I'll meet you here. I know he usually works until at least 5 most days. He nods and taps the table happily. It's a date. I meet Connor at the cafe the next day, right after my last class. The back of him is backing out of the door as I approach, and he turns around and waves with an excited flourish. How was your class today? He asks as we walk over to his car. He opens the door for me, and I answer his question as I slide into the passenger side. It was okay, just a lecture, so I got to take notes and also work on the invoicing. Connor shakes his head as he closes the door. Walking around to his side, he chides me as he climbs into the driver's seat. You work too hard. He doesn't wait for a response and moves on to the next topic. We drive back to his house, and he even holds the door open for me as we leave the car. What a gentleman, and there's not even anyone here to see it. When we walk into his house, I'm surprised to smell already cooked food. Raising an eyebrow, he looks down at me and gently places a hand on my back. I may have gotten dinner ready beforehand for us. When did you have time? I ask, and he waves his hand dismissively. I drop my bag off by the door and sit down at the dining table. So tomorrow. He plates 2 bowls of pasta and hands one to me as he sits on the other side of the table. Tomorrow, I repeat, digging in. Wow, this is really good. You have school, right? Yeah, but it's just a class. I can be ready in plenty of time. He smiles brightly as he takes a bite. Perfect. I'll pick you up at your house. As we keep talking, it feels like we have every single possibility mapped out. It's a little crazy, but I enjoy watching his dedication to making this go right. I want to see this succeed, especially for him. We laugh, eat, and plan. After, when he drives me home and walks me to my door, I linger for a minute. He smells so good, always. He leans on my front door, and we say our goodbyes. I'll see you tomorrow. He cracks a cheesy eyebrow wiggle, and I adjust the bag on my back. I'll be there. As I move to open the door, I hesitate to go inside and leave him. Since when did it feel so good to be around him?
Chapter 28. Connor, the day finally comes. All our planning, all our little acts of love to make sure others think we're the real deal, it's all for this. Ready or not, this is for all the marbles. Grandma used to say that. This one's for all the marbles, boys. Thinking of her sweet smile usually helps calm my nerves, but my heart wants to break free of my chest. Nothing I can do about it now. I knock on Allah's door and wait, straightening the jacket of my navy blue suit. It's all I can do to keep from ripping my good suit off and running back to L.A. My feet strain to take me back to my car to start the retreat, but I hold firm. An itch forms between my shoulder blades that I don't reach for. One of those back-scratcher things wouldn't even reach it, because it's not real. It's my body's way of hating me. What is it about seeing Macy that has me acting this way? Some girl who cheated on me years ago in high school? I should be over it, shouldn't I? And the thing is, I am. I just resent what she took from me. I am the winner in this situation, and I know it. But I feel like Macy is bound to try to spin it again, to make it look like I lost out somehow. There are plenty of better women than Macy, and it's time she sees that. Isla, for sure, is one. Speaking of the devil, Isla opens the door with a pleased smile. You're early. Her light blue dress hugs her curves and flows down her legs to her knees. The matching headband pulls the flecks of gold and green in her eyes to the surface, making them pop more than normal. I blink, unable to remember what I was thinking about. Wow. The word slips from my lips on a quiet breath, but Isla smiles shyly and stares down at her open-toed shoes. I take a deep breath to regain myself. The single word isn't enough, and it doesn't sit well with me. She deserves more than that. You look incredible. Stunning. I offer her my hand. Shall we? Isla peers up at me with a smile that plumps her cheeks. Yes, let's go. She places her hand in mine, spreading warmth through my palm and up my arm as if traveling through my veins. By the time I open her car door for her, the itch between my shoulders is gone, smoothed over by whatever that warmth is. Aside from asking her if the AC is too much or not enough, the car ride is quiet. I focus on the road because something in the back of my mind tells me that if I look at her again, I won't be able to stop. The last thing we need is a car wreck. At the school, they've hired a valet service to take the cars for us. A scrawny kid takes my car keys with wide eyes and a slack jaw as he looks over the BMW. I guess there aren't a ton of these running around town. I wrestle with the urge to tell the kid not to scratch it, but I'm not mentally ready to hear okay, Boomer, at 28. The gymnasium is decked out with balloons and streamers, all the same silver and blue as the school's colors. The lights are shaded colors, setting a nice mood for dancing and fun, while a DJ plays some bangers from our junior and senior years. The place is packed with familiar faces and some not so familiar. Looks like our class brought a lot of plus ones. That's good. Isla won't be much of an outsider with how many others I'm seeing. Jeez. Did any of our classmates end up together? I guess not. You were right. 8:20 was a good time to show. Isla smirks. Parties don't even try to start till 8, and even then they take a little time to get going. She glances at a thin silver watch that accentuates her dark, slender wrist. Jesus, am I really sexualizing her wrist? Maybe I should invest in a good watch. Ready to jump in? She turns her smile on me. Absolutely, but let's find a table so we have somewhere to sit. We dance our way through the crowd, shimming and sashaying a path to the tables on the other side of the dance floor. A few of my classmates wave, and some others say hi on the journey over. At the tables, we find the seats are assigned, and I find my name with my +1 at one of the middle tables. They probably wanted to make sure everyone got to talk to the big city LA animator. I chuckle. Yeah, so exciting. Ready to dance for real this time? As long as you don't do that chicken strut again. You mean this? I dance in place, bobbing my head forward. Oh, it does look like a chicken. Ayla bursts into laughter that's 1,000,000 times better than the music. Yes, that. You look like you're going to elbow someone in the face. I laugh along with her, but not for long. Connor? Is that really you? Macy waves at us from the dance floor before flipping her long blonde hair over her bare shoulders. Her red dress might as well be a wedding gown soaked in the blood of her former lovers. She pulls a guy from the dance floor and my blood runs cold at his familiar face. Isla's hand wraps around mine, making my chest swell. In the face of the two people who hurt me the worst in my life, this woman somehow manages to make me stand taller than I've ever stood. Thank you. I smile down at her before turning my attention to Macy and Jackson. This one's for all the marbles, Connor. Grandma's voice echoes in my mind.
Chapter 29. Isla. I see her coming. I hear her giggles over the sound of the bass pumping from the overhead speakers. I have no idea who she or the man she is dragging behind her is, but Connor seems to. If the look of dread that washed over his face is anything to go by, I'm guessing this must be the infamous Macy. Of course, ever the gentleman, he schools his expression quickly, leaving nothing but a clean slate of indifference. I stand a little taller, gently urging Connor to straighten up a little before she gets too close. Good posture and a decent power pose will boost a person's confidence when dealing with an obstacle. And that is clearly what this woman is. Connor, sweetheart, Her voice drips with a sweetness only overpowered by the artificial floral of her perfume. She comes at us with her arms open, clearly expecting a hug. She knows that she will not be refused. I almost wish that Connor would, but he is too polite in that sense. He steps in for the oncoming embrace. Her arms wrap tightly around his shoulders as he awkwardly pats her back. It looks like it might be a struggle as he takes a step back. She tries to move with him, but the other man comes to stand beside her. Connor. He says it in a way of greeting. His voice is just as slick as his hair. While there is no denying these two are an attractive power couple, there is something off about the whole situation. It makes my skin crawl. The man sets his hand on the woman's buttocks. She giggles, standing close to him with a hand placed on his chest. Only then does she look over and see me. "Oh, I'm sorry, dear," she giggles. "I'm Macy, and this is my boyfriend, Jackson." Well, that explains the unpleasant twist to my guts, and why Connor looks like he wants to die. I had been hoping Macy wouldn't be so bold as to seek us out directly, but she's obviously quite full of herself. I was so sure that we could just introduce myself to one or two people, and that would be the end of it. Let the gossip mill take care of the rest. News of our engagement would spread like wildfire in a tiny town like this. I can also see why Connor would have dated her. She looks stunning even now, in a tight red dress with her blonde hair professionally pulled up with tiny ringlets framing her face. Her skin is white and flawless, and her blue eyes are dazzling. Any man would have been lucky to date her. Connor had. Compared to her, I feel like a nobody. A plain-looking black woman. Her dress is most likely designer. I got mine off the winter's clearance rack. Connor might have said I looked stunning, but I do not even hold a match to the bonfire that is Macy. I never really think much about how I look, especially compared to other people. But right now, it all feels pretty futile. This whole night is about to turn into a dumpster fire. I blink, looking down at the feeling of something grabbing me. Connor is holding my hand. "Macy." He gives my hand a comforting squeeze. This lovely lady is Isla, my fiancée. I want to applaud him for keeping his voice calm and collected. My palm is sweaty, but not because of my nerves. It is transferring over from his hand. I do not know why she makes him so nervous after all these years. Her talons run deep, but he is pulling them out one by one. A look flashes across Macy's face. Her soft and cherubic appearance disappears under the strobe light. A murderous intent flickers in her eyes before the lights change again, then it is gone. A trick of the lighting, blink and miss it. Macy beams, stepping away from her boyfriend with her arms open. "That's wonderful! Come here, you!" She steps forward and wraps her arms around my shoulders. I am too shocked by the sudden movement to do anything except stand there and let it happen. Connor is still holding my hand, and that is one lifeline that I will not let go of. Thankfully, she lets go nearly as quickly as she grabbed on, though I will be feeling the tightness of her hold for a while. The cold chill that the icy embrace sent down my spine. This woman is trouble. When Macy pulls back, taking her place next to Jackson once more, the bright smile is back on her face. It appears to be a little more strained than before. "Honestly, Connor, I didn't even think you were going to come." She says it with a light tone. I think that maybe she didn't want him to, which is odd, even with their history. Connor shrugs. Originally, I wasn't planning on it. Originally, before he came back to Sandy Springs. "Since when did you even get back to town?" And without telling me. Macy keeps her voice light, but her face is pinched. She's trying to keep the air polite and friendly in front of the new fiancé. Jackson does not seem too interested in saying anything, but the way he looks me over makes me want to throw up. "Not too long ago," Connor answers, completely sidestepping the comment about not telling her. "We should meet up sometime, get a coffee, catch up on our lives." Macy continues, entering badgering territory. Connor, for his part, simply sighs. Maybe. He looks at me as the lights change and the DJ announces the next song. Would you like to dance? Connor asks. He holds out his hand and I take it with a smile. Absolutely.
Chapter 30. Connor. The air in the gymnasium is stuffy enough on its own, with all the bodies packed into a space that once seemed so large. Not to mention the decorations and music. Being next to Macy and Jackson simply adds suffocation to the mix. I still can't believe that I ever dated this woman. That I had thought we could have been high school sweethearts. Macy is exhausting, and I need to get Ayla away from her. I need to get away from her before I say something I will truly regret. Like agreeing to meet for coffee sometime. Ayla. I hold my hand out to her. Would you like to dance? She takes it with a smile as her shoulders relax, clearly relieved to be getting away from the two energy suckers. Absolutely. We should. I start, pausing as a new song filters through the large speakers. Take it easy. Ayla giggles, closing the space between us. I set my hand on the small of her back as she places her own on my shoulder. We sway to the light love song. I can't believe her, Ayla says after a moment. Who, Macy? I ask, tilting my head slightly so I can look at Ayla as we talk. She shifts, her head resting on my shoulder, and places her hand on my chest. Did you see how hard she strained her face to smile? I don't think the strain was intentional. I'm almost positive that she's had some work done over the years. Ayla laughs. Though she tries to stifle it in my suit jacket, the vibrations of her body pressed against mine give her away. I grin. She's a real Barbie girl then, and she even has a Ken to match. I used to be her Ken, you know, I tell her. Ayla lifts her head, eyebrow arched. Really? Really? I twirl her in time with the song, then pull her in closer still, all the while being careful not to step on her toes. So far, I'm doing all right. We dated for a long time. I can tell she is trying to picture it, though it is hard to. I would not have believed myself either. I guess the younger me couldn't see through her nonsense. By high school standards anyway, I continue. Junior and senior year. Ayla frowns. She's such a horrible person, flaunting it right to your face with no shame. Ayla is so warm. Her ability to get upset on my behalf is a comfort that I am not sure I rightfully deserve to have. Because her words hit twofold. Yes, Macy is an awful person. But I am also doing the same thing. Flaunting a relationship not only in her face, but to the entire town. I wrap both of my arms around Ayla's back, holding her close. I can smell the subtle scent of her shampoo. Her head finds its way back to my shoulder. We sway in silence, simply enjoying being held by the other. It is quite peaceful, and honestly, I would not mind staying at the reunion if this was all it would be. The two of us, dancing together and not having to really interact with anyone else. Having seen Macy and Jackson drained my social battery. I'm ready to go home. The hairs on the back of my neck stand. A cold chill sweeps down my spine, and I shiver slightly despite myself. Looking around, I spot her. Macy, I wish she would just leave us alone. Though she is a fair distance away, she is staring straight at us. Or rather, I think she is watching Ayla, who is thankfully unaware of the daggers that are being thrown at her back. Sliding my hand up her back, I lean in and press my lips gently against the shell of her ear. Ayla shivers under my hold and presses closer. Want to get out of here? I blurt out, suddenly not caring if it looks like I am running away. I don't care what Macy thinks. I don't care what anyone thinks. I'd rather be alone with Ayla. She's the only one in this entire damn room I care about.
Chapter 31. Ayla. Connor's hands are hot through the fabric of my dress. His grip is tight on my hips as he presses me against the cool metal of the car door. It is not quite hard enough to bruise, but I realize that I would not mind if it did. When he asked me if I wanted to go, I figured he was just sick of the reunion stress. But now, somehow, we are leaning against his car and making out. I'm not sure how it happened. I'm definitely sure I don't care. Whatever this is, it feels fantastic. His hands move. I let out a sharp breath as his fingers dig into the flesh of my buttocks, pulling me against his chest. I bite his lip, swiping my tongue over the wound and into his mouth as his lips part. He tastes like fruit punch and mint, an addictive combination that otherwise does not sound appealing. Connor, I breathe softly against his lips. My arms draped over his shoulders. One hand grips the hair at the base of his neck. The other holds onto the back of his suit jacket. "Let's go," he says, taking a half step backward. The loss of his body heat is instant. A fire still burns under my skin. Somewhere closer to the high school, someone is cheering and whistling. The smokers we passed earlier are hoping to get a show. Connor reaches behind me and opens the door. I slip inside the car, noticing how my knees shake. The drive is silent. Neither one of us reaches to turn the radio on, too focused on our own thoughts. I keep looking over at Connor's face, seeing the hard lines of his expression as he stares out at the road ahead. I want to place a hand on his knee, but I do not want to break his concentration. The perfect fit of his tailored pants do nothing to hide the start of his growing arousal. As soon as we are inside Connor's home, the tension that had continued to build in the car comes to a head. Connor pushes me against the door. I slide my hands up his chest and down his arms, pushing his jacket down. He lets it drop to the floor. His lips find mine with another sharp bite. I open my mouth with a sharp gasp, moaning into his mouth as he shoves his tongue in. If you want to know where this naughty scene is headed, you'll have to get it from VixAvaughnRomance.com. This platform has rules and guidelines that we have to follow in order to keep these free stories coming. Find any Vixa audiobook on her website and use code VIXA40 for a 40% discount to make up for these interruptions. Let's return to the story.
Chapter 32. Connor. It is not the annoying blare of my alarm that wakes me up, though it should have by now. My internal clock is nearly right on with the moment my alarm is set. Instead, the shifting of another body against mine is what finally opens my eyes. I'm met with a mass of rich brown hair under my nose. I inhale. Ayla smells sweet, like apricots and honey. Letting my eyes wander down, I see the blankets had been kicked off sometime during the night. I can't help the lingering gaze I give her body, covered in reddened marks and light, rounded bruises. The evidence of what we did last night is written clearly, even on her dark skin. The sight causes my manhood to twitch. I take a deep breath. This is not the time. While I could not be happier about how the night went, I also can't help but worry that maybe we went too far. Though I am positive Ayla would have told me to stop if she wasn't interested. I'm probably overthinking things, but I hope she does not regret having sex with me. What sort of changes in our dynamic will this cause? None, I hope. My stomach rumbles and my bladder starts to sting. With a sigh, I gently ease myself out from being wrapped around her and get out of bed. Ayla lets out a soft murmur, rubbing her face deeper into the pillow. I catch myself smiling at her. Her face is relaxed, looking the softest I have ever seen. She really is beautiful. Grabbing a pair of shorts and a shirt, I leave the bedroom quietly, letting Ayla sleep as long as she wants to. I get a glimpse of my own state in the bathroom mirror as I relieve myself. I have to lift the shirt to get the full view. As red and marked as Ayla is, I am no better. My chest is covered in bite marks, and welts crisscross my back from her nails. The sight makes me groan. I'm so pale that they will no doubt stay on my skin longer than hers will. I shake my head and wash my hands and face. The cold water rushes away what little tendrils of sleep lingered. I wonder what Ayla would like for breakfast, I say to my reflection, patting my face dry with a hand towel. I peek back into the bedroom. My stomach twists at seeing her so comfortable in my bed. The whole thing just looks right. Carefully closing the door once more, I make my way to the kitchen. I scratch my stomach as I go over what is in the fridge. It is not like I do not have anything to eat. There is plenty of food. It is just a question of what she would want. I know Isla is likely to be hungry when she gets up. We did not really eat much before or during the reunion, and then we had passionate sex. Rubbing a hand over my face, I sigh. Pancakes it is. Everyone likes pancakes, right? I turn on the burner and place the pan to warm up. Pancakes will not take long to make, and it will give me time to figure out what else I have that can go along with them. Besides coffee. They are easy enough to make, one of the first things that I can remember helping my grandmother make. First, all the dry ingredients go into the bowl, measured out to the neat numbers handwritten on the flash card. Of course, I have it memorized now since they were one of Liam's favorites. After they are mixed together, I add the cooled but melted butter, milk, and egg. I whisk it all together with a few drops of vanilla before folding in blueberries. I hold my hand over the pan, mere centimeters away from the surface, just enough that I can feel the heat radiating off of the Teflon. Using the ladle to scoop the batter out of the mixing bowl, I pour in the first pancake. The sound of shuffling and scuffing catches my attention. Letting the ladle drop back into the bowl, I turn around. Isla is standing in the doorway, rubbing her face and wearing one of my Henleys. It is long on her, the hem reaching just above her knee. The collar droops down her left shoulder. I can't tell if she's wearing anything underneath or not. It is both adorable and sexy all at the same time. With a yawn, Isla blinks and our eyes meet. There is a new tension growing between us. Hey, I say in an attempt to break the new awkwardness that has started to settle in the room. Isla shifts her weight and rubs the back of her neck. Hey. I start, but am unable to find the words to finish the sentence. Do I ask her how she slept? Or maybe I should ask her how she is feeling. I'm finding myself at a loss as the air grows thicker between us. We simply stare at each other. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who can't speak at the moment. Though I would be grateful if Isla could turn on her chatterbox mode and break through the silence. She lifts a hand and points at the stove. Oh. I turn around, the pancake bubbling in all the right spots. Thankfully, it had not started to burn yet. Isla walks over and stands next to me. She dips her finger into the bowl and tastes the batter. My eyes catch on the movement, watching her lips wrap around her finger. I clear my throat and tear my gaze away. What do you think? I ask. Just needs a little... She looks through the spice rack and picks out the nutmeg and cinnamon, adding a few shakes of both. I hold out the ladle to her. Would you like to finish these? I'll make us some smoothies. Isla smiles, some of the awkwardness leaving the room. All right. She moves over to the stove to finish cooking the pancakes.
Chapter 33. Isla. The air is still heavy between us, even as I help him set the table. He shows me where the plates are, and as I am getting those, he places the cutlery on the table. The pancakes smell amazing, and the smoothies look delicious. My stomach rumbles with the knowledge that I will be eating soon. Connor sets the stack of pancakes on the table between us, and I hold out his smoothie for him before taking my own seat across from him. Though the table is a small square, there isn't much space for us to avoid each other. I cut into my pancake, getting a small triangle dripping with syrup on the end of my fork, and sigh. Connor seems more interested in counting the seeds floating in his glass than he is in having a conversation, but it is one that we need to have, even if we both would rather not. So, I say, last night was pretty sudden. There, I said it. I brought up what the two of us have been avoiding since he crawled out of bed thinking that I was still asleep. While the thought was cute, letting me sleep as long as I wanted to, I could only lay in bed for so long wondering just what was going to happen between us now. The deer in headlights look on his face is not the expression I thought he was going to make. His baby blue eyes are wider than I have ever seen them get before. He half chokes on the bite in his mouth, taking a drink of his water, rather than the thicker smoothie, to push it down. Connor coughs a few times before looking back at his plate, then cuts off another bite. Yes? It was. He shoves the fork in his mouth like it will prevent him from saying more on the topic. His tone is as stiff as his shoulders. And it was amazing, I tell him honestly. My hips ache and my chest is covered in love bites. This quiet man in front of me has a possessive streak that, if given the chance, I would like to dig deeper into. I watch his face, seeing the moment the sheer panic turns into relief. His features relax and his shoulders sag. There is a new shine to his eyes as he looks back up to meet mine and a smile on his lips. Connor trails off. He lifts his free hand and rubs the back of his neck. Promise you won't laugh? I raise an eyebrow. I promise. It was my first time. I keep my promise and I do not laugh. Of course, I do not say anything at all. I simply stare at him for a moment before taking a bite of my own breakfast. There was no way that was his first time, but he sounds so sincere about it. And it would explain the panic that overcame him only a few moments before he was reassured that he did well. I realize a moment later that he wasn't done speaking. My first time, well, what would you call it? A fling? What I mean is, I'm the sort of guy who normally has a girlfriend before I have sex with them. Not the kind of guy who asks someone to be his guest at a high school reunion and tumbles into bed with them. You know? Well, you nailed it. And by it, I mean me. There is something flattering about that makes me feel much better about myself. Like I'm not just some ordinary piece of meat that he happened to stumble upon, but that perhaps our attraction was that strong, that irresistible. Guys who spend every weekend looking for a stranger to have sex with are hardly an ego boost, even when you catch their eye. This feels somehow a little more special. I also would not mind doing it again. Connor seems to be on the same page. Well, since we already did it once, why not keep going? I look up at him, chewing thoughtfully on a blueberry. You mean just keep having sex? Yeah. He shrugs a shoulder. If you're okay with it, we might as well. Like I said, I like knowing the people I sleep with, and we've already crossed that line. So, like a friends with benefits situation. I take a drink of my smoothie. It makes sense. We are already technically engaged. Everyone probably already assumes that we would be having sex. And it was fantastic. Connor nods. Exactly like that. You can't deny the tension between us. I really could not. There has been something growing between us since the first time I saw him. Spending time together with him and pretending to be engaged only heated things up more. At least until we get enough of each other. I catch the tail end of Connor's sentence, but it is more than enough to catch his drift. Friends with benefits. Yeah, all right, I agree. Great. Connor grins. He digs back into his breakfast with a newfound gusto, and I can't help but giggle into my own bite. There is really no harm in it. We are both grown adults in an already weird situation. We might as well make the best of it. It is hard to hold up a fake engagement in a small town like Sandy Springs. Someone would eventually catch wind if we had sex with someone else, and the jig would be up. However, if it is with each other, then there is no need for celibacy or secrecy. Besides, I kind of agree with Connor's sentiment. Hookups just aren't as nice as being with someone you know in bed. We spent last night getting to know each other's likes and preferences. Why throw that away if it was good? There are no feelings, right?
Chapter 34. Connor, I can't believe that the weekend is over already. It went way too fast. Ayla agreeing to be friends with benefits is the best thing to have happened since coming back to this town. Well, the second. Her agreeing to my scheme is the first. Of course, we had to figure out some ground rules. Nothing out of the ordinary. We agreed to be exclusive without the commitment. No late-night booty calls, especially when there was work to be done in the morning. However, if she was already over at my place, then it was fine. We need to keep things as normal as possible. Ayla had made a good point anyway. If everyone already assumes we are sleeping together, we might as well. "Good morning," she says with a smile on her lips when I see her outside the cafe Monday morning. "Good morning." I fall into step next to her, and we both make our way to the cafe door. "How was the rest of your weekend?" I ask. Unlocking the door, I hold it open for her. Ayla lets out a soft giggle, stepping inside the cafe. She pulls her hair back into a ponytail and slips her hat on. Uneventful. I had some assignments that I needed to finish. She shrugs. I lean against the counter and watch as she gets started turning on the equipment and counting the till before handing me a clipboard. "What's this?" I ask. "Today is inventory. Since you're in today, boss, you get to do it." Ayla grins. She taps the board with a pen. I take the offered pen and flip the top page. There is so much. I do not even recognize half of the items on the list. They must be things that we do not order anymore, but instead of being removed, the new items were just added. "If I have any questions, just ask." She smiles, handing me a steaming hot cup of coffee. I tuck the clipboard under my armpit and take the mug. "Thank you." With a salute, Ayla goes back to focusing on her own duties. I take the board and coffee and get started on my own task. The inventory does not take nearly as long as I thought it would. Even though I catch myself watching Ayla as she all but dances around the cafe. She's smiling brightly and laughing with regulars as they catch up with each other's lives. She makes being sociable look so easy. Taking the completed sheet, I retreat back to the office. Now that I know what we have in stock, I can go through the spreadsheet and remove the items that are simply taking up space. Then I can put in the order for items that we need. While waiting for the website to load, I go through the mail. This month's statements have come in and the books need to be balanced. Bills need to be paid and payroll needs to be tallied. "Have a nice day." Her voice travels from the front. Maybe I should have closed the door, but I do not know if that would have helped me to focus on my own tasks or not. "Connor?" I look up from the computer screen. Ayla is standing there with a mug in one hand and a plate in the other. "What's this?" I ask. "Lunch," she states, setting both items on the desk. The coffee smells divine, and I know it will taste just as great. Her barista skills are top tier. The cafe is lucky to have her. "Thank you, Ayla." "No problem. You doing okay back here?" She steps around the desk to take a look at what I was doing. "Oh, when you get to the directory, don't use the history tab. It will just show you literally everything that has ever been ordered. Use the custom order form and use the codes on the inventory sheet." I look down at the sheet and wonder what kind of messed up system I have taken over. "Noted," I say around the lip of the mug. Ayla looks back towards the front. I did not hear anything, but I assume the bell above the door chimed. "Don't forget to eat." She leans down and presses a kiss on the top of my head. I smile into my coffee and watch her walk off. I stare back at the screen asking me for the login. My mind draws a blank. All I can think of is how soft her lips are. How badly I want to press her down over the counter and have my way with her. Make her moan as I thrust into her tight, wet heat. Biting my lip, I run a hand through my hair. I can do that now. I can have sex with her whenever I want to. But is there really a need? The reunion is over after all, and it went much better than I expected it to. On the other hand, we are still going through with this. So does that mean Aile also wants to? She did agree after all. I open a new tab so I can check my email. At the top of the list is a job posting from Illumination, one of the best animation studios in the world. No way. It almost seems too good to be true. I log into my email and forward them my portfolio without even thinking. It would be stupid of me not to at least inquire, after all, though maybe I should have held off. It's my dream job, but I'm needed here, and I can't imagine dropping everything to go running back to LA right now. I can't help wondering what Hila would think, and then I shake the thought away. What are the chances anything will come of this, anyway? It could be months before I hear anything, and Liam could be back by then. If I even get the job, which is a long shot. I'm not going to sweat it for now. Right now, my biggest commitment is paying Ayla's student loan this week, just like I promised.
Chapter 35. Isla. Closing the door to the office, I smile politely as I make my way back to the counter. There are a couple of new customers standing in line. Though I can't shake the feeling that something is bothering Connor, there is not much that I can do about it right now. I will talk to him later. For now, I just hope that he eats the sandwich and takes it easy. There is a lot to do at Cafe Clementine, and even more so for a new boss. He seems to be getting the hang of it these days, though. He got the inventory done rather quickly. Even if he did grow up in these walls with his grandmother and brother, things change. Items get moved, menus expand, and rooms get added to the building. It is not the small little place that it used to be. That will be $6.75, I tell the customer. Debit, please, the teenager replies. I press the buttons in rapid succession before turning the square to face them. Whenever you're ready, I tell them. I get their muffin and set it on a plate, sliding it over to them before moving to make their coffee. The day itself is going smoothly. Everyone is still sleeping off the weekend, though normally Mondays are one of our busier days. It seemed like even the town is giving Connor time to adjust to his new position. Position. The way his hands held onto me the other night is still seared into my hips. Though the marks have started to fade, I know they are still there as small purple bruises under the skin. The chime of the bell gets my attention. I look over with a bright smile. Good afternoon. Welcome to Cafe Clementine. What can I get for you? Connor? I blink, finally getting a good look at the woman standing in front of me. Her voice holds none of the sweetness that it did at the reunion. It is pinched and tight, like the shirt that she is wearing, clearly a size too small from the way it clings to her. Her bosom looks like it's trying to escape through the top, and I doubt it is supposed to be a crop. Somehow, she still makes it work. Excuse me? I ask, trying to keep my tone professional. There are other customers in the cafe at the moment. I do not want to make a scene. Macy places her hands on the counter and leans forward. I am sure that she thinks she is being menacing, but all it does is let me smell the vodka on her breath. Is she drunk already? It is barely past noon. Clean out your ears. I want Connor, the owner, to service me. My fist clenches at my side. People are already starting to look, though I do not blame them. I would too. One moment, I tell her. I call one of the part-timers over to watch the till and make my way back to the office. I feel bad about bothering him, especially when I push the door open and see him frowning at the screen. He's wearing his glasses and his hair is standing up at odd angles. I understand. I hate putting in orders too. Connor, you have a disruptive customer asking for you. He sighs and sets his glasses down on the desk. Maybe he needs a break from the computer. Though we do not normally have overly rude customers, I do not get a chance to tell him that the customer in question is Macy. He is out front before I can say another word. Connor stops just short of the counter and raises an eyebrow. Macy? What the hell are you doing here? He asks. He is already moving, as though he can tell that she is already 3 sheets to the wind. He makes her a black coffee, even throwing in a couple of ice cubes to cool it down, and puts it in front of her. I also notice how he puts himself between her and I. Connor, see, darling, Macy starts, leaning over the counter as she reaches for him. I missed you. So much. She starts to lift her leg. Oh my God, is this woman going to try and climb over the counter to get to him? Macy pouts. Her jeans are too tight for her to get the height she was hoping for. As her hands grip the far edge, Connor goes around and pries her off the glass. That is going to have to be sanitized. Macy, you need to go home. Come with me. She presses her chest against his arm, her chest ever closer to popping out of her top. That's probably what half the people in here are hoping for. A nip slip. There is no way she has a bra under that. I make my way around the counter to help. Connor has one of her arms in his hands, though all of her weight is on him. He starts walking her toward the door, but she is putting up a fight. No, C, please, she whines. I take her other arm, even as she locks her legs, and drops all her weight into remaining still. She can't weigh more than 130 pounds, but it still takes both of us to drag her outside. I do not see a car, but I also do not feel comfortable putting her in one. She is far too drunk to drive, and I have to wonder if she walked here from her house. Where's Jackson? Do you want me to call him? Connor asks her. Macy makes a face. No, I don't want Jax. She tilts her head and looks up at Connor, smiling sweetly. She lifts a hand and cups his cheek, rubbing the pad of her thumb over his lip. It makes my blood boil. I miss you so much, Connor. Let's go somewhere together. We could have lots of fun.
Chapter 36, Connor. We could have lots of fun. Macy's words are said sweetly. Her fingers start twirling the hair behind my ear. Her front is pressed firmly against my chest as she bats her eyelashes up at me. Even as the pungent smell of stale vodka mixing with the Arabian beans on her breath churns my stomach. Well, Macy pouts. She slides her fingers down the side of my face and throat, hooking her nail into the collar of my shirt. We can go back to my place. Jackson's at work until late. I want to throw up. Never in my life have I felt as dirty and disgusted as I do, standing in front of my ex-girlfriend. But before I can push her back, stunned in place with her touches burning against my skin and making my stomach roil with disgust, Isla cuts in. Are you out of your mind? Isla yells. I nearly suggest she go back inside to handle the customers. She does not need to see Macy like this or be subjected to whatever tantrum the woman is going to throw. Macy blinks slowly as she turns her attention to Isla. Seems like I wasn't the only one who forgot she was there. Excuse me, Macy sneers. All pretense of being nice is gone. Though as drunk as Macy seems to be, I doubt she recognizes Isla. This has nothing to do with you, hillbilly. Oh, it does, Isla counters. She steps around, placing herself between myself and Macy. You have a lot of nerve coming back to Connor and spouting your nonsense. She takes a few steps forward, her arm bent at the elbow as she points her finger at Macy. Her other hand clenches at her side like it is taking all of her willpower to not slap my ex. For every solid step forward that Isla takes, Macy takes a stumbling one backward. After everything you did to him, Isla continues, after all the things you put him through, you think that you can just walk back in here and demand he screws you. I want to say something. I feel like I should step in before the claws really come out. It is not that I do not think Isla can't handle herself if it comes to blows. I just do not want to have to explain the situation to the cops. On the other hand, watching Isla tear Macy a well-deserved new one is kind of entertaining. Customers and commuters are already staring. I can see them pressing their faces against the windows and turning their heads as they walk by. I should stop this. However, I can't take my eyes off Isla. She is so small and vicious. The way that she is getting into Macy's face, the fire burning in her eyes, it makes my manhood twitch. No, I can't think about that right now. Macy nearly falls off the curb, catching herself on the lamppost and gets both feet back on the sidewalk. With a new flair, she brushes imaginary dirt off her jeans and steps forward with a new purpose. Now you listen here, you gold-digging hillbilly. No, you listen! Isla cuts her off. Taking another heavy step forward, her index finger is millimeters away from stabbing into Macy's clavicle. You get out of here, Out of our lives, or what? Macy goads, closing the gap between them. Isla frowns, her brows pinching together. I take a step towards her with my hands up. Isla, I say softly. I get ignored by both women. The group watching us grows in numbers. No doubt they want to watch two attractive women rip each other apart in the middle of the street. It would be the highlight of their week, and it is only Monday. Or, Isla carries on as though I am not even there. I'll make sure your boyfriend and the rest of your plastic friends know exactly how far you'll go to get in someone's pants. Macy looks taken aback for once in her life. I do not think I have ever seen her look ashamed of anything she has said or done. It used to be one of the things that I thought I admired about her. One of her winning points. When we were in high school, even before we started dating, I used to watch her. The way she held herself, so sure of who she was and what she wanted. Macy was never afraid to speak her mind and tell others exactly what she thought of them. Whenever she got into an argument with someone, she always came out on top. Be it another student, a teacher, or once even the principal. Always a force to stand up against, there were never many that did. Most of the people we went to school with knew not to mess with her. She could do no wrong, and if someone thought she did, then her parents had the money to convince them otherwise. That is not the woman standing in front of Isla right now. Gone is the self-assured teenager who always held herself above the rest, who knew she was above everyone around her. In her place stands a flabbergasted, drunk woman I barely recognized. You, Macy starts. Stopping herself, her jaw works and she grinds her teeth together. For once, the Queen of Sass is at a loss for words. A miracle in its own right. Isla takes another step forward. You're so not worth it, Macy says. Whatever she was originally going to say, she thought better than letting it out. I do not blame her. Go, Macy. You are banned from Café Clementine, I tell her. This is the final straw, the last cut between ties that I need. The amusement of watching Ayla handle Macy is gone, and now I just feel disgusted by how pathetic Macy seems. Macy stares at me and then looks back at Isla. She throws her hands up and storms off down the street. She bumps into a jogger and yells at him to watch where he is going before crossing the street. Good riddance, I mutter.
Chapter 37. Isla. Watching Macy stumble down the street is satisfying. I did not think I would ever feel so fantastic after yelling at someone and threatening to ruin their lives. She is the exception. I can't believe the gall that woman has. Coming into Connor's place of work to harass him in front of his fiancé. Fake fiancé, but she does not know that. In fact, we made a point of introducing myself to Macy as Connor's fiancé, and still, she propositioned him in front of me. Part of me wishes that she would turn around and come back, just so I can slap the Botox out of her face. Taking a deep breath, I turn around. I have spent more than enough time outside. We are still open, and we still have customers. Of course, there are the 2 part-timers, but they are kids and rarely get out of their own way if they are not told what to do in explicit detail. I see all the faces pressed against the windows. The customers that were inside are vying for the best place to see what is going on. I sigh. Even the part-timers are standing in the open cafe door, a few other customers peering over the top of them, trying to listen in to the conversation. Too bad for them it did not turn into the street brawl they might have been hoping for. They are all whispering amongst themselves. This will no doubt be the hot news of the week. Small-town gossip is about to be all about the owner of Café Clementine and how 2 women fought over him in the street. I run over to Connor. We're being watched, I tell him. I wrap my arms around his shoulders. He settles his hands around my waist. Let them, he says. Connor chuckles, tightening his hold. Besides, this feels nice. I can't argue with him there. His arms around my waist, holding me like this, is very nice. He smells like freshly ground beans, a scent that I typically associate with work and my goals. But on Connor, it is relaxing. It is soothing, a comforting scent that tells me everything is fine. God, that was so scary, I say, breaking the silence. Now that all the adrenaline has left my body, I half slump in his hold. I hide my face in his chest. What did she even think she would accomplish, showing up here in that kind of state? I feel Connor sigh, more than I hear it. It was more of a rhetorical question, but he answers it anyway. I don't know. I did not expect him to. Really, if he could understand something that complex, he'd probably be able to solve world peace while he was at it. He would not be spending his days trying to organize Cafe Clementine's storage closets or make sense of the archaic ordering website of our main supplier. Standing there is perfect. I don't really want to go back to work. I would much rather go home. Or go back to Connor's and just crawl into bed. Not even necessarily to have sex, though blowing off the excess steam would be nice. I just want him to wrap me up more in his arms and never let me go. From the way he keeps his hold on me, I can imagine that he feels the same. Excuse me? Connor shifts in my hold, his torso turning back towards the cafe. Yes? I'd like to order. It is phrased like a question, but it is also a good point. We are still open and still working. There will be time for this later. I let my arms drop from around his shoulder, but he grabs my hand. Smiling, I link our fingers together and give his hand a little squeeze. By the time Wednesday rolls around, something has changed between us. I can't put my finger on exactly what it is, though. Seeing Macy on Monday, the argument, somehow it has brought us closer together. There are lingering touches, even at work. He takes his lunch with me behind the counter, no matter how busy it is. It is almost like Connor does not want to let me out of his sight. It is not suffocating in the least bit. In fact, I find myself welcoming the sensation of his eyes on me. Whenever I turn my head, he is counting boxes of coffee filters, making notes on the clipboard that is ever present in his hands. I never catch him looking at me, but that also means that he never sees me looking at him either. Connor is such a gorgeous human being. At first, I thought that this was just going to be a transaction. I pretend to be his fiancée, go to the reunion, and get my student loans paid off. That would be the end of it. We would go our separate ways. Isla, would you like to go for dinner? I take a step to the side as he comes around and picks up the mop bucket. He dumps the water into the designated sink as he speaks. I have to finish cleaning, but then I'll be free. I smile at the deep, playful sigh Connor lets out. Do you think your boss will let you go early? He tries again, the playful tilt still in his tone. I don't know. He has to open tomorrow and might not want the extra work, I tell him, even as I roll the bucket back into the chemical closet and get my jacket. He takes my hand, and there is one thing I am certain of. I need him.
Chapter 38. Connor, what a Monday. That's all I can say on the matter. At least it is over, and quite honestly, the rest of the day went a lot better than I thought it was going to. After the Macy incident, the rest of the afternoon only got better. Of course, the cafe would have to burn down to make it worse. No one had been too upset about the whole thing. Isla offered everyone in the cafe at the time a free cookie, which certainly put a smile back on all the worried faces. Even if this whole thing will be the talk of the town, if that embrace could even be classified as a hug, it felt like much more than that. Don't forget to take the garbage out, Isla reminds me on the phone when I get home. I dropped her off at her place so we could both get changed out of our work clothes before dinner. It's Wednesday. That's garbage night. I open the fridge, looking for something to drink. Right. I had meant to go and pick up some sports drinks after work. Thanks, I tell her. I grab the tied-off bag and bring it out to the curb. Heading back in, I wash my hands and sit on the couch. I stretch out, legs crossed on the coffee table and one arm over the back of the couch. What are your thoughts on dinner? I begin the conversation. We can go out. Where would we go? She asks. I hear some shuffling and assume she's getting changed now. Anywhere you want to, I reply. I just want us to have a relaxing night. It might be better if we just stayed in and bummed around the house. It's been a good day. Several good days, actually, ever since the Macy incident. I just want the night to end on the best note it can. Isla hums. The sound of her door opening and closing echoes through the phone. Let's go see a movie. It is not a bad suggestion. I can't remember the last time I went to the theater to watch a movie. Normally I just wait for them to come out and stream it. I don't even know what is playing right now. Sure, what are our options? Isla does not sound too impressed. We have a superhero movie, a rom-com, a thriller, and an animated movie. She lists off the titles and synopsis of each. None of them sound too appealing, but she seems interested in going. What about the superhero one? I ask. Based on the change in her tone, I figure this is the one that she wants to see the most. I'll buy the tickets now. The next show is at 9 o'clock. I glance at the time on the clock above the TV. It is just past 6 now. Then I can start dinner. Do you want to come over here to eat? Unfolding my legs, I stretch and stand up. No way, I'll cook. You always cook for me. Because I enjoy cooking for you. I chuckle. It is a little more complicated than that. It really boils down to me simply wanting to provide for her. I want to keep her by my side for as long as I can. It's more than just the arrangement or being friends with benefits. I want Isla to stay even afterward. Well, now it's my turn. I make a mean pizza. What if I wanted to make Alfredo? I ask. I lean against the doorframe. Isla's laugh comes through the phone and makes me smile. Did you even take chicken out to thaw this morning? So I'll run to the store. I shrug, grinning at the mental image of a pout forming on her lips. I love the way her cheeks puff when she does that. I'm making pizza. Your options are to help or not, she states matter-of-factly. I sigh. All right, I'll help. Tell me what you want me to do. You can pick up some shredded cheese and a couple of sticks of pepperoni. We need a lot, she directs. All right. I stop mid-step. My phone dings. Hold on, I got a message. I pull it away from my ear and stare at the screen for a minute. There is no way. I tap the screen and swipe to my email. Opening the application, my palms become sweaty. It was just a whim that I had applied. And with everything going on, I had completely forgotten about it. But there it is, staring me in the face. Connor? Isla asks. There is concern in her voice, and that makes sense. I spaced out for a few minutes. Sorry. I remembered I have to call Liam. I'll call you right back. I do not even wait for her reply before hanging up. My hands are shaking and my stomach turns. I have to sit back down as I pull up Liam's name and press call. Hey, bro! His voice is cheerful as it comes through the speaker. What's up? I hate that I'm bothering him. I should not have done it. Whether I called him, sent off my portfolio, or got close to Isla, I'm not even sure myself. All I know is that it is getting harder to breathe. I run a hand over my face and drop my glasses on the couch beside me. The throbbing at my temples comes, and I pinch the bridge of my nose to ward off the oncoming migraine. Liam, I got a job offer from Illumination. I don't know what to do. I have not felt so lost since Grandma died.
Chapter 39. Isla. The alarm on my watch beeps and my knees pop as I stand up. Time for stretches. It is rare that I get more than one day off in a row. I prefer to be working, but I needed the extra day for homework. The inspiration came for this assignment, and I did not want to lose the momentum. Connor was supportive of the idea. He told me to take as much time as I need to focus on my studies and not to worry about the cafe. I do worry about him being alone, though. He rarely remembers to take lunch unless I bring him a sandwich and a coffee. We have a routine that we both enjoy, but I am nearly finished. Just a little bit more, I tell myself. This semester has been a pretty brutal one, and I have fallen a little bit behind. Not on purpose, but between spending time with Connor, including going to his reunion, and work, I have not had much time to work on my assignments. At least I have reasonable professors this semester. If I still had the one from last year, I would just have to give up on ever graduating. The doorbell rings at the same time my phone chimes. I grab my phone and slide it open to the text from Connor. I'm sorry we didn't get to make pizza together. I hope this makes up for it. Good luck with your schoolwork. Weird. Opening the door, there's a teenager in a delivery uniform holding a pizza box. He smiles up at me. Don't worry, it's paid for and I got a great tip. I chuckle, taking the box. That's good, thank you. You're welcome. Have a great day. The kid turns and gets back in his car. Closing the door and walking back into the living room, I make space on the coffee table for the box. I pull Connor's conversation back up and smile as I send a return message. Thank you. You're welcome. Glancing at the timer on my watch, I know I still have 20 minutes before my break is over. I suppose I have stretched enough, and I am hungry. Connor's timing is weirdly accurate, but I am not complaining. I grab a slice of the pizza, extra cheese and extra pepperoni. I laugh, leaning back into the couch with my phone and pizza slice. I'm about to send Connor another text when it starts to ring. Blinking at the screen, I see Liam's grinning face staring up at me under his name. It makes me smile that he might be checking in on me. While I know for a fact that I have fallen for his brother, I do miss my old boss. Pressing the green button, I put my phone on speaker and settle back in to eat and read over my notes. Hey Liam, how are you doing? How's the trip? I ask, picking up a highlighter to multitask. I'm doing so good. He laughs. In the background, I can hear Olivia's voice, though I can't make out any exact words. Olivia says hi and sends her love. I smile. Tell Liv I love her too. And I can't wait for you guys to come back. Liam laughs. I know they will not be back for a while. That is more than okay. If anyone deserves to just pack up and go wherever they want, for as long as they want, it is the two of them. Don't worry, you'll be the first one we see when we get back, he assures me. So, how's it going at the cafe? Has Connor automated everything yet? It is my turn to laugh. I shake my head even though they can't see it and smile. Not yet. But I'm sure it's only a matter of time. Not that I will let him. The cafe is not part of a chain or franchise. It does not need to be high-tech and super innovative. We just need to keep doing what we are doing, producing food and drinks that people love and keep coming back for. Though I do not doubt that if I was not there, Connor would have automated everything. He's been muttering about smart fridges and how to upgrade the security system to integrate with the point-of-sale system. Sounds like Connor, Liam says. He lets out a soft little sigh. I turn a page in my textbook and make a couple of changes to my PowerPoint. Hey, Isla. The slight change in his tone gets my attention. Yeah? We might need some extra help with the cafe for a while, just until Olivia and I get back. A weight settles in my stomach and suddenly I am no longer hungry. Why? I am hesitant to ask. But I know that Liam will tell me anyway. He is not one to just leave things without an explanation. It is one of the qualities that I like the most about him. My baby brother got a job at Illumination. Can you believe it? He explodes, like he was trying to keep it in this whole time. A grand reveal. I can't, in fact, believe it. For once, I wish Liam did not explain himself. I am so proud of him, actually. Liam laughs. The pride in his voice is evident. Of course, who would not be? Illumination is the company to work for. That's wonderful, I managed to get out. I pat myself on the back for not choking on the words. Right? It's the best. So that's why we'll need you to hold on strong. Of course, you can hire some more help if you think you might need it. We'll have to figure out a way to rearrange the schedules and the staff so it doesn't all fall on you, but it's something we'll have to consider. Liam keeps talking. I barely register what he says. All I can do is bite my lip and keep the tears out of my voice. My heart breaks. Connor is moving back to LA.
Chapter 40. Connor. I still can't believe it. My baby brother. An Illumination animator. I sigh. Liam is far too excited. His stupid face grins at me through the front-facing camera of his phone. Olivia is sitting next to him, also on the call, but at least she's not getting in my face. Liam is trying to crawl through my phone. I can't either, I tell him. It feels so surreal. It was one thing to graduate near the top of my class. And sure, I worked really hard on the items in my portfolio, and I've started a rather successful freelance career. I'm doing great by most people's standards in a mediocre sort of way. But I would never have thought that it would have been enough for a company like Illumination. This is the top of the chain, absolutely. Grams would be so proud of you too, Liam says. His voice is a little more somber than it was before. I sigh again. Olivia moves her hand to squeeze Liam's arm. I know she would be. Our grandmother was the most supportive person in our lives. I wonder if our parents had stayed in our lives, if things would have been different. If Liam or I would have been able to reach our own dreams. Would I have moved out and gone to Kale Arts at all? Would Liam have still taken over Cafe Clementine? Or would our mom have sold it? I shake my head. There's no point in dwelling on the hypothetical when I have a very real problem in front of me. Sorry, I didn't catch that. I said we will have to throw a party for you, Olivia says, giggling. You don't need to do that, I tell them. It's not that I'm not grateful for the opportunity, but I don't know. Liam raises an eyebrow. What's not to know? I mean, I would have taken the job in a heartbeat before. Olivia's face shows on the screen, her cheek pressed against Liam's as they both try to stay in the frame. Why they don't just invest in a selfie stick or make the video call from their laptop, I have no idea. It would have been so much easier. Before what? She asks. Before ILA. Before I fell in love with her. But there's no way that I can tell them that. I can't tell my brother that I fell in love with his best employee, and I want to give her the world. Then I would have to explain everything, and I do not want to have the conversation that would follow. Mostly because I might be moving back to LA soon anyway, and it would shake everything up for no reason, even if he does not have any ground to really stand on. His and Olivia's relationship started off with similar circumstances. Different, but the same. It was what gave me hope that I could take this thing between ILA and me and make it real. To make it an everlasting relationship. I was so ready to go back to LA, but now I'm just not sure. Not unless Isla wanted to move with me. But I know without asking that she will not. She still needs to finish her degree. I will not be the reason she can't. That's why I want to pay for her loans, so there's one less thing for her to worry about. The concern on my sister-in-law's face unnerves me for a moment. I drop my face into my hand, unable to look at either of them. You know, with the cafe and everything, I can't just get up and leave. The staff like that. They are all fantastic, with a solid set of full-time employees and a couple of part-timers. I know that the cafe will be just fine without me. Isla knows how to do the orders and keep everyone on track better than I do. She said that I was getting the hang of it, but all I'm doing is following her notes. Once she gets her degree, Isla will be a warrior queen of the business world. She has the keen eye and get-it-done attitude needed in the industry. Bro, we can come back early if you're that worried about it. No! I wince. No, it's fine. You don't need to do that. Enjoy your trip. Both of you. The next to last thing I want to do was ruin their honeymoon. Liam sighs. I peek up, and I know the look on his face. It is the same look he had when I was accepted into Callard and debated not going. We will be having a very long and serious talk at a later date. For now, though, he is willing to let it drop. Connor, I just won't go. It's fine. It makes my stomach churn. I might throw up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I know that. They know it. I watch Liam rub his forehead. Olivia's expression is just as worried about the whole thing. Instead of speaking, she sets her hand on Liam's shoulder. I think you're being a jerk, but if you really don't want to go, I respect your decision. Thank you. The relief washes over me. I will have to tell him at some point the real reason why I am turning it down, but I will put that conversation off until he is back, not because he felt like he needed to do so early. The first person I need to talk to is Isla. I'm gonna head to bed. I'm opening tomorrow and it's inventory. Liam laughs. His voice is light, and it takes the heaviness out of the end of the video call. All right, good night, Connor. Good night, Liam. Love you, Livy, I say as I end the call. It is only 10 o'clock, but I am suddenly exhausted. Getting off of the couch is harder than it should be, but I need to brush my teeth and wash my face. Dropping my clothes on the floor, I crawl into bed. My mind is made up as I settle into the pillows. I am not leaving Isla. How could I? How could I leave behind the person I love?
Chapter 41. Isla. My alarm goes off and I feel like I did not get any sleep. The call with Liam last night is still at the forefront of my mind. It was all I could think about as I tossed and turned. I have no idea what time it was when I finally managed to fall asleep, but it feels like no sooner did I close my eyes than the alarm went off. Sighing, I lift my arm and turn it off. I do not move. I am exhausted. My heart hurts, and my head is pounding. I lay in bed for a few more minutes before finally rolling out. By the time my alarm to leave for work sounds, I am just getting out of the shower. It is the quickest I have ever gotten ready. With a quick blow dry, I then throw my hair up into a wet, messy bun. I will fix it later, once my hair has dried a little more. But for now, it will do. I am halfway to work when my next alarm goes off. There are 15 minutes left before my shift starts. I know I will be late. I hate it. It is why I have so many alarms, why I am so careful with my schedule. Being late is the worst feeling in the world. It compounds with the feeling of letting everyone down. I had one job, and that was to show up on time. It is a good thing that I forgot to eat before leaving this morning. I would have lost my breakfast all over the sidewalk. My stomach twists and turns, and the heartburn is imminent. The bell jingles its cheery little chime. It has no idea that I am 2 minutes late for my shift. It does not know that I just want to crawl under the fridge and put my head in a mousetrap. Maybe I'm being a little overdramatic, but seeing Connor standing behind the counter makes my pulse quicken. Not because I was excited to see him either. Isla, Connor calls out. It's 8:02. Is everything okay? I take a deep breath and make my way behind the counter. Of course, he would notice. Typical of any job, really. You can be early or on time every day of your life, but the one time you are barely late, then all hell breaks loose. I want to tell him no, that nothing is okay. I did not sleep, and I took a few extra minutes laying in bed this morning and can't get my day back on track. My schedule is all out of whack. There is no saving it now. Not even being at work will help. I'm fine. I lie. I hope he can't tell, even if I avoid looking at him as I say it. I hang my jacket and bag up on my hook and take my hat out. I step into the staff bathroom to fix my hair. Better. I leave the bathroom and get my apron out of my bag, tying it around my waist before taking my spot behind the counter. Connor's eyes never leave me. He probably thinks I have a cold or something. I just hope he does not ask me if I want to go home. He does not bring it up. I do not know if I am as relieved as I thought I would be. Connor holds himself up in the back office. He filters out periodically to count inventory and help with a minor rush in the mid-morning. Around 11:30, my alarm goes off, signaling the end of my shift approaching. I can only hope that Sandra is on time. I got this. You go get ready, my coworker says. Her hand on my shoulder snaps me out of my trance. Thanks, Riley, I tell her. There are no customers in the cafe at the moment. I know she will be fine on her own until Sandra gets here. Isla. I look over as Connor walks over. He smiles softly and rubs the back of his neck. Do you want to go get lunch before your class? He asks. I should say no. But then my stomach rumbles, reminding me that all I have had today was half a burnt cookie and a coffee. I should probably eat before I spend the next 6 hours in lectures. What were you thinking? I ask. I hang my hat and apron, pull on my jacket, and slip my bag over my shoulders. Italian? He says. Okay. It is easy enough. The place that we both like is halfway between the cafe and the university. We walk in silence for a few minutes. My hands are in my pockets. The air between us is taut and awkward. I can't tell if he is angry or worried about me being late this morning, or if it was about the batch of cookies that I burnt. Thankfully, Riley was there to swoop in and take over. I was talking to Liam and Olivia, he says. That was never even a guess as to where he was going to start. Oh? I do not want to tell him that I was talking to Liam as well. Connor looks over. They were asking how you're doing. I frown. There is only one reason they would be worried about me. Is it about your new job? I say. I keep my voice steady and lift my head. He looks surprised that I even know about it. I force a smile to my lips. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Well, I interrupt him. It's pretty exciting, isn't it? I mean, you go to school for so many years pursuing a passion, and then you get the dream job, the one you always imagined you were working for someday. I push out a laugh and hope that it does not sound too forced. Congrats, Connor. Really? It's fantastic. I'm happy for you. He has stopped walking. Connor looks like he wants to say something, but I am not about to let him. I wrap my arms around him in a hug that may be tighter than it needed to be. My watch beeps. I do not remember setting an alarm for now, but it works. I forgot. I have an early lecture. Rain check on lunch, all right? I tell him. Risking it, I kiss his cheek and run to catch the bus before he can stop me.
Chapter 42. Connor. What just happened? The bus pulls up to the stop 20 feet away. All I can do is stand there and watch as Ayla gets on. I see her flash her pass before going to find a seat, and then she is gone. I was about to tell her everything, but she never let me get a word in edgewise. About how I was not going to take the job, that I was going to stay in this god-awful town and work at Cafe Clementine with her, with the rest of the overly cheerful staff and the annoyingly archaic ordering system. I wanted to tell her that I loved her, that I wanted to make our relationship real. Not that it was not already real. My feelings for her have been strong for a while now. Maybe I should have said something sooner. Not that it matters now. Ayla made her own feelings on the matter very clear. The way she wrapped her arms around me, the kiss on the cheek. She did not even look back once as she walked onto the bus and out of my life. She put me in my place. Oh, sorry, sir. I blink, not even realizing that someone had walked into me until they apologized. It's fine, I tell them, forcing a smile on my face. I pull my phone out of my pocket as I turn around. There is no point in standing here anymore. All I would be doing is making bus drivers think I am waiting for them, and passerbys stare. Opening my email, I scroll through looking for the one that I need. Cutting through the park to make the walk back to the cafe longer, I find it. Attached to the bottom of the signature is the phone number that I need. Without a second of hesitation, I click it. It rings once, twice. Thank you for calling Illumination Studies. If you know the extension of whom you are trying to reach, please enter it now, followed by the pound key. Press 0 to connect to reception. I press 0. The line rings 4 more times before a woman's voice comes through the speaker. A real person, not the automated message like before. Illumination Studies, Melissa speaking. How may I redirect your call? Hi, Melissa. My name is Connor Miller. I received a general reply to my portfolio, and I was wondering who I needed to speak to about accepting the job offer, I tell her. I listen for a moment to her nails clacking against her keyboard. Ah, yes, she says. Her customer service smile must be huge. I can hear it in her voice. I can take care of that for you right now. Oh, that would be perfect. I stop at a red light with the cafe just down the street. So you are looking to accept the offer? She asks. Even though that is what I said, the confirmation seems to be the last time to change my mind. I do not. Yes. There is more clicking. Melissa hums the affirmative, and then her cheery voice is back. When will you be able to start? The position is not remote, and as of right now, you've said that your location is Sandy Springs. I sigh softly. I'm an LA resident. It's not an issue. I will be back in LA by the end of the week. I just have a few things left to settle here. Wonderful. She types something out, and then my phone chimes. I just sent you an email confirming your acceptance, your full list of duties, salary, tax forms, and an NDA. Please have everything filled out and bring them in on your first day, which I will set for Monday the 16th. You'll get another email with your itinerary for the day at a later point. I will. Thank you for your help, Melissa. Have a great afternoon, she says. I hang up and stare at the new email. There it is, my new dream job. I should be excited, but all I feel is dread. It claws at my gut, climbing its way up my throat. I lock myself in the back office and open a window. The smell of brewing coffee and baking pastries only makes the nausea worse, but I can't let anyone see me, and I need to finish the orders. So I send Liam a text. I changed my mind. I took it. I do not look at the reply he sends. I know he wanted me to take it in the first place, so it is probably something stupid like a thumbs-up emoji and lots of sobbing faces and hearts. Honestly, sometimes it feels like he's the younger brother. I do some quick math and call my bank. Hi, how do I go about setting up a recurring payment into someone's account? The banker on the other end is not helpful. He tries, but in the end, I just need to set reminders for myself to deposit money into Isla's account every 2 weeks. Since I do not have the information to pay her loan off directly, this will have to do. She has pretended to be my fiancée a lot longer than originally planned. I will pay her for the time we spent as exclusive friends with benefits, too. This whole charade has put a huge dent into her personal life. I'm sure she has someone she is waiting to be with once this is over. Once that is done, I go through the rest of the motions. Plane ticket purchased for Saturday morning. Text sent to my neighbor who has been watching my apartment for me that I'll be back soon. I lean back in my chair and look at my phone. There's just the text from Liam and one from Olivia. Nothing from Isla. I do not know why I thought there would be one. Rubbing my chest, I keep going. I still need to pack up the things I brought with me, but that won't take long. Maybe I can hire a house sitter to take care of Liam's place since I won't be staying there much longer. It's not quite as much work as the cafe, but still, he had planned on me living there to keep an eye on things. Well, no time like the present. I start scrolling on my phone, searching through my options.
Chapter 43. Isla. Good morning. Welcome to Cafe Clementine. What can I get for you? It is automatic. I force the smile on my face, but it is not the same. I am trying, but my heart still hurts. I have been throwing myself into my schoolwork since Connor left. I still can't believe that it has already been 2 weeks. Not that I am keeping track of how long he has been gone. I know that everyone can tell something is wrong. I know what I look like. I have a smile that does not reach my eyes, and my eyes have dark bags under them. I look more like a raccoon than a woman right now. My voice falls flat, even to my own ears, as I greet customers and talk to my friends. At least no one asks me specifically what is wrong, just if everything is okay. School is a great excuse with the ever-growing amount of research papers and assignments that we are being given. I have started doing homework during the slow periods at the cafe. Nothing too in-depth, but enough to stay on top of everything. Large Americano and a slice of lemon loaf? Please, the customer says. He's dressed sharply in a nice navy suit and deep red tie. His hair is slicked back as he taps on his phone screen. He is obviously on his way to work. I wonder if Connor has to dress like that. That will be $10.40. Here's your lemon loaf, and Riley will have your drink ready at the end, I tell him. He taps his card on the square and moves to the end of the counter without another word. I sigh and tilt my head from side to side, cracking my neck. The routine is welcoming. Getting back to how things were before Connor arrived was easier for everyone than we thought. Despite all that he did around the cafe, we were all doing it before and can continue to do it after. Even if we could still see little pieces of him in the day-to-day. The updated inventory sheet, the sticky note with the new passwords for logins, and of course, how clean and organized the back office is. It takes no time to find anything in there now, whether physical or digital. The bell chimes and I pull another smile. Good. Liam? Liam grins as he steps into the cafe, Olivia coming in behind him. Hey, Isla, he says, walking up to the counter. What are you doing here? I ask. You don't sound happy to see us, Olivia teases. I shake my head. It's not that. Just, you're supposed to be traveling right now. And we'll get back to it, Liam says. He moves around the back of the counter and looks around. But we needed to come back to figure out who's going to be in charge. Oh, that makes sense. With Connor gone, there is a lapse in the cafe hierarchy, at least until Jenna comes back. I'll go get everyone, I tell them. Liam and Olivia make their way into the back office. It does feel nice to have them back, as much as Connor was a good boss, and Jenna is a wonderful manager. We all miss having Liam around. Gathering everyone is easy enough to do. The cafe is empty at the moment, and it takes nothing to put a "Be back in 15 minutes" sign on the door and lock it. Liam and Olivia come back out. We are all sitting around. Hey, boss. Riley grins. What's the emergency? There's no emergency, Liam chuckles. As you all know by now, Connor took another job and moved back to LA. He still sounds so proud of his brother. I suppose he should be, but the words cut through me again. I swallow hard and take a deep breath. So, we decided to put to a vote of who should take over his responsibilities, just until Jenna comes back from her maternity leave, Olivia says. She smiles as she looks over the group. I guess it should be. Isla, Riley interrupts me. What? Why? I ask. Riley looks at me like I just asked if the grass was really green. It's pretty obvious. You've already been doing a manager's job. Even when Connor was here, you were still telling him what to do, she says. Liam and Olivia laugh. I am sure they know better than anyone just what Connor can be like. The arguments over coffee suppliers and security systems jump to mind. All right, raise hands for Isla to be the new manager. He grins. I watch as everyone raises their hands. I sigh. Fine, I'll do it. I wish I could sound happy about it, but it is just one more thing on top of everything else that is going on right now. As long as everyone remembers that I am still a student, and I am only doing this until Jenna comes back. We promise that it's temporary. Liam nods his agreement. And if it does have an impact on your schoolwork, tell us, and we'll come up with another solution. Olivia smiles. All right, everyone back to work, Liam says with a clap of his hands. Now that the meeting is over, Riley goes and takes the sign out of the door, flipping the lock once more. Sandra grabs her broom and starts cleaning again. Thankfully, no one had tried to get in, and there is not a long lineup of people waiting. What? I ask. I can feel Liam staring into the side of my head. It is a little unnerving. I've never seen you so sad. Everything all right? He asks. It's just, I want to tell him that it is just school like I say to everyone else who asks, but I can't make the words come out. I feel guilty for lying to Liam before I even can bring myself to say it. With a sigh, I pick up a cloth and wipe down the espresso machine. I developed feelings for Connor, and now he's gone. I do not look over. I do not want to see the expression on his face. I didn't get the chance to tell him. No, don't tell him. I plead. He finally has his dream job, and I don't want him to worry about my feelings. Liam does not say anything else. I hope his silence is the promise to keep his mouth shut.
Chapter 44. Connor. At least moving back isn't all that difficult logistically. For most people making the move to Los Angeles, finding a place to stay can be an almost insurmountable proposition. Not only are there shockingly few houses or apartments available, the ones that are cost more than new transplants likely expect. Luckily, I took care of all of that the last time I relocated to the West Coast. When word came down from Liam and Olivia that they were going to need someone to run the cafe while they spent their honeymoon trekking the globe, I made sure to keep the lease of my LA place in my name because I knew I'd be coming back. Knowing I already had somewhere to hang my hat made the move a smidgen less stressful. After a few hours back, I'm finding it difficult to figure out where to start rebuilding my life. I run a few errands, and it is a lonely process. None of the faces I pass are familiar, and no one even offers a polite nod in greeting. As much as I sneered at the small-town intricacies of Sandy Springs, convinced I preferred the anonymity that came with big city life, the lack of community creates a pit in my stomach I didn't expect. Convincing myself it will pass once work officially begins, I swallow the sensation and keep moving. While setting up my home workstation, my phone begins to buzz on the floor beside me. I turn down the music and check the caller. It's Liam. I consider letting him go to voicemail. The last thing I needed to help me reacclimate to my previous living situation are stories of the cafe and Isla. I wonder how she's doing. Hello, Liam, I answer while tightening one of the bolts holding my desk together. Little bro, he replies. Judging by the consistent crackle on the line, I assume he's outside somewhere. Good morning. Wait, is it still morning there? I always forget the time difference. Subtract 3 hours from the time in Sandy Springs, I explain, looking for a smaller Allen wrench. Oh yeah? Liam laughs. So it's like one there, right? I guess I should say good afternoon. He laughs again, and I know he's stalling. Good afternoon, I respond, reminding myself to be patient. Just because I'm having a difficult time adjusting doesn't mean I have to take it out on him. Well, I just wanted to check up on you, Liam says. Make sure you got there safely and ask about how excited you are. I smirk. Well, I'm still alive, as you can hear. Woohoo! He cheers. And I'm in my apartment getting set up. So, I try to think of anything else I should tell him. That's how I am, I say, deciding to leave it at that. That's good, Liam said. I guess. I set down the wrench and give this conversation my undivided attention. I guess so, too, I say. But you're pumped, right? Liam asks. I mean, I might see your name during the end credits of a Minions movie, dude. That's huge. I laugh. Yeah, well, a lot of animators work on those movies, so the credits run for a while. I hope you're ready to ride it out for the long haul. I am, dude, I am, my brother assures me. There's a pause between us. I stare out the window, waiting for him to speak. Thankfully, he does. Well, I've got to be honest with you, man. You sound kind of sad. My head snaps from the window to my phone. Sad, I ask. Why would I be sad? That was going to be my question, Liam says. I break down and decide to tell him about how I'm feeling. There's no reason he shouldn't know. Besides, I've heard that sharing with someone about the things that are bothering you can sometimes change your perspective. When I'm done, I don't feel any better. In fact, all I've done is made myself more convinced that something is wrong. Have you even started work yet? Liam asks. Yeah, and it's great, really, I tell him. It's just that something feels off somehow, you know? So, what's the problem? Liam asks. What's holding you back? I have a suspicion that he already knows, but I oblige him anyway. Since I'm already speaking my truth, as they say, why not give him the whole story? After a deep breath, I speak. Ayla, I say. I think I'm in love with Ayla. I tell him about our history, about almost hitting her with the car, about the fake engagement. Then I explain that I wasn't looking for a relationship. We didn't even like each other at first, I emphasize, but I still ended up falling for her. I wait before going on, giving myself a chance to figure out exactly what I want to say. She was so excited about me starting this job, I start to wind down. I was positive that we were feeling the same thing, but the first chance she gets, she doesn't even hesitate to say goodbye. Liam doesn't respond, so I keep going. I guess I miss her. Not only that, I miss knowing I might run into her on a day off. I even miss her criticizing everything I did at the cafe. Again, Liam doesn't respond. I listen carefully to see if the call has been dropped. The wind is still hissing into the phone. Liam? I ask. Are you still with me here? Liam responds with a long, slow sigh. You two are both idiots, he says. I give him my bitterest scowl, even though he can't see it. I just poured my heart out to him, confessed the truth in my heart, and he calls me an idiot? What kind of big brother is he? Excuse me, I say, as if I didn't hear him properly. Do you want to run that by me again? He starts to laugh. I wait as it intensifies. Just before it has the chance to reach a maniacal level, he just hangs up on me.
Chapter 45. Ayla. Hey, boss. Sandra smiles as she walks through the door. She moves to hang up her jacket and grab her apron. I can't believe it is already 10 o'clock. Morning, Sandra, I reply. I know my reaction is still flat. I spent the whole night trying to wrap my head around what just happened. Even though it is not a permanent position, I should still be happy. The fact that everyone here believes that I am deserving of being the manager is a good thing. They all put their trust in me, and I do not want to let them down. I am sure that I won't, but there is always a chance. I still have my schoolwork to think about and Connor to try and push out of my mind. Liam has not said anything more about his brother, even though I confessed my feelings to him yesterday. On the brink of tears, I told Liam how much I really loved Connor. I am confident that Liam knew nothing about the fake engagement. Hopefully, he assumes it was just the natural progression of working together. So far, he has not said anything else about it. He has not brought Connor up around me all day and has simply let me sit in the back office and work on inventory. I had gone out to the front to cover Riley's run to the bathroom when Sandra arrived. Now that she is there, I retreat back to the office. I just need to keep working. The more I do, the more I can ignore the pain in my chest and the nausea. It is easier to pretend to be happy when there is no one around to see you struggling. Oh, I blink, catching sight of the date. The end of the month is fast approaching, and I never even realized. There was so much going on, and it was not my job to keep track until this morning. Rolling my shoulders, I get to work on placing the orders. We do not need a whole lot out of the ordinary, though we did go through more chocolate chips than normal. I wonder if someone is snacking on them. It is something to keep an eye on, but I am not worried about a handful of chips here and there, so long as we still have enough for customers. I will get a few more boxes of cups, lids, sleeves. What else? I feel like I am forgetting something, but going down the list, I see that I have everything I had made note of. I am sure the feeling will pass. It's just new job jitters, despite having done this countless times before. Done. Clicking on the process button, I watch as the timer spins and the website thinks about what it wants to do. I cross my fingers. The amount of times the website has crashed due to the servers being overloaded from other restaurants, hoping to get their orders in before the cutoff is too high. Thankfully, it goes through with no problem. The computer's notifications ping as the confirmation email pops up. I open it and print the slip, tacking it to the corkboard. With the orders finished, I open the accounting program and grab this month's bank statement. It adds up once I compare and input what has come out and the numbers of the checks that still need to come out. Now all that is left is to go to the bank and make the deposit for payroll and utilities. Going to the bank? Liam asks. I look over to where he is leaning against the doorframe. I pull my coat on and nod. I was going to go on my way to class, I tell him. I'll come with you. He pushes off of the wall and goes to wait for me in the front. Double-checking to make sure I have everything I will need, I walk out of the office. Sandra, I'm going to the bank and then class. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Sandra smiles, waving as Liam and I walk out of the cafe. We walk in silence. The afternoon sun is warm, and it does feel nice. The sky is clear, and part of me wishes that it would rain. Liam starts talking. I can hear the tenor of his voice. I see his mouth moving from the corner of my eye, but I can't focus on the words. Are you and Olivia heading out soon? I ask. Liam sighs. Not for a little while. We will probably be here another week or so, and then leave. As long as you get to finish your vacation, I tell him. Don't worry, we will. The conversation dies after that, with the bank coming into view just down the street. Liam opens the door and we step inside. The air conditioner would normally be nice, but it is not hot enough outside to enjoy how cold it is inside the bank. That's Marge, Liam says. He directs me to stand in the far line, where an older woman sits at the teller's window. She has been over and counting bills for the person 2 customers ahead of us. She's a super nice lady, but you'll need patience. She counts every single bill by hand. Don't they have a machine for that? I ask as we move up in the line. Yeah, but she counts it before and after putting it in. Good afternoon, Liam, Marge says as we finally step up to the desk. Who's this? Hey, Marge. He smiles. This is Isla. She's a new manager, so you'll be seeing her sometimes. Marge simply smiles at me and holds out her hand. I give her the pouch with the payments, and she hums. This will take some time, she informs us. Feel free to check your personal accounts in the meantime. I was not planning on it, but it is almost the end of the month. There is a lot that will be coming out of my account soon. I open my account on my phone and drop it. Sorry, I say. Clearing my throat, I bend down and pick it up. Nausea washes over me as I try to keep my balance and not cry. I blink a few times to keep back the tears as I stare in disbelief at the numbers staring back up at me. There is more than enough to pay for my loans and still have little left over to put in my savings. Connor kept his promise, and I miss him all over again.
Chapter 46. Connor. Pacing from one end of my apartment to the other, I frantically sort out my various options. The most obvious and logical one is to stay put and allow myself to enjoy my dream job after years of hard work in the freelance trenches. It makes sense, but the feeling in the center of my abdomen isn't logical. A sensible solution would never appease it. Am I crazy, I wonder? Liam's laugh and cryptic words keep rolling around the inside of my skull. He said that we were both stupid. To me, that meant he thought Isla and I needed to communicate and express how we feel. My feet want me to drop everything and rush to the nearest method of transportation, find her, and let my feelings be known. Meanwhile, my head wants me to sit back down and think this through like a rational adult. Stuck between them is my chest, where my heart is pounding faster than a rabbit's, desperate for me to make a decision. I'll go, I decide. She deserves to know how incredible I think she is and how badly I want to spend my life with her. I'm going to listen to Liam and give it everything I've got. But what if he's wrong? The rejected and hurt part of my psyche asks, what if Isla doesn't feel anything for you? What would Liam know about it anyway? My pacing slows as reason starts to take over. It's not like Liam literally said that he knew what was in Isla's heart. All he did was laugh. Why am I getting so worked up over a laugh? My feet still tingle with the desire to take off like Hermes, the messenger of the Greek gods, but I can't make them carry me to the front door. The panic in my heart begins to subside, and the certainty that returning to Sandy Springs is a terrible idea washes over me like a warm, soothing shower. You're an idiot, I say to myself, sitting down. I recall what it felt like when Macy first told me about her and Jackson. Phantom memories of the way I felt at that moment continue to haunt me. Imagine telling Isla you love her only for her to reject you. Can you handle that kind of pain? What Macy did to you would pale in comparison. I let my gaze fall to the space between my feet. Staring at that spot, something else occurs to me. Something I'm shocked I hadn't thought of before. What if Isla is going through the same thing? What if she's working at the cafe right now, trying to figure out if she should talk to me? Even if Liam was wrong, I'll never know unless I talk to her. I'm going, I say, mind made up. The first step is figuring out how to get back there. Plane tickets can be expensive and hard to come by on short notice. Money isn't necessarily a problem for me, but I'm not sure how long I'll be waiting for an available flight. I consider driving. Then I wouldn't have to worry about getting there on someone else's schedule. Then again, driving from California to Georgia would take days. It's not exactly appealing. Deciding that a plane would be my best option, I start looking for flights. Damn it! I yell, slamming my fist down on the arm of my chair. Every airline I scroll through is booked out for days. Maybe driving wouldn't be so bad. Then I find one. There is a plane leaving in the next few hours. The airport is a little further than LX, so I have to leave right away if I'm going to make it through security on time. Without giving myself even a moment to second-guess my decision, I sprint to my bedroom and start packing. I drag my suitcase from under the bed, slam it down on the mattress, and start loading it with socks and underwear. Within 15 minutes, I hit the road. Traffic, of course, is a nightmare, and I start spending so much time staring at the immobile bumper of the car ahead of me that I start to reconsider what I'm doing. She may not want to see you. She might even think you're creepy for just showing up like this. But if I show up in person, I can convince her. I'll change her mind no matter how long it takes. The line starts moving and I scoot forward with it. To help pass the time and keep myself focused, I imagine what it will be like to tell Isla that I love her. I visualize walking into the cafe while she's working. I ask her to come outside, but she points out how busy things are. What else can I do but confess right there in front of all the workers and customers? Then she leaps up into my arms and I carry her outside as everyone applauds. Inching a little closer to my destination, I dismiss the cliché fantasy. Don't worry about making a big romantic scene, I decide. Figure out what you're going to say. I chew my thumbnail, debating not only what to say, but how to say it. As the traffic starts to break up and I turn onto my exit, I decide that the best thing to do is keep it simple and look her in the eyes. Tell her how you gave up on relationships. Tell her all you wanted was a successful career. Tell her love seemed like a waste of time. A game for two idiots. And then you met her and everything changed. Smiling, I pull into the parking lot ready to begin my future.
Chapter 47. Isla. Stepping out of the lecture hall, I pull my phone out of my bag and turn it on. Normally, I would just put it on vibrate, but there was too much going on in class this morning to risk it being a distraction. Today's group presentations are worth the bulk of our final grade. Participation is also marked for those not presenting. I roll my shoulders, listening to my joints pop and crack. My phone pings a few times as it connects to the university's Wi-Fi. Just as it is settling, I open Liam's chat window. He had asked me to come by the cafe after class. He did not say what for, but I assume it has something to do with running the cafe. Maybe he and Olivia are finally going to be heading back out. With their honeymoon cut in half, I sure hope so. The longer they stay in Sandy Springs, the more I feel like it is my fault. I am doing the best I can with everything that I have going on right now. Just got out of class. Be there soon. I text him. Liam sends a thumbs up emoji and a grinning face. It is hard to believe that he is in his 30s. He acts more like a kid than some of the guys in my classes. I am not scheduled to work today, but the bus is running right on time. As soon as I get to the stop, it pulls up to the curb. It is oddly empty for this time of day, too. Showing the driver my pass, I have no problems finding a seat close to the back door. Stepping off the bus a bit later, the sun is high in the sky. The afternoon is clear and warm. My sweater is a little much, but I will be heading home shortly, so it does not matter that much. I will just get an iced coffee from the cafe. I round the corner and stand at the crosswalk lights, waiting for them to change. I can see Liam standing in front of the cafe. He is leaning against the brick front with his arms crossed over his chest. He looks like he is talking to someone just inside the door that is propped open. Not something we normally do, but it is a warmer than usual day. "Liam," I call out as I get closer. He looks over and grins. Pushing off of the wall, he takes a few steps to meet me just in front of the cafe. "How was class?" he asks. I shrug my shoulders. It wasn't too bad. Listened to a couple of presentations, filled out some questionnaires. It was all right. "When do you present, or have you already?" "My group presents on Friday," I tell him. "We have had the whole semester to finalize this presentation. We have everything that we need, and my group knows their roles, but I still can't help but be nervous. With the day fast approaching and a few wrinkles left to iron out of the PowerPoint, I know we will be fine, but the impact on our grades is huge." Liam's grin only grows as he puts an arm around my shoulder. "I'm sure you'll do great. And you can come to the cafe afterward for a celebratory cake." "You mean, come work my shift and get a free piece of cake on my break?" He laughs, moving to stand behind me. "You got me there." "So what did you want to talk about?" I ask. The grip he has on my shoulders keeps me from really moving. I can't see into the cafe. The blinds are drawn to keep the sun from shining directly on any guests sitting in the windows. "It's a surprise." Liam puts his hands over my eyes. "One that I know you'll like." I raise an eyebrow, but do not fight him. Today has been such a good day so far. There is no harm in humoring my boss before going home. "All right, lead the way," I tell him. Liam guides me into the cafe. He keeps his hands firmly over my eyes, even though I close them just for the fun of it. I feel the chair behind my legs and carefully sit down. I can hear the others whispering. It sounds like more than just my coworkers. The place must be full of customers who will get to see whatever the surprise is. I hope it is nothing too embarrassing. I will have to see these people again. "Okay, you can open your eyes now," Liam says. He removes his hands and takes a step back. I open my eyes, blinking a few times to get rid of the haze and sunspots. As they adjust to the sudden brightness of the cafe, I can tell that there is someone kneeling in front of me. Strange. My heart skips a beat. There are butterflies in my stomach as my vision clears. "Am I dreaming?" I say. "I hope not, because that means I am too," Connor answers. He stays on the floor in front of me. I reach forward and he leans up. I wrap my arms around his shoulders, and his arms find their place around my waist. I bury my face in his neck, and there is a soft kiss placed on my temple. "I'm so sorry, Ayla. I love you." My heart is pounding in my chest, blood flowing in my ears. "I love you too," I tell him, pulling away enough to stare at him. Tears prickle the corners of my eyes. "But when you got your dream job, I knew how much it meant to you. I didn't want to get in the way of anything." Connor pulls me back into his chest. His hands rub down my back. My dreams changed once I met you. I can feel the eyes of everyone in the cafe on us and hear their teary but happy whispering. I tighten my hold around his shoulders. Riley is the first to whistle, breaking the bubble. Everyone cheers and starts to congratulate us. About time, Sandra says, sounding amused. Seems like we were the only ones oblivious to how we really felt.
Chapter 48. Connor. Holding Ayla in my arms is a dream come true. I've missed her so much. The fact that she also missed me and loves me is the best possible outcome for everything. We have an audience. All the staff at Cafe Clementine are around, cheering and whistling at us. Liam has a stupid grin on his lips, with his arm around the shoulders of a smiling Olivia. All they want is for me to be happy. I think I am finally there. "This calls for a celebration!" Riley shouts. Her enthusiasm overpowers even my own. She pumps her fist in the air and then holds her hand out to Sandra. Sandra sighs and pulls a bill out of her apron. She puts it in Riley's hand and looks over. "Should we all go out for drinks tonight?" she asks. I can't. Ayla sighs, her head still on my shoulder. I have to open tomorrow before class. I rub my hand down her back and press a kiss into her temple. I also just want to take her home tonight. Not that I would not mind going out with all of our friends, even if they did apparently have a bet going on between them. Oh. I reach into my back pocket and pull out my phone. "Something wrong?" Ayla asks. "Not at all," I tell her. "I just have to make a call right quick." Part of me wonders if I should have made this call first. Then again, what would have been the point of making arrangements if Ayla had not felt the same? I was making a gamble coming here. "I still think we should go drinking," Riley mutters. She goes to clear a couple of tables. Customers give Ayla their congratulations as they walk out. It seems like Cafe Clementine has become a hotbed for the gossip columns. There is no doubt that our regulars will know by tomorrow. I wonder what sort of tale they will have heard by the time they walk through our doors. "Melissa speaking." I smile when her voice comes through the line. "Hi, Melissa. It's Connor." "Hello, Connor. Everything all right?" she asks. Having been the one to confirm my time off, she was also the one who knew the reason why. She was also cheering me on as I stepped out of the building that afternoon. "Everything is perfect," I tell her. I look over at Ayla. She's leaning against the counter, talking to Olivia. Both women are smiling. Ayla laughs, and I can't stop the grin from splitting my face. I look forward to hearing that sound for a long time. "Then the reason for your call?" Melissa's voice brings me back to the last piece of the puzzle that needs to be snapped into place. I make my way outside. There's no need to worry anyone, and this will be my last surprise for Ayla. If it goes the way I hope, at least. "What are the chances that I would be able to work remotely? You know that the position is not remote." She sounds amused. "I know, but what if the deal is just till the end of this semester? I'll come back once a month for meetings, and then when my girlfriend finishes school soon, I'll be back in LA. I tell her. "It sounds fair to me. There's not much that I can't do from Sandy Springs that I do in LA. All I need is a solid internet connection and my gear." There is silence on the other end. I start to ask Melissa if she is still there when I hear the familiar clacking of her French-tipped nails on her keyboard. 2 days a month, she counteroffers. "It's cute that you think you can fit all the meetings you have into one day." I laugh. She does have a point. 2 days. "Then I will draft the temporary amendment to your contract." "You're the best, Mel." "I know." I can hear the grin on her lips as she finishes typing. I know she'll be forwarding the email within the next hour. I might have to answer a few calls, but I do not mind. Melissa is the HR manager after all. She can put out any possible flames that might arise from this. I'll talk to you later. "Bye, Connor." She hangs up. I pocket my phone as I walk back into the cafe. Ayla looks out the window. Her expression is slightly concerned. I walk back inside, my heart full. I want to be with her. This is how I can do that. I know she will be done with school soon, and I would rather go to LA once a month than only come to Sandy Springs once a month. I will be working remotely, I tell her. What do you mean? She asks. Her eyes are shining with the implication of my words. I mean, I will be staying with you in Sandy Springs. Oila wraps her arms around me in another tight hug. I hold her close to my chest and rest my chin on top of her head. What's the catch? She asks, her face pressed into my shoulder. It's for a short time. After you graduate, move to LA with me. She takes a step back and looks up at me, cupping my cheeks. I am serious. Everything that I am doing is for her, for us. I love her and I want to be with her for the rest of my life. All right, Isla says. My heart skips a beat at how quickly she gave me an answer. I thought for sure she would demand a few days to think it over. I guess when you know, you know.
Chapter 49. Isla. It's another stunning day in Los Angeles, California, as I step out of Connor and I's beautiful in-town apartment. The rising sun warms my back as I lock the door and turn down the street to walk to work. Despite having lived here for a year, I'm still not used to the city's crowded streets and frenetic energy. It suits me, but I'm just not used to it yet. It's a far cry from Little Sandy Springs. As I turn the corner, my mind wanders to Connor's upcoming movie. He and his team worked tirelessly on the project over the past year, and everyone expects it to be one of Illumination's best films. I don't think I've ever been so proud of someone. My heart swells for him every time I think of it. He deserves this more than anyone. When I get to work, I can't help but stand there and smile for a moment, staring at the sign. It reads, Cafe Clementine 2. My own cafe. I still can't believe it's real. With Connor's help, I was able to open it shortly after moving to LA. The cafe is a squat brick building plopped between a hair salon and a small pet supply store. The sign on the front of the building is a lovely shade of orange, the letters done in white cursive font. Below the words sits a small model of a steaming cup of coffee. When I'm finished drinking in the sight of the cafe, as I do most mornings, I take out my phone to unlock the doors on Connor's silly little app, but I quickly realize the doors are already open. I panic for a moment until I realize the lights are on, and the coffee machines are quietly brewing the morning coffee. It must be Connor, but I thought he was going into Illumination today. I stride into the cafe smiling, looking around for that fool. The familiar scent of coffee wafts through the air, and I can hear the comforting drip of the machines working. I start walking toward the back when Connor emerges from the office holding a cup of coffee. I thought I heard you come in, he says, smiling sweetly. What are you doing here, Connor? I ask, happy but confused. I thought you had to be at Illumination all week. Actually, I asked for a few days off to help out around here. I know you're swamped doing all the work on your own. We'll be able to hire some employees soon, don't worry. We just need to keep building our customer base, he says. I walk up to him and crane my neck up to give him a kiss. He knows I know all this already, but he can't help but reassure me. We're not making much yet, but we both have high hopes for the cafe and know we'll get there eventually. I put my arms around his waist and look up into his eyes, smiling. And here I was thinking I was the one with a business degree, I say jokingly. Connor laughs. Yes, you know all that already, of course. What I really want to know is why you snuck out early this morning instead of walking here with me, I say, still holding him tightly. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I wanted to surprise you, he says earnestly. I thought it would help start your day off on a good note. Every day starts on a good note when we're together, Connor, I say. But I appreciate it all the same. You're too good to me. It's impossible to be too good to you. Come on, let's get you caffeinated, he says, still smiling. I made the first batch just how you like it. We walk to the counter with our arms around each other, then break apart as Connor fetches me a clean mug and pours me a steaming cup of coffee. We spend the next few minutes enjoying the coffee together, talking about Connor's movie and what he'll be working on next. The coffee tastes wonderful, but it's the pleasure of each other's company that we're really cherishing. Well, we'd better start getting ready to open. There should be some customers coming in any minute now, I say reluctantly after downing the dregs of my coffee. I love running my own cafe, but it doesn't compare to spending time with the man I love. Actually, we should be good to go. I've already powered everything up, made some fresh pastries, and prepared all the coffee machines, Connor says. You've done all that already? What time did you get here? I ask, unable to keep the awe from my voice. I got here at 4:30, he responds, rubbing his neck in an embarrassed gesture. I couldn't sleep last night. I was so excited to surprise you. I stand there smiling at him for a moment, then grab his face in both hands and kiss him fiercely. I love you, Connor, I say, feeling the phrase inadequate to describe what he means to me. And I love you, Isla O'Malley, he responds fondly. The rest of the morning moves by in a blur. We have more customers today than I can ever remember having, and I'm grateful to have Connor's help with the rush. People seem to be noticing the cafe more, and we notice a few customers are slowly becoming regulars. Things are looking up for Cafe Clementine too. You know they've made a new update to automated security systems. The new one scans your fingerprint as you walk in, and don't worry, it includes backup generators. We won't make that mistake again, Connor says abruptly, as we stand behind the counter together, admiring the little crowd that's amassed in the dining area. Oh boy, I think to myself. Here we go again. I can't help but smile, though, as I formulate my rebuttal. We are not spending more money on another useless security feature.
Chapter 50. Connor. I toy with the cuffs on my shirt. They feel too tight and buttoned wrong. A sincere chuckle breaks me out of my thoughts, and my brother steps in front of me, putting his hands on my shoulders. He's all dressed up with a dark blue bow tie. I suck in a deep breath, and he pats me twice on the arm. You look great, man. Stop messing with the cuffs, he chastises me, and I drop my hands. They don't stay idle for long, digging into my pockets and playing with the fabric lining. I look past him in the mirror. I reach up to adjust my tie, the cream-colored fabric feeling slick in my hands. I know, I just didn't think this day would be here so soon. I sound shaky. Hell, I feel unbalanced. It feels like just yesterday that I proposed. How the hell did we get here so fast? But Liam just gives me a knowing nod and offers a piece of advice. You've been wanting this for how long now? Everything is going to go great. Ayla is the perfect woman for you. Both Liv and I see how happy she makes you. All you have to do is get down that aisle and happiness is yours. He finishes just as the door opens and the head coordinator pops in. It's time! The next thing I know, I'm standing in the front of the longest room ever. Both of our families are on either side of the aisles. We kept the guest list small, just her parents and mine and a few friends. The rational part of me knows the room really isn't that big. It just feels like it goes on forever. It was her idea to keep it intimate. There's fabric draped in between columns of flowers, and a deep red carpet splits down the middle of the room. There are 2 curtains, thick enough that I can only see the outlines of the people behind it. All too soon, the music starts playing. I feel the solid hand of Liam on my back, and as the opening to the song finishes, both curtains split. Riley is the first bridesmaid to walk down the aisle. She looks a bit nervous but excited. She's holding a cream-colored bouquet, and when she gets to the end, she gives me the biggest smile. As the others walk, my eyes keep searching for Ayla. There's a small dip in the music, a moment where time stops. I catch myself holding my breath. Each heartbeat feels an hour apart from the other, and they're pounding in my ears. The curtains get pulled wider, and there she is. Damn! I feel my stomach drop to my knees, and time resumes as Ayla slowly makes her way down the aisle. She looks like a goddess. Her steps are elegant, like she's floating from one foot to the other. Her dress is almost entirely lace, layered more from the waist down. It trails behind her, looking 100 miles long. I lift my eyes from her immaculate frame to capture her beautiful face. She has the world's brightest smile, staring right into my soul. The crinkle on either side of her lips makes me want to rush forward and capture her in my arms. I'm not even sure I could take a step now if I wanted to. My legs are like jelly, and I swear if I was in a cartoon, you would hear my knees knocking. As she comes to the steps, instinct takes over, and I push myself forward, taking her hand from her father, who gives me one last nod. I help her up the steps, and she squeezes my hand before letting go. We take our places, our gaze never wavering from the other. Throughout our vows and every promise, we never break eye contact. Only when we're exchanging rings do we look apart. My eyes shift down as I slide the ring onto her hand, and she does the same. "I now pronounce you husband and wife," the officiant says, taking a step to the side. I rush forward, pulling Ayla into a deep kiss. It feels like our first one all over again, drowning in her soft lips. I know the crowd is watching, and somewhere in the background, a photographer is taking pictures. I slide my hands down to Ayla's lower back before picking up her right leg and dipping her. The cheers turn from sweet clapping to a louder hooting. When we finally break and she stands back up, she looks absolutely love-drunk, and she's never been more beautiful. I check my watch as I'm reaching for the door. I'm 5 minutes late. I look around the cafe and see Ayla sitting in her favorite window seat. When the door closes, she looks over and gives me an excited wave. The glint of her wedding ring sparkles, and I smile brighter as I head over. "Sorry, I'm late." She slides me my favorite drink, and I pick up the to-go cup, sipping it. "It's okay. How was work?" she asks, and I shrug lightly. Same old, same old." I look around the cafe. It looks incredibly busy. There are 4 people behind the bar and still a line to order drinks. "Seems like you might need to hire more hands." I chuckle, and she nods. "Josephine's going to be leaving for maternity soon, so I'll need to replace her. But it feels like every day our customer count grows. I even needed to order a second shipment of coffee." She looks exasperated at me for a moment before her cheeks perk up in a happy grin. "I can't believe it's already been 6 months since we opened this place." I reach out and take her hand, squeezing it. "It's been a long road, but I knew you could do it. I'm so proud of you." She turns her hand over and holds mine tightly. "I couldn't have done it without you. Seriously."